Hello and welcome. I know many of you use this video to fall asleep. Before you drift off, I'd love to know where you're listening from. If you enjoy it, don't forget to like and subscribe. Chapter 1. The Journey to the Heart of the Forest. The village of Elmsworth, a sleepy little place nestled at the foot of the mountains, seemed like the perfect spot for an adventure. Its cobblestone streets were quiet this time of year, the air still and crisp with the promise of autumn. 5 friends had come together for a weekend trip, each one eager to escape the monotony of their daily lives. It wasn't an unusual decision. Elmsworth had always been known for its dense forests and serene beauty. But there was one forest in particular that had earned a reputation. The locals called it the Black Pines, a stretch of wilderness that lay beyond the edge of the village, darkened by towering, twisted trees with bark as black as coal. The forest had a deep-rooted myth, one that had been whispered through generations, growing darker with every telling. The legend spoke of an old murderer who had disappeared into those woods decades ago, his blood-stained knife still hidden somewhere among the trees. Some said he still roamed there, stalking those who dared venture too far into the heart of the forest. Others claimed the forest itself was cursed, that it had a hunger of its own, and it wasn't just the trees that were alive in the Black Pines. But none of that mattered to Alex, Emily, Luke, Sophie, and Ben. They were young, brimming with excitement and invincibility. They had heard the stories, sure, but to them, it was just that, stories. Ghost stories, nothing more. Legends told by old men and paranoid locals. It was all for fun. They had prepared for their trip for weeks, packing up tents, sleeping bags, and enough snacks to survive a week in the wilderness. Their plan was simple: a weekend camping trip close to the Black Pines. They would venture just a little ways into the forest to experience its mysterious allure without ever truly getting too deep. They would set up their tents at the edge, just far enough to experience the darkness without falling into it. "I can't believe we're actually doing this," Sophie said, her voice full of excitement as she looked up at the towering trees ahead of them. "You're not scared, are you?" Luke teased, glancing over at her. She rolled her eyes. "I'm not scared. It's just, this place feels different, you know?" "Different how?" Ben asked, raising an eyebrow. He was carrying the heavy cooler, his backpack barely visible beneath the weight of his gear. Emily, who had been silent for most of the trip, chimed in. "It feels heavy, like there's something watching us." The others exchanged amused glances. They had all heard the stories, but none of them took them seriously. They were here for the experience, to enjoy the thrill of the unknown, to tell stories by the fire, and to laugh about it later when they were back home. Alex, who had organized the trip, smiled confidently. "It's just the atmosphere of the forest. You're all imagining things. Nothing's going to happen. We'll have a great time. Besides, we're not going far in. Just a couple of miles, maybe." As they walked deeper into the woods, the trees seemed to grow taller, their branches arching high above them, blocking out the fading sunlight. The air grew colder, and an unnatural silence fell over the group. Even the birds, which had been chirping just moments ago, seemed to have disappeared. "Okay, this is weird," Luke said, glancing around. "It's way too quiet." Ben laughed nervously. "You're just spooked. It's a forest, man. It's supposed to be quiet." But there was something unsettling about the quiet. It wasn't the peaceful stillness of nature. It was a kind of silence that felt as though it were pressing down on them, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. The air, though cold, was thick, with an inexplicable weight, as though something heavy hung in the trees, just out of sight. The path was narrow, a faint trail that had long been abandoned by most hikers. The earth beneath their boots was soft, damp with the moisture of the forest floor. As they moved forward, they noticed the trees grew closer together, their branches twisting like gnarled fingers, reaching out to grab them. Alex looked over at his friends, seeing the subtle unease in their eyes. But they pushed forward, laughing, to mask their discomfort. "I'm telling you, we should have camped somewhere else," Emily murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm not backing out now," Alex replied, trying to sound more confident than he felt. He didn't want to admit that the air was growing colder, or that the darkness of the trees was starting to press in around them. They walked in silence for a few more minutes, the only sound being their footsteps crunching on the fallen leaves and twigs. Just as they were beginning to feel like they might be out of their depth, they reached a small clearing, just big enough for their tents. "Here's good," Alex said, gesturing toward the clearing. "We'll set up camp here." The group began unloading their bags, though a strange reluctance hung in the air. The sense of foreboding grew stronger with each passing moment. Sophie and Ben started setting up the tents, while Emily and Luke gathered wood for the fire. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the darkness of the black pines seemed to come alive around them. The forest, which had once felt distant and unwelcoming, now felt suffocating, its presence overwhelming. The fire crackled to life, casting long shadows that danced across the ground. But the shadows didn't quite match the flickering flames, as though the trees themselves were shifting, moving ever so slightly, even though there was no wind. "And I don't know about you guys, but I feel like I'm being watched," Emily said, her voice tense. "Relax," Luke said, but even he couldn't mask the unease in his tone. "It's just the dark, that's all." But they all knew there was something more to it. The whispers of the past, the stories of the black pines, were too close now. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something, or someone. As they sat around the fire, the wind finally picked up, rustling the trees above. The flames flickered as a cold gust of wind swept through the clearing, and then, just for a moment, they heard it. A whisper, faint but unmistakable, carried on the wind. It was a murmur, low, barely audible, but it was there. "Did you hear that?" Ben asked, his voice barely above a whisper. His eyes scanned the darkness beyond the firelight, but there was nothing. The others nodded slowly, their hearts racing, but none of them dared to speak. The forest had changed. It was no longer just a place of adventure, but a place of mystery, of danger. And somewhere in the distance, the black pines seemed to whisper back. Chapter 2. The First Whisper. The fire crackled and popped, sending brief flashes of light into the surrounding darkness. Yet it seemed like the shadows beyond the flames only grew darker with every passing second. The 5 friends sat huddled around the campfire, their laughter slowly fading as the night deepened and the cold began to settle into their bones. Even though they had come to the Black Pines for adventure, the atmosphere of the place had begun to weigh heavily on them. Alex kept his focus on the flames, trying to appear confident, despite the unsettling sensation that crept up his spine. The wind had picked up, making the branches above them sway with a low creaking noise. The occasional snap of a twig in the distance sent shivers down their necks, but they chalked it up to animals. Deer, perhaps, or a rabbit scurrying through the underbrush. Are we sure we're not too close to the edge of the black pines? Sophie asked, her eyes scanning the tree line. I don't know about you guys, but there's something about this place. It feels wrong. It's just the forest, Alex replied, trying to ease the growing tension. It's a little more dense than usual, but it's not like we're in the middle of it. We're fine. Still, Sophie wasn't convinced. Her gaze kept drifting toward the dark, looming trees just beyond the firelight, their twisted branches resembling skeletal hands stretching toward them. The murmur of the wind through the leaves sounded like a low, almost inaudible voice, but she didn't say anything. She didn't want to be the one to voice the concern that everyone else was feeling, but wasn't willing to admit. Suddenly, the sound of something faint, something not quite natural, drifted through the air. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't the rustling of leaves or the chirping of distant creatures. No, it was a whisper, low and haunting, as though it came from somewhere deep within the heart of the black pines. Luke froze. Did you hear that? Everyone went quiet, their attention shifting from the fire to the dark expanse around them. The whisper had been soft, too soft to be clear, but it was unmistakable. It had come from the woods, just beyond their camp, where the fire's light barely reached. I told you, Emily murmured, her voice barely audible. I swear I heard something. It's just the wind, Alex said, his voice firm, but not as certain as it had been earlier. Maybe an animal, or just the trees creaking. It's nothing. But despite his words, none of them could shake the eerie feeling that now hung over them. The air seemed to thicken, like a pressure was building around them, pressing down on their chests. Ben stood up, stretching his arms. I'll go check it out, he said, trying to make light of the situation. I'll prove it's just an animal. You guys stay here. No, Sophie said quickly, her voice a bit too sharp. I don't think you should go alone. But Ben was already walking toward the edge of the clearing, his flashlight cutting through the shadows. He stepped cautiously, each footfall sounding louder than it should. The whispering sound had stopped, but the tension in the air was palpable, like the entire forest was holding its breath. I'll be fine, Ben called back, a grin on his face. I'll just circle the perimeter, check the area. You all stay here. I'll be back in a few minutes. The others watched him disappear into the dark, their eyes still trained on the spot where he had vanished. Time seemed to stretch on, the seconds dragging by with an almost unbearable slowness. It felt as though the night had suddenly deepened, the shadows deeper, the wind colder. The warmth from the fire seemed to wane, leaving them with nothing but a feeling of helplessness. Then, just as quickly as it had disappeared, the whisper returned. It was faint at first, but this time it was more than just a sound. It felt purposeful, like it was trying to communicate, but in a language that they couldn't understand. This is insane, Emily whispered. There's no way that's just the wind. Maybe Ben's messing with us, Luke suggested, though his voice lacked conviction. He didn't believe that. Not entirely. Not after hearing the way the whisper had slithered through the night air. Not after the unsettling feeling that now wrapped itself around their minds. Maybe, Alex said, though his own doubt was creeping in. But we should wait for him. Let's not jump to conclusions. Minutes passed, though it felt like hours. The fire crackled as the tension in the air grew thicker. They all sat in silence, eyes darting around the darkness, hearts pounding in their chests. And then they heard something else. A crack, a snap, a muffled voice calling out faintly from the trees. But it wasn't Ben's voice. Ben? Sophie's voice trembled as she stood up from her seat. "I'll go check on him," Alex said quickly, though his stomach was already in knots. He grabbed his flashlight and moved toward the edge of the camp, his heart racing with each step. The others followed him, though none of them wanted to be the one to venture too far into the darkness alone. They reached the edge of the clearing where the trees met the shadows. The beam of Alex's flashlight swept over the undergrowth, the eerie glow revealing nothing but the dense forest. He called out Ben's name, but there was no response. His heart began to pound harder in his chest. The air felt colder now, a biting chill that seemed to seep into their very bones. "Ben?" Emily called, her voice wavering. "This isn't funny." They searched the perimeter of the clearing, calling out for Ben, but there was no sign of him. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. The sound of the wind, the whispering trees, seemed to mock them with its eerie silence. And then they saw it. A flash of movement between the trees, a shadow. But when they turned, there was nothing there. The forest was still. The panic was starting to rise now. Alex's hands shook as he turned to face his friends, his eyes wide with fear. He was just here. He couldn't have. But his words died in his throat as his flashlight illuminated something that made his blood run cold. A single footprint fresh in the damp earth, leading away from the camp and deep into the black pines. Ben had been here, but now, it seemed, he was gone. "What the hell is going on?" Luke gasped, his voice filled with disbelief. The group stood in a stunned silence. The forest was quiet now, its oppressive stillness filling the space between them. They could hear nothing but the sound of their own breathing, shallow and panicked. "Where did he go?" Sophie asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. Alex didn't know how to answer. The forest, it seemed, had claimed one of them, and as the whispers continued to echo in the distance, he feared they would claim more before the night was through. Chapter 3. The Unexplained Disappearance. The first light of dawn crept through the dense branches of the black pines, casting a pale, ghostly glow over the campsite. The cold air, heavy with the dampness of the forest floor, seemed to cling to everything. A thick fog had settled over the clearing, obscuring the ground and making the trees loom even taller than they had the night before. The sounds of the forest were muted, as though the world itself was holding its breath. The fire had long since burned out, its embers reduced to a faint warmth under a blanket of ashes. But despite the quiet, despite the early morning peace, there was a sense of panic that clung to the group of friends, like an unshakable weight. Ben was still gone. Alex, Luke, Sophie, and Emily had spent the entire night searching the forest, calling his name until their voices were hoarse, but it was as if he had vanished into thin air. The ground showed no sign of a struggle, no traces of his passing beyond the eerie footprint they had discovered at the edge of the clearing. His flashlight had been left behind, lying useless on the damp earth. His backpack, too, was gone, and with it, the sense of normalcy that the group had clung to just hours before. Now, as the morning sun barely touched the forest, the situation felt worse, colder, more impossible. Alex rubbed his eyes, the exhaustion from last night's endless search wearing on him. He hadn't slept, couldn't sleep. The terror of what had happened to Ben, what was still happening, gnawed at him. "He can't just be gone," Alex muttered to himself, his voice hoarse and hollow. He was right here. He couldn't have disappeared. Sophie, wrapped in a thick jacket against the cold, stood near the center of the clearing, her eyes scanning the tree line. She hadn't spoken much since they first realized Ben was missing. her face pale, drawn. Maybe he found his way out, she suggested weakly, but even she didn't believe it. Maybe he went for help. But that didn't make sense. None of it made sense. Luke, who had been pacing restlessly around the camp, stopped abruptly, his breath coming in sharp bursts. "You're not listening," he said, turning to face Alex and Emily. "He didn't just leave. There's something out there. Something in the trees. I don't know what it is, but it took him." Emily, standing a little further away from the group, hugged her arms around herself, looking as though she was trying to make herself smaller. She didn't want to believe it, but there was no denying the cold reality. "I felt it last night," she said, her voice trembling. I heard it, before he left. The whispering. It wasn't the wind. It was him calling out. I swear it was." Luke's face hardened. "We need to get out of here." Alex took a deep breath, steadying himself. He didn't want to admit it, didn't want to believe it, but the evidence was undeniable. Ben had been there, and now he was gone, with no explanation, no trace. But before they could act on their fears, before they could even begin to think about leaving, something caught Alex's eye. A faint glimmer of something unusual. He stepped forward, his boots crunching the wet earth, and motioned for the others to follow. "Over here," he said, his voice low and cautious. They all approached, though none of them were eager to look. As they came closer, they saw it. A strange mark on one of the trees. It wasn't a natural part of the tree's bark. No, this was something deliberate, something made with intent. A symbol, crudely etched into the trunk, as though someone, or something, had carved it with a knife. The mark was deep, sharp lines, cutting through the bark in a crude, jagged shape. It looked like a circle, with intersecting lines, almost like a rune, the kind of thing they had only seen in old stories or legends. Alex's heart skipped a beat. "What is that?" he murmured, kneeling down to inspect the symbol more closely. "It looks like—" Emily trailed off, her voice catching in her throat. "It looks like a warning." But a warning of what? Luke took a cautious step back, his eyes wide with fear. Is it connected to Ben? Did he leave this behind? "No," Alex replied, standing up slowly. "This wasn't Ben. He would have never. This is different." The air seemed to thicken around them, the silence suddenly heavier. For a long moment, none of them spoke, as if they were all waiting for someone to offer an explanation, some kind of logical reason for what they were seeing. But there was nothing, just the feeling of eyes watching them from the trees. "I don't care what it is," Luke said, his voice rising with panic. "We need to leave, now." Sophie nodded quickly, the look in her eyes pleading. "I agree. We're not safe here. Something's wrong with this place. We've been here too long." But just as they turned to pack up and leave, a sound stopped them in their tracks. It was a sound that froze their blood. A low, guttural growl. It came from somewhere deep within the forest, muffled but unmistakable. It wasn't the growl of any animal they knew. It wasn't a bear or a wolf. It was something darker, more primal, and it seemed to reverberate through the very earth beneath their feet. Alex turned toward the others, his face pale. "Did you hear that?" "Yeah," Luke whispered, his voice shaking. "I heard it." Sophie's lips trembled as she looked around, her eyes wide. "We need to get out of here. Now." But just as they were about to begin packing up, there was a sound, a snap, sharp and clear, right behind them. They all turned, their eyes darting to the trees where the sound had come from. There was nothing there. The woods were still. Too still. "We're not alone," Emily whispered, her voice barely audible. "Something's out there, watching us." Alex felt a chill run down his spine. He had no idea how to explain what was happening, but he could feel it now. He could feel the weight of it pressing in on them, the knowledge that they were not in control here. The fear was suffocating. As the group stood there in the clearing, the fog thickening around them, they knew they were no longer just visitors in the Black Pines. They were intruders. And whatever force had claimed Ben was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next victim. "We have to leave," Alex said, his voice trembling with the weight of the decision. "We can't stay here. We need to find a way out before it's too late." But as they turned to leave, another noise rang out, this time closer than ever. A whisper, just as before, soft and haunting. This time, it was unmistakable. "Run." Chapter 4. Messages on the trees. The group walked in silence, their footsteps barely audible against the damp earth. The air in the Black Pines felt heavier now, thick with an oppressive weight that made every breath feel harder to draw. As they moved deeper into the forest, the dense canopy above them blocked out most of the remaining light, casting long, twisting shadows that seemed to reach for them like fingers. Alex had insisted they push forward. There was no other choice. They couldn't stay in the clearing any longer. The fear, the unease, had become too much. The strange mark on the tree, the low growl they had heard earlier, it was all too much. And of course, there was Ben. He was still missing, his sudden and unexplained disappearance a constant gnawing presence at the back of their minds. They needed answers. They needed to find him. But as they ventured further, the forest felt like it was closing in around them. "I don't like this," Sophie said quietly, her voice trembling. Her eyes flicked nervously between the trees, but she didn't meet anyone's gaze. "I feel like we're being followed." "I know," Luke replied, his voice tight with fear. He was the first to break the silence. "It feels like something's watching us. The trees. They feel like they're alive." The others exchanged uneasy glances, but none of them had the courage to say what they were all thinking. Something was wrong with this forest. It was more than just the creepy legends, more than the mysterious disappearance of Ben. There was something ancient, something far older than the killer stories that had been passed down through generations. Something dark that thrived in the heart of these woods. Alex couldn't shake the feeling that they were no longer alone, that the forest was watching them too. "Let's just keep moving," he said, his voice steady despite the fear rising in his chest. "We have to find a way out. We need to get to the edge of the forest, and we'll be fine." But as they pushed on, the weight of the darkness seemed to grow heavier with every step. The deeper they went into the Black Pines, the more they began to notice strange markings on the trees. Symbols, carvings etched into the bark, some old, some fresh. At first, they thought they were just the result of some strange weathering, or perhaps animals marking their territory. But as they looked closer, the symbols began to seem deliberate, intentional. One tree had a spiral carved into its trunk, its lines so precise that it almost seemed to shimmer in the weak light filtering through the branches. Another had a series of sharp, intersecting lines, forming a pattern that looked almost like a star. But something about it felt wrong, unnatural. As they continued to walk, they found more of these marks, some small and simple, others deep and intricate, as though carved by something with a purpose. This is insane," Emily said, her voice barely above a whisper as she ran her fingers over one of the symbols. Her hand recoiled as though the bark had burned her, but there was no heat. Just a cold, a deep, unexplainable chill. "I don't like it," Luke added, stepping back from the tree. His eyes darted nervously to the others. "It's like someone, or something, is trying to tell us something." Sophie looked around, her anxiety growing. "Maybe it's Ben. Maybe he left these for us, like a trail." But Alex shook his head. "No, Ben didn't do this. These symbols, they're old. Older than any of us." The group stopped moving as a wave of realization washed over them. They weren't just finding random markings. They were finding messages. Messages that were seemingly waiting for them. They were being led, or maybe manipulated, through the forest. Each symbol, each carving, seemed to be guiding them in a direction, pointing them deeper into the black pines. A sharp crack from behind them snapped everyone's attention back to the present. They spun around, but there was nothing. Only the forest, vast and silent. "Let's keep going," Alex said, a little too forcefully. He didn't want to show how unnerved he was. "We can't turn back now. We have to find Ben." But as they moved forward, the symbols began to get more disturbing. One tree they passed had a large X carved into it, the lines deep and jagged, almost as though the person who had done it had been in a frantic rush. Beneath the X were two words, hastily etched into the bark: "Don't look." Another tree bore a strange image, a crude drawing of a face, its eyes wide and hollow, its mouth twisted into an unnatural grin. Beneath it was a message, but it was not in any language they recognized. The symbols seemed to twist and writhe on the bark, as if alive. "I don't get it," Emily said, voice shaky. "What's happening? Why are these here? Who left these?" Alex didn't have an answer. He had thought they were just random carvings, but now, with each new symbol they discovered, it felt less and less like coincidence. It felt like they were being drawn deeper into something ancient. "This is..." Alex paused, his mind racing. "This is something old, something far worse than we imagined. These symbols, they're not just messages, they're warnings." "Warnings of what?" Sophie asked, her voice rising with panic. "What does it want?" Luke's eyes were wide, his fear palpable. "It's not the killer," he said, his voice shaking. "It's something else, something older, something that doesn't belong in the world anymore." The trees seemed to close in around them as they moved forward, the shadows growing longer and darker with each step. The forest was silent, but it was an oppressive kind of silence. The kind that presses in on you, squeezes the air from your lungs, and makes you feel as though you're suffocating. Another carving. This one was different, more ominous. A symbol of a hand, palm out, with 3 deep scratches running through it. Beneath it were the words, "You're next." A cold chill ran down Alex's spine. His breath came in shallow gasps. He couldn't shake the feeling that the messages were speaking to him, speaking to all of them. The trees were alive, with something far darker than he could comprehend. "What the hell is going on here?" Luke whispered, his voice barely audible. "I don't know," Alex said, the panic creeping into his voice now. "But I think we've made a mistake. We shouldn't have come here. This place, it's not just a forest. It's a prison." The group moved forward in uneasy silence, the words, "You're next," echoing in their minds. They couldn't escape the feeling that something was stalking them, something waiting just beyond the trees, watching their every move. As they pressed on, they realized they weren't just walking through the forest. They were being led. Each symbol, each carved warning, was a step deeper into the heart of the black pines, and with every step, the air grew heavier, the darkness more suffocating. There was no turning back now. The forest had claimed them, and they had no choice but to follow the path it had laid out for them. But no one dared to speak the unspoken truth that hung in the air between them. The forest was no longer just a place of mystery. It was alive, and it was hunting them. And with every step deeper into the woods, they could feel it closing in. Chapter 5: The Return of the Past. The black pines grew darker with each passing minute as the sun sank below the horizon. The fading light seemed to withdraw into the trees, leaving only a murky twilight that hung like a veil over the forest. A sharp chill settled in the air, creeping under their clothes, biting at their skin, as if the night itself was reaching out to claim them. The fire they had managed to start offered little warmth, its orange flames flickering weakly in the dense, oppressive silence. The trees around them loomed tall and ancient, their branches twisting like bony fingers toward the sky. The forest, once beautiful in its isolation, now felt suffocating. Alex stared into the fire, his face pale and drawn, the weight of their situation pressing down on him with each passing moment. Ben was still gone. The symbols, the eerie whispers, the strange growl, they all pointed to something darker, something ancient, something that had been waiting for them. They hadn't just stumbled upon a forest steeped in legend. They had stumbled upon a living nightmare, a place that seemed to bend reality itself. And yet, the worst of it wasn't just the absence of Ben or the terrifying things they had found in the woods. It was the feeling that something was watching them, something lurking in the darkness. "I don't like this," Sophie whispered, her eyes flicking nervously toward the trees. "I keep seeing things in the shadows, figures moving between the trees. I'm not sure if it's real." "We're all seeing things," Emily muttered, her hands trembling as she clutched her jacket tighter around herself. "It's just the dark. It messes with your mind." Luke, who had been pacing anxiously near the fire, stopped and turned toward the others. His face was pale, his breath coming in shallow bursts. "It's not just the dark, Emily. I saw it too. A man, a figure. He's out there watching us. He's been following us since we entered the woods." Alex stood up abruptly, his heart pounding. "A man? What are you talking about, Luke?" "I saw him," Luke insisted, his voice tight, standing between the trees, watching us. He didn't move, just watched. Sophie's eyes darted to the edge of the camp. "You're all imagining things," she said, though her voice lacked conviction. "We're all on edge. It's the fear, the paranoia. This place, this forest, it messes with your head." But Emily, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up, her voice barely more than a whisper. "I saw him too." Alex turned toward her, his brow furrowed. "What do you mean, Emily?" "Who?" "The man in the woods," Emily said, her voice shaking. "I saw him standing between the trees, just like Luke said. I thought I was imagining it. But then I saw him again. He was watching us, and when I looked away, he was gone." A heavy silence fell over the group, and the fire crackled as though it were the only thing holding them together. Each of them was caught in the web of fear, unable to escape it, unsure if what they were seeing was real or just the product of their collective anxiety. "Do you think it's him?" Luke asked, his eyes wide with terror. The killer from the legend? The one who disappeared in these woods all those years ago? I don't know, Alex said, his voice low and uncertain. It could be him, but I don't think so. It feels different. I think we're seeing something else, something more ancient. Sophie's voice trembled. Something worse? Alex didn't answer. He couldn't. Because deep down, he was starting to believe that whatever was watching them, whatever was stalking them through the trees, wasn't just a man or a murderer from the past. It was something much older, something that lived in the forest, something that had always been there, waiting for the right moment to return. The wind picked up, rustling the leaves in the trees and sending a shiver through the group. The temperature dropped suddenly, and the air felt thick and suffocating. As the last rays of sunlight disappeared, the darkness seemed to consume everything around them. The shadows grew longer, deeper, stretching across the ground like fingers that reached for their ankles. That's him, Luke said suddenly, his voice barely above a whisper. I saw him again. Everyone turned toward him, their eyes wide with fear. Luke was pointing toward the tree line, where the shadows seemed to move unnaturally. There, in the distance, just at the edge of the firelight, was a figure, a man, standing still, just watching them. Alex's heart stopped. His breath caught in his throat. Is he real? Sophie asked, her voice breaking. Or is this just our minds playing tricks on us? I don't know, Alex said, his voice shaking. I don't know if it's real or not. The figure didn't move, didn't react. He just stood there, tall and imposing, his features hidden by the darkness. And yet, despite the distance, Alex could feel him, could feel his presence, as if the man was standing right in front of him, as if he could reach out and touch him at any moment. Why is he just standing there? Emily asked, her voice trembling. Why isn't he moving? I don't know, Alex whispered, but we need to leave, now. The figure remained motionless. And then, just as they were about to gather their things and flee, it happened. The figure took a step forward. It was slow at first, almost hesitant. But then he moved again, faster this time, his gait unnatural, almost predatory. He was coming toward them. Run! Alex shouted, his fear exploding into action. They didn't hesitate. They didn't question it. They turned and ran, pushing through the underbrush, tripping over roots and rocks, their hearts pounding in their chests. The sound of footsteps behind them grew louder, closer, as though the figure was chasing them, following them through the trees. But when they looked back, there was nothing. No man, no figure, just the dense, dark forest stretching on endlessly. They stumbled to a halt, breathless and trembling. The forest was silent again, the sound of their footsteps the only thing they could hear. But the feeling remained, the feeling that something was watching them, waiting for them. Alex's mind was spinning, the past, the present, the terror of the forest. It was all becoming a blur. The lines between reality and nightmare were starting to fade. He didn't know if they were being stalked by a man, by the ghosts of the past, or by something far darker, far older. And that's when he realized something else. The man they had seen, the figure standing in the shadows, he hadn't just been watching them. He had been waiting for them, and they had just walked right into his trap. Chapter 6. The Second Disappearance. The night had fallen like a weight, heavy and suffocating. The once quiet forest, so still during the day, now seemed alive with every creak of branches, every snap of a twig, every gust of wind that made the trees groan under the pressure. The fire, which had been the only source of warmth and light for hours, was beginning to fade. The once bright flames were now reduced to flickering embers that cast long, erratic shadows across the campsite. The darkness creeping closer with every passing moment. Alex sat near the fire, his eyes scanning the trees nervously, his mind racing. Ben was still missing. They had spent the entire day searching, calling for him, hoping against hope that he had somehow found his way out of the forest. But there was no sign of him. The feeling of being watched hadn't left them. In fact, it had only intensified. Sophie and Luke were sitting a few feet away, whispering quietly to each other, their eyes darting nervously toward the shadows. Emily was standing at the edge of the clearing, her arms crossed tightly over her chest, as she stared into the dark expanse beyond the camp. The air was thick with tension. Every rustle in the underbrush, every fleeting shadow, made them jump, their hearts racing with fear. They had barely spoken since the figure they had seen the night before, the man standing in the shadows, had disappeared, or had he? "Do you think it's him?" Sophie asked suddenly, breaking the silence. Her voice was barely more than a whisper, filled with a mixture of dread and uncertainty. Alex didn't need to ask who she was referring to. The figure, the one they had seen between the trees, the one who had stalked them with his cold, emotionless gaze, had been the focal point of their fear since that moment. None of them could forget how it had felt, standing there frozen, feeling the weight of his presence pressing in on them. "I don't know," Alex said, his voice hoarse, as though the words themselves were too heavy to speak. "Maybe it was just our minds playing tricks on us. Maybe it was just the darkness. Maybe," Emily said, her voice trembling, but it felt real. It felt like he was really there. Luke stood up suddenly, shaking his head. "This isn't right. None of this is right. We're not safe here. I can't shake the feeling that we're being hunted." "I don't want to be here anymore," Sophie said, her voice cracking. "We need to leave. We need to go back to the village, now." But Alex couldn't bring himself to agree. They had come too far now, deeper into the forest than any of them had ever imagined. The fear was real, but so was the sense that they had to keep moving forward, had to find Ben, had to understand what was happening. Something was out there, something ancient and terrifying, and it was drawing them into its grasp. "We can't leave yet," Alex said, his voice firm despite the tremor in his chest. "We need to find Ben. We can't just give up on him." Emily nodded, though her face was pale, her eyes wide with fear. "But what if we're the next ones to disappear?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. Alex didn't answer. He couldn't. The sound of something in the distance, a faint crack of branches breaking underfoot, made them all freeze. They turned toward the sound, straining their ears to catch any movement in the night. Nothing. But that's when they noticed it. The symbols. More symbols. And they were closer now. Closer than they had ever been before. The carvings in the trees were becoming more specific, more detailed. Each one seemed to speak to them, as if it knew exactly where they were, exactly what they were thinking. The symbols weren't random. They were deliberate, targeted, like they were marking their progress through the forest, anticipating their every move. The first one they found was deep and jagged, carved into the bark of a massive oak tree that loomed over them. It was a triangle, the edges sharp and precise, with a line running through the center. as though it were a warning. Below it, carved with a deep, deliberate hand, was the word, "Run." "Run," Sophie whispered, her voice trembling with a mix of disbelief and terror. Why would it say that? "I don't know," Alex said, his throat tight. "But it's like it knows what we're thinking. It's like it knows exactly where we're going." They walked on, hearts pounding in their chests, each step weighed down with the fear that they were being drawn further into the nightmare that seemed to stretch endlessly before them. The trees closed in around them, their branches like twisted arms reaching for them, and every movement seemed to amplify the tension, making the air feel thicker, heavier, as though the forest was pressing in on them from all sides. As they moved, they found more symbols, more marks. They were everywhere now, etched into the trees, carved into the very heart of the forest itself, and each one was more disturbing than the last. One tree had an image of a man, crudely carved into the bark, with hollow, empty eyes and a twisted grin. Beneath it were the words, "He is waiting." "Who is waiting?" Emily asked, her voice quivering. "What is this? What does it mean?" "I don't know," Alex said, his voice tight with fear. "But I think it's trying to tell us something, or warn us." Luke was breathing heavily now, his fear palpable. "This is insane. I can't take this anymore. I feel like we're being watched, like we're being hunted." The feeling had grown stronger now. The oppressive sense that something was watching them, waiting for them to make a mistake, was overwhelming. They had no idea how far they had gone into the woods, how deep they had ventured into the heart of the Black Pines. But the sense of hopelessness was now creeping into their minds. It was too much. "I can't do this anymore," Sophie said, her voice breaking. "I can't keep going." Before anyone could respond, there was a sudden sound, a rustling in the bushes, a soft, almost imperceptible noise. But it was enough to send a jolt of terror through the group. They turned, eyes wide, their bodies frozen in place. "Ben!" Alex called out, his voice shaking. But no one answered. Instead, they heard it, the sound of footsteps, not just one set, but several, slowly, deliberate, as though someone or something was walking toward them, stalking them through the dark. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Sophie. They turned just in time to see her vanish into the darkness, as though the forest itself had swallowed her whole. "Sophie!" Luke cried out, rushing toward the spot where she had disappeared. But there was nothing. No sign of her, no trace of her ever having been there. The others were frozen in place, staring into the darkness, their hearts racing. The panic was consuming them now, the reality of the situation crashing down on them. Sophie was gone, just like Ben. "We need to leave," Emily whispered, her voice cracking with fear. But they knew it was too late. There was no escaping the forest. The Black Pines had claimed them, and it would not let them go. The symbols on the trees were growing more frequent now, more urgent. Each one seemed to be anticipating their every move, marking their descent into madness. It was clear now. The forest wasn't just a place. It was a trap, a living, breathing entity, and they were its prey. And soon, they would all be gone. They could feel it. The weight of the forest was closing in on them, and there was nowhere to run. Chapter 7. The Dark Cave. The night had swallowed the forest whole, leaving only the faintest hints of light from the dying embers of their fire. The air was thick, heavy with an unnatural chill that seeped into their bones, clinging to their skin like the darkness itself. Alex, Luke, and Emily stumbled through the woods, their eyes wide with terror. Sophie was gone, vanished into the shadows without a trace, and the weight of her disappearance pressed heavily on their hearts, pushing them forward, deeper into the nightmare they had unknowingly entered. The Black Pines had become a labyrinth, an endless maze of towering, twisted trees that seemed to close in around them, cutting off any hope of escape. The symbols carved into the trees, warnings, threats, and messages they didn't understand, had become more frequent, more specific, like the forest itself was trying to guide them or perhaps trap them. They were no longer just following a path. They were being herded, pulled into the very heart of the woods. "We have to find shelter," Emily gasped, her breath coming in ragged sobs. "We can't keep running." "We'll die out here if we don't," Luke said, his voice a hoarse whisper, his eyes darting to the shadows that seemed to follow them, no matter how fast they moved. Alex didn't answer. He was too lost in his own thoughts, his mind spinning with images of Ben and Sophie, both gone, swallowed up by the forest. The fear gnawed at him, but somewhere in the back of his mind, a part of him refused to believe it, that they were trapped here, that the Black Pines had claimed them. They couldn't just give up. They couldn't let the forest win. That's when they saw it, a glimmer of something dark and hidden in the distance, just beyond the thick trees, barely visible through the dense underbrush. "It's a cave," Alex said, his voice trembling but filled with the faintest spark of hope. "A way out." Without another word, they stumbled toward the entrance, each of them praying that this would be their salvation. The earth beneath their feet grew steeper as they descended into the shadows, the mouth of the cave barely wide enough to let them pass through. The temperature dropped as they entered the cave, the air colder than anything they had experienced so far, as if the very walls of the cave absorbed all warmth and light. As they stepped further in, the darkness enveloped them completely. Alex flicked on his flashlight, the beam cutting through the thick blackness, revealing walls slick with dampness, and a strange, almost unearthly stillness that filled the space. "Do you think this will be safe?" Emily whispered, her voice quivering with fear. "Maybe it's a trap." "It has to be better than wandering around out there," Luke said, his voice laced with exhaustion. "Anything's better than that." They continued into the cave, each step echoing in the silence. The tunnel was narrow, winding, with jagged rocks lining the walls. The air was thick with the scent of earth, damp and musty, the smell of decay that seemed to hang in the very air. Then, just as they reached a wider part of the cave, something caught Alex's eye. A strange mark etched into the wall. It was a symbol, similar to the ones they had seen on the trees, only this one was far older, its lines worn and weathered with time. It was deep, carved into the rock with a precision that sent a shiver down his spine. "Another one," Emily murmured, her voice barely audible. "Just like the ones in the forest." But this one was different. It wasn't just a symbol, it was a pattern, an intricate series of shapes and lines, interwoven in a way that seemed almost deliberate. It felt like it was trying to communicate something, a message that had been buried for centuries. "Look," Luke said, his voice trembling as he pointed toward the floor of the cave. There, in the dim light, were objects, ancient, covered in dust and cobwebs, but unmistakably there. A collection of items, strewn haphazardly around the ground. "Someone was here," Alex said, his heart pounding. He stepped closer, kneeling to examine the objects. There were bones, worn and cracked, some broken, others arranged in strange patterns. A few old tools, rusted with age, lay scattered across the cave floor. The atmosphere was thick, with the sense that these objects weren't just abandoned. They had been placed here, intentionally. He reached out cautiously, his fingers brushing against the bones. The sensation was cold, unnatural, and a feeling of dread washed over him, suffocating him with the realization that whatever had been left here, whatever had once lived in this cave, was not of this world. The markings, the bones, the tools, they were part of something far older, far darker than they could ever understand. "Look at this," Emily whispered, her voice shaking. She was standing near the far wall of the cave, her hand on an ancient carving that seemed to stretch across the entire length of the stone. The symbol was more elaborate than the others, twisting and curling in unnatural ways, almost like it was alive, breathing. Alex moved toward her, his stomach knotting with dread. The carving was like nothing he had ever seen before, abstract yet somehow familiar. The shapes twisted into figures that seemed to writhe and shift in the light, as if they were moving under the surface of the stone. It was as if the rock itself was alive. "Do you think it means something?" Luke asked, his voice tight with fear. "Like some kind of warning?" "I don't know," Alex said, his voice trembling. "But I feel like whatever this is, it's been here for a long time. It's part of the forest. It's part of the black pines." Suddenly, a distant sound echoed through the cave, a low, guttural growl that seemed to come from deep within the earth, reverberating through the stone walls. The air grew colder, and the weight of it pressed down on them, thick and suffocating. "I don't like this," Emily said, backing away from the wall. "We need to leave. This place. It's wrong." But as they turned to leave, the entrance to the cave suddenly seemed farther away than it had been before. The darkness outside had grown deeper, more oppressive, as if the cave itself was closing them in, trapping them within its cold walls. Another growl echoed, louder this time, closer, and then they heard something else. A voice, low, barely a whisper, but unmistakable. "You cannot escape." The words chilled Alex to the bone. It wasn't just the forest, the symbols, or the strange markings. It was something else, something ancient that had always been here, buried deep within the heart of the black pines, waiting for anyone foolish enough to venture too close. The cave, the symbols, the growls. It was all part of a larger, more terrifying truth. There was something more in the woods than just a killer. Something older. Something far darker. The Black Pines weren't just a place. They were a prison for an ancient evil that had been trapped there for centuries, and now it was free. And as Alex, Luke, and Emily turned to flee, they realized the terrible truth. The forest had never just wanted to trap them. It had been waiting for them. Chapter 8. The Last Message. The forest had grown colder, the oppressive silence more suffocating with each passing hour. The black pines were no longer just trees. They were living, breathing things, their gnarled branches twisted like hands, reaching out to claim them. The shadows had lengthened into something that seemed to stretch forever, consuming everything in their path. The air had thickened with an unsettling quiet, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves, the whisper of wind, or the faintest snap of a twig. But it was not the silence that unnerved them. It was what came in the silence, the messages. At first, they had been vague, cryptic symbols carved into the trees, like warnings from some ancient force. But now, as the remaining survivors, Alex, Luke, and Emily, stumbled deeper into the forest, they began to notice something far more terrifying. The markings on the trees had changed. They were no longer just symbols or warnings. They were personal, and they seemed to know things about them, things they had never shared. "I can't do this anymore," Emily muttered, her voice shaking as she stumbled alongside Alex and Luke. Her eyes darted nervously to the trees. "This place is driving me insane." Alex didn't respond. He couldn't. He could feel it too. The weight of the forest pressing in on him. The constant sense of being watched. It wasn't just the dark shadows between the trees, or the unshakable feeling that they weren't alone. It was worse. Much worse. It was the messages. "Look," Luke said, his voice low and strained. He was pointing to the nearest tree, his finger trembling. "Another one." They approached cautiously, hearts hammering in their chests. The bark of the tree had been carved in a jagged, uneven manner, as though done in haste. But the message was clear. Too clear. It was as if it had been written just for them. "I know what you fear," Alex read aloud, his voice barely above a whisper. "I can see inside your mind." A chill ran down his spine, the words seeping into his skin, settling into his bones. He could feel the eyes of the forest on him, like an invisible presence, watching, waiting. The message was personal, no longer a warning but a threat. Someone knew them, knew their deepest fears. "What the hell is this?" Emily whispered, backing away from the tree. Her eyes were wide with terror, her breath coming in short, shallow gasps. How could it know that? "It," Luke murmured, his voice distant, almost detached. "It's not just the forest, is it? It's something else. Something alive." "I don't know what this is," Alex said, his heart racing. "But we need to keep moving. We can't stop here." But the forest was relentless. The messages kept coming. As they continued on, they found more trees with more words, each one carved with a deliberate, cruel hand. The messages were not just warnings now. They were tailored, designed to break them down. Each one seemed to play on their fears, to twist the knife in deeper. They were no longer simply haunted by the whispers of the forest. They were being hunted by it, hunted by something that knew exactly how to torment them. "You think you're safe, but you're not." Another message, carved into a tree near the base of a massive pine. The letters were jagged, uneven, as if they were being etched in desperation. Luke stepped forward, his face pale. "How is this happening?" he asked, his voice shaking. It's like it knows us, like it knows everything about us." "It's not just the forest," Emily said, her eyes wide. "It's the thing behind it, the thing we've been running from. It's inside our heads now." And then, as if to confirm her words, they heard it. A voice, soft and mocking, like a whisper carried on the wind. "You're not escaping. You're mine now." Alex turned, his eyes frantically searching the shadows, but there was nothing. No figure, no sign of movement. Just the trees, the darkness, and the suffocating silence. "Who's there?" Luke shouted, his voice growing frantic. "Show yourself." The forest didn't answer, but the messages kept coming. They were no longer just etched into the trees. Now they were written on the ground, carved into the bark of the fallen branches. The words seemed to appear out of nowhere, as though the forest itself was alive, growing with every passing moment. "I know your deepest regret, Alex. The words appeared on the next tree they came across. Alex froze, his blood turning cold as his eyes scanned the message. "I've never told anyone that," Alex muttered under his breath, a cold sweat breaking out across his forehead. The message was right. It knew the one thing he had buried deep inside him, the one thing he'd never been able to forget. You can't run from the past. His knees almost buckled under the weight of it. He turned to Luke and Emily, but they were already facing their own messages. Emily's face was pale, her lips trembling as she read the words carved into the next tree. "You're weak, Emily. You've always been weak." "No," Emily whispered, her voice breaking. "No, this isn't real. It can't be real." Luke's face was twisted in terror as he stared at the tree before him, the words etched deep into the bark. "I know your fear, Luke. I know the one thing you can't face." "I can't," Luke's voice faltered, his body trembling. I can't go on." The air around them seemed to close in, the forest pressing down on them from all sides. It wasn't just the trees anymore. It was the very ground beneath their feet, the very air they breathed. Every step, every breath felt heavier, as if the forest itself was trying to swallow them whole. "We have to get out of here," Emily said, her voice thick with panic. "We can't stay. We have to." "No," Alex said, his voice growing firm, though his heart was racing. "We can't keep running. We have to face it. We have to find out what's behind this, or it'll never stop." But deep down, Alex knew the truth. It wasn't just a physical thing. The forest wasn't just a killer lurking in the shadows. It was a mental force, playing on their deepest fears, their regrets, their weaknesses. It was using them against each other, breaking them down one step at a time. And as the night deepened around them, as the messages grew more specific and personal, they realized there was no escape. The forest wasn't just trying to kill them, it was trying to break them, to turn their minds against them before it claimed their bodies. And in the distance, beyond the trees, Alex could feel it. Something ancient, something powerful, watching them, waiting for the moment when they would finally break. "You are mine." The voice came again, closer now, more real, and with it, the forest seemed to close in tighter. This was the moment, the last message, the one they couldn't escape. They were already lost. Chapter 9. The Dark Truth. The forest had become a suffocating, claustrophobic nightmare, its towering trees like the walls of a prison that closed in tighter with every step. The whispers, the growls, and the messages had escalated, each one a reminder that they were not just trapped by the forest, but consumed by it. Alex, Luke, and Emily had no idea how much longer they could continue. Their bodies ached from exhaustion, their minds fraying from the relentless terror that had begun to warp their reality. Each passing moment felt like an eternity, as if they were teetering on the edge of madness. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and the darkness seemed to stretch endlessly before them. The black pines had grown more oppressive, more alive, and they were all feeling its grip on their souls. It wasn't just the physical threat anymore. It was the malevolent presence that hung in the air like an unshakable fog. But then, they found it. A clearing, deep within the forest, untouched by the horrors that had overtaken the rest of the woods. In the center of the clearing stood a stone altar, weathered by time, but still eerily intact. It was surrounded by ancient markings, runes and symbols carved into the earth, some half erased, others still sharp and vivid, as if they had been carved only moments ago. A chill ran down Alex's spine as he stared at the altar, its surface worn and cracked, yet ominously familiar. The stone seemed to pulse with a dark energy, like it was alive, waiting for something, or someone, to come closer. "This is it," Emily whispered, her voice filled with awe and fear. "This is where it all started." Alex nodded, his heart pounding in his chest. He could feel it, an overwhelming presence, something ancient and powerful that lingered in the clearing. He had no idea what they had uncovered, but everything in him screamed that this was the source, the center of it all. "This is where the evil lives," Luke said, his voice strained. His eyes darted nervously around the clearing, unable to settle on anything. "This is what's been hunting us. This is what's been calling to us." Emily stepped forward, her eyes wide with realization. The messages, the disappearances. It's all part of the ritual, isn't it? Alex's stomach turned as he stepped closer to the altar. He wasn't sure what he expected, but the sight of it sent a wave of dread crashing over him. The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. They were standing in the center of an ancient evil, a force that had been waiting for centuries, perhaps longer, for someone to disturb it, to unleash it. The markings in the clearing seemed to tell a story, though the meaning was unclear. Some of the symbols matched the ones they had seen carved into the trees, while others were completely foreign, their shapes twisted and unnatural. But the more Alex looked at them, the more he could feel a terrible understanding settling in. The symbols were part of a ritual that had summoned something dark and malicious, from the depths of the earth, or perhaps from beyond it. "I think we've found it," Alex said, his voice barely a whisper. He reached down to trace one of the symbols on the stone altar, his fingers trembling as he touched the cold surface. "This is the ritual. This is what brought it here." But just as he spoke, the air seemed to shift. The shadows in the clearing deepened, and a low, guttural sound echoed through the trees, a deep, resonating growl that seemed to come from the very earth itself. Alex's blood ran cold as he realized that the presence they had been feeling, the presence that had haunted them, was here. It had always been here, lying dormant, waiting for the right moment to awaken. "This is what has been hunting us," Emily said, her voice trembling. She stepped back, her eyes wide with terror. "This is the thing that killed Ben and Sophie." Luke shook his head, his face pale. "No, this isn't just some monster. This is something worse, something that's been trapped here for centuries, and now it's free." The growling sound deepened, becoming louder, more frantic, as though the entity was sensing their presence, growing agitated at being disturbed. Alex could feel it now, the pull of the darkness, the suffocating weight of it pressing in on them from all sides. The air was thick with malevolent energy, and the earth beneath their feet seemed to vibrate with a low hum. Whatever this was, whatever had been summoned all those years ago, it was awake, and it was hungry. "It's a cycle," Alex said, his voice filled with dread. "The ritual, the disappearances, the messages, it's all part of a never-ending cycle." "What do you mean?" Emily asked, her voice strained. Alex stepped back from the altar, his eyes scanning the symbols around the clearing. "This ritual, it didn't just summon the entity, it binds it. It's like the entity can't leave this place. It has to stay here, in these woods. But the ritual keeps it alive. It needs new souls to keep feeding, to keep the cycle going. And every time someone dares to enter these woods, it gets stronger. It uses us. It uses our fear." The realization hit him hard. They weren't the first to fall victim to this evil. Ben, Sophie, the countless others who had disappeared over the years, they were all part of the same cycle. The ritual hadn't just been meant to summon the entity. It had been designed to feed it, to keep it alive, to keep it in this place, where it could hunt anyone who dared to venture too close. And now we're part of it, Luke said, his voice barely above a whisper. We've always been part of it, Alex replied, his mind racing with the implications of their discovery. This forest, these trees, this clearing, it's all a prison, and we've just unlocked it. A sudden burst of movement broke through the oppressive silence, and the air seemed to pulse with energy. The growl that had been echoing through the trees grew louder, turning into a roar of rage. The shadows around them twisted and writhed, taking on shapes that didn't belong, as though the very darkness had come alive to devour them. We need to leave, Emily gasped, her voice cracking with fear. Now! But as they turned to run, they realized the clearing had changed. The trees that had once formed a simple ring around them were now closing in, their trunks twisting together, blocking their way out. The path back had vanished, replaced by an impenetrable wall of darkness. The forest was alive, and it wasn't letting them go. The ritual, Alex whispered, his voice thick with terror. It's a prison. It traps you here, forever. We've awakened it, and now it's going to consume us. Luke's face went white with realization. We have to stop it. We have to finish the ritual. End the cycle. End it, Emily gasped. How do we end it? We're trapped here. The growl turned into a deafening roar, and the ground beneath their feet trembled. Something was coming, something enormous, and it was closing in on them. The three of them looked at each other, fear and desperation in their eyes. They had two choices: face the entity and try to stop it, or run and hope they could escape. But the forest was a prison, and there was no escaping the black pines. The truth was undeniable now. They were part of a cycle that had existed long before them, and whatever ancient evil had been bound to these woods had finally broken free. And now, it was their turn. Chapter 10. The Last Whisper. The forest had swallowed everything. The once towering trees of the black pines now seemed like twisted sentinels, their branches clawing at the sky, as if trying to reach beyond the heavens themselves. The darkness had become absolute. There were no stars, no light, only an oppressive shadow that hung over everything. Alex had watched as his friends, Luke and Emily, had succumbed to the forest's relentless grip. It hadn't been quick. It hadn't been merciful. One by one, they had fallen, their screams swallowed by the trees, their bodies claimed by whatever evil had been festering here for centuries. And now, Alex was alone. His steps were slow, deliberate, as he walked through the forest that had become his prison. His mind was shattered, his body numb from exhaustion, but something deep within him still screamed to survive, to escape, even though he knew it was futile. The black pines had consumed them all. The messages carved into the trees had grown more frequent, more personal, tormenting him with every step. He could still hear their voices in his head, the whispers of Emily, Luke, and even Ben, calling out to him, urging him to turn back, to give in to the forest's hunger. But it was too late. The last time Alex had seen Emily, she had been pulled into the shadows, her face a mask of terror as she screamed his name. Luke had disappeared moments after, the forest swallowing him whole, leaving no trace behind. The whispers had grown louder, more insistent, and Alex had been left with nothing but the haunting memory of their last moments. He hadn't wanted to stay, but he couldn't leave. Every time he tried, the forest closed in, the trees shifting to block his path, the shadows stretching to suffocate him. The black pines were alive, and they were watching, waiting, biding their time, until they had consumed him too. Alex stumbled through the forest, his heart pounding in his chest, the adrenaline coursing through his veins. His breath came in shallow gasps, his mind barely holding on to reality. Every step felt like it was leading him into the deepest corner of the earth. Every sound from the forest, a reminder of the malevolent presence that had taken hold of him. He was nearing the edge. He could feel it. The boundary between the black pines and the rest of the world, where the forest finally gave way to the open fields, the road that led back to the village. A way out, a chance to escape. But the forest wasn't done with him. It never would be. As he reached the edge of the woods, he felt a sudden shift in the air. The trees seemed to lean in closer, their branches creaking as though they were alive, their roots reaching deep into the earth, anchoring the forest to the very core of the world. The wind whispered through the pines, the familiar haunting sound of the forest's voice. It was like a lullaby, soft and soothing, but filled with a cold malevolence. And then, as Alex reached the clearing at the edge of the forest, he heard it. The whisper. Low, guttural, unmistakable. "Aren't you tired, Alex?" the voice hissed. It wasn't just a sound, it was a presence, a dark, malignant force that seemed to wrap around him like a suffocating fog. "You cannot run. You never could." Alex froze, his blood running cold. He knew that voice. It was the voice of the Black Pines, the voice of the entity that had haunted them since the moment they set foot in the forest. The whispers had become louder, more frequent, as if the very trees were speaking to him, feeding off his fear, urging him to give in. "You can't escape, Alex. You never will." The voice continued, its tone like a caress, sweet and terrifying. "The curse of the Black Pines is eternal. The cycle has been completed, and you are part of it, forever." Alex turned, his heart racing as he scanned the darkness behind him. He couldn't see anything, but he could feel it. The entity was there, lurking just out of sight, watching, waiting for the moment when he would break. Why are you doing this?" Alex whispered, his voice cracking. His knees buckled, and he sank to the ground, his hands trembling as he clutched at the earth, as if trying to hold on to something real, something solid. But there was nothing. "The cycle must continue," the voice answered, a slow, deliberate whisper that seemed to echo from all around him. "It is the way of things. The ritual must be completed. The souls of those who enter are mine. The Black Pines feed, and the curse lives on. You are not the first. You will not be the last." The trees around him seemed to shift, their branches twisting like serpents, reaching for him. The air grew colder, and a dark mist began to rise from the ground, curling around his feet, pulling at his ankles. It was as if the earth itself was alive, a prison that would not let him go. "You are the last, Alex," the voice whispered, its tone filled with a twisted sense of finality. "The final sacrifice. The forest will claim you. The cycle will be complete." Alex's breath caught in his throat as he struggled to stand, his legs weak beneath him. He couldn't move. The shadows were closing in, and the whispers were louder now, filling his mind with images of his friends, of Ben, of Sophie, of Luke and Emily, all of them, trapped in the same cycle, consumed by the Black Pines. And then, as the fog thickened around him, the last whisper came. It was soft, almost gentle, as if it were a lullaby meant to soothe him into the inevitable. "Sleep, Alex," it whispered. "The cycle has ended, but it will begin again." A wave of darkness swept over him, and he could feel himself slipping, falling into the abyss. He reached out, desperate to escape, but the darkness consumed him, dragging him deeper into the forest, into the heart of the black pines. The last thing he heard before the forest swallowed him whole was the whisper, faint and distant, but unmistakable. "The curse continues." And then, there was nothing. The cycle was far from over. Chapter 1: The Widow's Clock. Ashford was a small, sleepy village nestled between dense, shadowy forests. The type of place where time seemed to stand still, untouched by the outside world. A place where everyone knew everyone else's business, and secrets were carefully hidden, behind curtains drawn tight, both literally and metaphorically. The village had once been bustling, thriving on the wealth of the Ashford family, who had built a grand Victorian mansion on the outskirts of town. But that was decades ago, and now the mansion stood abandoned, a haunting relic of a forgotten time. The house had fallen silent, save for the whispers of the wind and the distant rustling of trees. It was at the heart of this village, in the looming shadow of that mansion, that strange deaths began to occur. The first was old Mr. George Lawson, a man who had lived in Ashford all his life. He had been seen walking home from the pub one evening, as was his routine, when he collapsed in the middle of the street. By the time the villagers had gathered around him, he was dead. No wounds, no signs of struggle, just the cold, vacant stare of a man whose life had been snuffed out in an instant. The medical examiner's report came back with no clear explanation. Heart failure, it said, though no one believed it. Old George had been as healthy as a man his age could be, and the timing was too strange. Just after the clock struck midnight, the very hour when the town's oldest and most peculiar legend began to stir once again. The clock, the one that had long been silent, had started to tick again. The villagers tried to dismiss the eerie coincidence, but it was impossible to ignore the creeping sense of dread that had settled over Ashford. The second death came soon after. Then, the third. Each one seemed to occur right after the clock's midnight toll, and each was equally baffling. A local shopkeeper found dead in his shop, his body frozen in a grotesque position, as if he had seen something terrifying just before his last breath. A young mother, choking on nothing, her eyes wide open in terror. They were all dead, and no one could explain why. No one but the villagers who whispered about the mansion, about the widow, and about the curse that had been left behind all those years ago. The house had belonged to Edmund Ashford, a wealthy man who had mysteriously disappeared one stormy night in 1902. The townsfolk had spoken of his sudden and inexplicable vanishing, but it was his wife, Clara Ashford, who had sealed the house's fate. After her husband's disappearance, Clara became a recluse, a shadow of the vibrant woman she once was. She would wander the halls of the mansion, speaking to herself, her once beautiful face twisted by grief and madness. Some claimed they could hear her crying in the night, calling out for Edmund. Others whispered she had gone insane, obsessed with the idea that her husband would return to her, that he was not truly gone. But one thing was certain. When Clara Ashford died, the mansion was left empty, her soul seemingly trapped within the walls of the decaying house. And with her death came the strange ticking of the grand pendulum clock. The clock that had stood silent for years ever since Edmund's disappearance, now began to chime at midnight, each toll bringing with it a new death, a new tragedy. The clock had become a symbol of the curse that had gripped Ashford, of the sorrow and madness left behind by the widow. As the village mourned its third death, the mayor called for a meeting. The villagers gathered in the town hall, an air of nervousness hanging thick in the room. It was clear that something darker was afoot. The mayor, a portly man named Reginald Cooper, stood at the front of the room, his face pale. "We cannot ignore this any longer," he began, his voice trembling. 3 deaths in as many weeks, and all of them at the stroke of midnight. It's no coincidence. We all know the legend. The widow's clock is waking again. A murmur ran through the crowd. Many of them had heard the stories as children, but few had ever truly believed them. Now, however, it seemed that the stories were no longer just tales told to frighten children. They were becoming terrifyingly real. One of the older villagers, Mrs. Alice Thomas, spoke up, her voice quivering with age and fear. "I saw it. I saw the light in the mansion's windows last night. The house. It's not empty. She's there. The widow. She's returned." The room fell silent as the weight of her words hung in the air. Mrs. Thomas was not one to make wild accusations. She was a practical woman, known for her stern demeanor. For her to speak in such a way made everyone uneasy. I don't know what to believe," said Reginald, wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead. "But I do know that we cannot allow this to continue. We must do something before it's too late." The villagers nodded, but no one spoke of what that something might be. They all knew the mansion was cursed, that whatever was happening was beyond their control. No one dared approach the old house, and no one wanted to face the widow's wrath. It was then that a new figure entered the town, one that might hold the key to the mystery. Evelyn Carter was a private investigator, known for her work on paranormal cases that had baffled local authorities. She had a reputation for solving the unsolvable, for uncovering the truth hidden beneath layers of fear and superstition. The mayor had reluctantly sent for her, hoping she might uncover the source of the deaths and bring an end to the terror that had gripped Ashford. Evelyn arrived at the inn the next day, her expression calm and professional, though the unease of the townsfolk was palpable as she made her way through the quiet streets. Her sharp eyes took in the village as she walked, noting the tension in the air. People would glance at her, then quickly look away, as if they feared she might ask questions they were not prepared to answer. That evening, as Evelyn sat alone in the inn's dining room, she overheard the whispers of the locals. They spoke of the clock, of the widow, and of the deaths that had begun to haunt the village once again. She listened intently, piecing together the fragments of the tale: the old mansion, the widow's clock, the mystery of Edmund Ashford's disappearance. It all sounded like the makings of a ghost story, a story the townspeople had kept alive through years of fear. But Evelyn was no stranger to fear. She was a woman of logic, of reason. She didn't believe in ghosts or curses, not in the traditional sense. Yet, there was something in the air of Ashford that made her pause, something that tugged at the back of her mind. She knew she had to investigate the mansion, had to confront whatever dark force lay hidden within its walls. As the clock struck midnight, Evelyn heard it, the unmistakable chilling sound of the pendulum. The clock had started again. In that moment, she felt a shiver run down her spine. Ashford had been shaken by its first death, but it would not be the last. Something dark was awake in the village, and Evelyn Carter was about to uncover the terrible truth behind it. Chapter 2. The arrival of Evelyn Carter. Evelyn Carter sat at her desk in her modest office, the faint hum of the city's noise drifting in through the cracked window. Her fingers hovered over the pile of paperwork she had yet to tackle, but her mind was elsewhere. Her work as a private investigator often led her into cases far from ordinary. Missing persons, unexplainable disappearances, and, occasionally, hauntings. She had built a reputation for uncovering the truth hidden beneath layers of superstition and fear. But this letter, this one strange plea for help, was unlike anything she had encountered before. The letter was from Ashford, a remote village far off the beaten path, surrounded by dark, sprawling forests. It was written in a frantic scrawl, the ink slightly smudged in places as if the writer had been in a hurry, or perhaps even afraid. The words were desperate, speaking of mysterious deaths, unexplained events, and a cursed mansion that loomed over the town. The writer, a local woman named Margaret, implored Evelyn to come immediately, before the village lost more of its residents to whatever dark force haunted it. Evelyn had learned over the years that when people turned to her with such pleas, they weren't always exaggerating. There was a certain weight in the letter's tone, an urgency that spoke of something real, something pressing. And so, Evelyn had made the decision to travel to Ashford. She packed her few belongings and left behind the busy streets of London for the eerie, silent village nestled in the woods. The journey was long, and as the train wound its way further into the countryside, Evelyn could feel the landscape changing around her. The buildings grew more sparse, the trees more dense, and the air itself seemed to thicken with every passing mile. By the time she arrived at Ashford's small train station, dusk was settling, casting a dim light over the village. The sense of isolation was palpable, and Evelyn couldn't help but feel a chill creep up her spine. It was as though the village was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. She made her way to the local inn, a quaint, almost shabby building, tucked between two larger houses, its windows dimly lit. The innkeeper, a middle-aged woman named Edith, greeted her with a forced smile. But Evelyn could see the nervousness in her eyes. It was clear that the people of Ashford were on edge, their nerves fraying under the weight of the recent tragedies. "Welcome to Ashford, Miss Carter," Edith said as she led Evelyn up a narrow staircase to a small room at the end of the hall. "I hope you find your stay comfortable. We don't get many visitors here, especially not investigators." Evelyn nodded, her gaze taking in the creaking wooden floorboards and the faded wallpaper that adorned the walls. It was a place frozen in time, much like the village itself. When Edith left her alone in the room, Evelyn sat down by the window, her eyes scanning the darkening village below. The winding streets were eerily empty, and the few people she did see appeared to be moving in a hurried, almost furtive manner. Something was off here. She could feel it in her bones. The next morning, Evelyn set out to meet the townspeople. She had already reviewed the few details she had been given. 3 mysterious deaths, each occurring after the stroke of midnight, and all linked to the same ominous clock. She made her way to the town square, where a small group of people had gathered around the market stalls. Their conversations ceased when she approached, and their eyes quickly darted away, as though they were afraid to acknowledge her presence. She approached a middle-aged man who seemed to be selling vegetables from a wooden cart, hoping to engage him in conversation. "I'm investigating the recent deaths," Evelyn said, offering a friendly smile. "I was hoping you could tell me more about what happened." The man stiffened at her words, his gaze flicking nervously toward the clock tower at the end of the square. I don't know what you want to hear," he muttered, his voice low. People die all the time, but these deaths, they're different. Evelyn watched him carefully, sensing his reluctance to speak further. She knew he wasn't the first person to react this way. Everyone she had met so far had seemed uneasy, as if they were all holding something back. She pressed him gently. Different how? The man hesitated, then shook his head, clearly unwilling to say more. It's the clock. It's what happens after midnight. Evelyn nodded, a chill running through her. She had heard the legend of the widow's clock before, but hearing it spoken so plainly by someone in the village made it feel all the more real. Do you think the clock has something to do with the deaths? He glanced around nervously, lowering his voice. Some say it does, but talking about it, well, it doesn't do anyone any good. Before she could ask more, he quickly packed up his cart and retreated into the shadows of a nearby building. Evelyn's eyes followed him, but he was already gone, swallowed up by the village's gloom. Evelyn continued her walk, her mind churning with questions. She knew there was more to this than what the villagers were letting on. Every one of them seemed to share a quiet fear of something they could not explain. And yet, none of them were willing to confront it head-on. They were all too afraid, too hesitant to speak of the clock, the widow, or the strange happenings that had begun to plague their town. Later that day, she spoke with another local, a woman named Margaret, who had sent her the letter. Margaret's face was pale, her eyes hollow with exhaustion. She welcomed Evelyn into her modest home, where she explained the growing sense of panic that had taken hold of Ashford. Margaret had witnessed one of the deaths herself, and she could still hear the chilling sound of the clock's chimes in her ears. "I don't know what's happening," Margaret whispered, her voice quivering, "but I know it's connected to that clock. People are terrified, and no one dares to speak of it. We're all just waiting for the next one." Evelyn's pulse quickened. The pattern was becoming clearer. There was no logical explanation for the deaths, no sign of foul play or natural causes. But the clock, that cursed clock, seemed to be at the center of it all. Evelyn could feel a gnawing unease in her chest. This was no ordinary case, no simple mystery. The dark force that loomed over Ashford was not something easily understood. That evening, as Evelyn sat in her room, she heard it again. The unmistakable sound of a ticking clock echoing through the village as the clock tower struck midnight. Her heart raced. She had come here to solve a mystery, but now she felt as though she were walking deeper into something far darker than she had anticipated. The village of Ashford had been shaken by death, and Evelyn Carter had arrived just in time to uncover its chilling secrets. But she couldn't shake the feeling that she was not just investigating the deaths, she was being drawn into them. And the clock was counting down. Chapter 3. The first echoes of the clock. The village of Ashford was unusually still that night. The air was thick with the unspoken fears of its people, who lay awake in their beds, staring at their ceilings and listening to the night sounds that seemed to come from deep within the heart of the woods. Evelyn Carter sat by the window of her small room at the inn, the dim glow of a single candle casting flickering shadows across her face. She had spent the day speaking with the townsfolk, gathering bits and pieces of their stories, all of which pointed toward the same chilling truth. The deaths, the clock, and the curse seemed inextricably linked, but she still didn't understand how or why. As the clock tower in the village square struck midnight, Evelyn felt a sudden cold sensation wash over her. It was as if the world itself had stilled, holding its breath. The ticking, once an eerie background noise, seemed louder now, insistent, rhythmic, and cold. It reverberated through the walls of her room, deep into her bones. And then, like the toll of a bell marking the end of an era, the clock rang out. The sound echoed in the quiet night, a chilling reminder of the curse that had begun to claim lives in Ashford. But this time, Evelyn knew something had changed. It was as though the clock had awakened again, more powerfully than before, marking the beginning of something more sinister. Just hours later, the first death after Evelyn's arrival was reported. A local man named Henry Green, an elderly widow who had lived on the outskirts of town for as long as anyone could remember, was found dead in his home. The discovery came in the early hours of the morning, when a neighbor stopped by to check on him. Henry had no family left, and he was often left to his own devices. At first, the neighbor had thought nothing of the late hour, but when she entered his modest cottage, she found him slumped in his chair, his face frozen in a look of sheer terror. The news spread quickly through Ashford, and by the time Evelyn heard about the death, the village was already in an uproar. She wasted no time and made her way to Henry's home. The streets were silent as she walked, the fear in the air palpable, thick enough to taste. When she arrived at the small cottage, she was greeted by the town doctor, Dr. John Halford, who had been called to the scene. "Miss Carter," Dr. Halford said, his voice tight with apprehension, "I'm afraid we have another one. It's exactly like the others." Evelyn stepped inside and took in the scene. Henry Green's body was still sitting in the chair, his eyes wide open, his mouth slightly agape. There was no sign of a struggle, no wounds, nothing that could explain his sudden death. But what struck Evelyn immediately were the strange markings on his skin. Deep, irregular red lines that crisscrossed his arms and neck, as though something had scratched or pressed against his skin with an unnatural force. They looked almost like burn marks, though they were too erratic and too odd to be caused by any known source. "The autopsy report is on its way," Dr. Halford continued, "but the preliminary examination is unsettling. There's no visible cause of death, but the markings on his skin, they're not of this world." Evelyn knelt beside the chair, her eyes scanning the room. She felt it again, the oppressive weight of something dark pressing down on her. She had dealt with the unexplained before, but this felt different. There was an unmistakable energy in the air, as if some ancient force had been awakened, ready to claim its next victim. "Did you hear the clock last night?" she asked, her voice steady, though inside she was beginning to feel the mounting pressure of the mystery. Dr. Halford hesitated, clearly uncomfortable. I heard it, yes. I don't know what it means, but after everything that's happened, I'm not sure we can keep ignoring it." Evelyn rose and turned her attention to the window. She knew the clock's chimes had struck at the stroke of midnight, just as they had on the nights of the other deaths. She was beginning to see the pattern now, but there was still so much she didn't understand. Why had it taken so long for the clock to return to its cursed toll? What was its connection to the deaths? "I need to learn more about this clock," Evelyn said, her mind already working through the puzzle. "I need to find out who built it and what happened to it." Dr. Halford gave her a wary look. "You won't find anyone who'll speak of it. The clock's history is buried in the past, and no one wants to disturb it. People here, they're afraid. They've lived with the curse for decades, and they'd rather keep their distance from the house and the clock." Evelyn's gaze hardened. "I'm not afraid, and I won't stop until I understand what's happening here." The next day, Evelyn began her search for answers. She spent hours in the local library, sifting through dusty records and yellowed newspapers. What she found only deepened the mystery. There were reports from 1902, the year of the first wave of deaths connected to the clock. The records told of an entire family gone missing, presumed dead, and of Clara Ashford, the widow, who was said to have gone mad in the aftermath of her husband's disappearance. There was talk of rituals, strange happenings, and the disappearance of several townsfolk, all of which seemed to coincide with the chimes of the grand clock. But there was one account that caught her attention. An elderly man, one of the few remaining survivors of the events of 1902, had written a letter to the local paper years later, warning future generations about the curse of the clock. According to the letter, the clock was not just a timepiece, but a conduit for something far more sinister, a force that fed on fear and sorrow, and which could not be destroyed as long as the mansion stood. Evelyn needed to speak with this man. She made her way to his home that afternoon. The old man, named Walter Finley, was in his late 80s, his face wrinkled and thin, his eyes clouded with the fog of age. He sat by his window, staring out at the village lost in thought. "I know why you're here," Walter said when Evelyn introduced herself. "You've heard the clock. You've heard it toll, and you've seen what happens when it does." Evelyn nodded, her voice soft but firm. "I need to know what happened in 1902. What happened to the Ashford family? What's the connection between the clock and these deaths?" Walter sighed heavily, his hands trembling as he gripped the arms of his chair. "The clock is the key to it all. It was built by Edmund Ashford, the patriarch of the family, and it was meant to be a monument. But after his disappearance, it became something else, something cursed. The widow, Clara, she was the one who kept it running, kept it ticking. And the deaths, they followed." Evelyn listened intently, her mind piecing together the fragments of history and tragedy that Walter was recounting. She had known it would be dark, but she hadn't expected it to be this sinister. The clock wasn't just a relic of the past. It was alive, connected to the pain of the Ashford family, and, by extension, the village itself. "Why does it still strike?" Evelyn asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Walter's eyes met hers, full of sorrow and fear. "Because as long as the clock lives, the curse will never end, and now it's awake again." Evelyn knew one thing for sure now. The clock was not just marking time, it was marking death, and it would not stop until it had claimed every soul in Ashford. And Evelyn Carter had become its next target. Chapter 4. The Connection to 1902. Evelyn Carter stood at the edge of Ashford's main square, gazing toward the looming silhouette of the mansion in the distance. The town had been shaken by the recent deaths, each more mysterious and chilling than the last. The old clock had tolled again, and with each strike, the village seemed to slip further into darkness. But there was something more, something deeper, that Evelyn couldn't ignore. The events of the present were not just isolated incidents. They were connected to something much older, something that had happened more than 20 years ago. She had spent the day scouring the town's archives, searching for any information that could explain the violent deaths of the past. The records were sparse, old, and faded, but they painted a chilling picture. There were whispers of unsolved murders, strange occurrences, and a powerful family that once ruled Ashford, the Ashford family. And at the center of it all was the clock, a monument to both the family's wealth and the terrifying curse that seemed to have followed them for generations. The year 1902 had been the year of the Ashford family's fall from grace. The town had been gripped by a series of gruesome murders, the victims all members of the same wealthy family that lived in the mansion at the edge of the village. The case was never solved, and the police had no leads. There were rumors, of course, whispers in the taverns and around the market stalls, that the family had been involved in something far darker than anyone was willing to admit. But the truth remained elusive, buried beneath layers of fear, secrecy, and time. Evelyn's investigation had led her to a series of chilling newspaper reports from that year. The first murder had been that of Edmund Ashford, the patriarch of the family. His body had been discovered in his study, slumped over his desk with a single fatal wound to his chest. No signs of a struggle, no evidence of an intruder, just the blood-stained papers scattered across the floor. The town had been in shock, but it was only the beginning. Shortly after, Edmund's wife, Clara Ashford, had been found dead in the garden, her neck twisted at an unnatural angle. Some said it was a suicide, others a ritualistic killing, but no one could agree on the cause. The murders didn't end there. Over the following weeks, the Ashford children, 2 sons and a daughter, were found dead in various parts of the mansion. The daughter, Mary Ashford, was discovered in her bedroom, her face contorted in terror. One of the sons, Robert Ashford, had been found in the family's library, his body slashed with deep, precise cuts. The other son, Edward, had been found hanging from the bell tower of the mansion. The gruesome nature of the deaths had led many to believe that something dark and ancient had taken root in the Ashford house. Some even whispered that the family had been involved in occult practices, rituals designed to summon forces beyond human comprehension. The police had been unable to solve the case, and as the months passed, the Ashford mansion was abandoned, left to rot with the memory of its tragic past. But the deaths did not end with the family. There were reports of other townspeople disappearing in the weeks following the murders. Bodies were found in the nearby woods, in the fields, and in the rivers. Some had their throats slit, others were burned beyond recognition, and still, no answers came. The village lived in a state of fear, paralyzed by the unknown. In the wake of the murders, Clara Ashford's body had disappeared. Some said she had been buried in secret, while others believed that she had not died at all, but had instead vanished into thin air. There were stories that she had gone mad in the wake of the murders, her mind broken by grief and guilt, but no one knew for sure. Her disappearance marked the end of the Ashford family's hold over the village. The mansion was left empty, its windows boarded up, and its doors sealed shut. But even after the family was gone, the clock, the grand pendulum clock, remained. The same clock that had stood in the mansion for generations, marking the passage of time with its rhythmic ticking. And with every toll, it seemed to call out to something ancient and dark, something that had been awakened by the tragedy of the Ashford family. It was as if the clock had become an anchor, holding the ghosts of the past in place, tethering them to the present. Evelyn had learned all of this in the course of a single day, and it was enough to make her blood run cold. The events of 1902 were not just a series of random killings, they were the beginning of something far darker. The clock, which had been silent for years, had now begun to tick again, and with it came death. The deaths that had occurred in the present were too similar to those of the past to be a mere coincidence. The clock had not only survived the passage of time, it had waited for the right moment to awaken again, to claim more victims, to complete what had been started. As Evelyn sat in her room that evening, her mind racing with the connections she had uncovered, She felt the weight of the town's fear pressing down on her. She knew that the answers she sought lay within the walls of the Ashford mansion. But there was something else, something more personal that she needed to confront. The clock was not just a tool of fate, it was a curse, and she was now part of it. Her name had been spoken in the same breath as the deaths of the villagers, and she could feel its cold touch upon her skin. The clock had chosen her, just as it had chosen the others. That night, as she lay in bed, unable to sleep, Evelyn heard it again, the unmistakable sound of the clock's ticking, echoing through the village like a heartbeat in the dark. It had struck midnight again, and once more, she felt the chill in the air. The town was waiting, holding its breath, waiting for the next death to come. Evelyn knew that she had no choice but to face the truth head on. The clock was not merely a relic of the past, it was the key to the entire mystery. The deaths in 1902, the disappearance of Clara Ashford, the cursed mansion, all of it was connected. The clock had been the catalyst for the tragedy of the Ashford family, and now it seemed to be repeating history, one death at a time. Evelyn's heart raced as she realized the full extent of what she had to do. She had to find a way to stop the clock, to break the curse before it was too late. The mansion held the answers, but it was also where the danger lay. The shadows of the past were closing in on her, and she had no idea who or what she would find waiting in the dark. The clock's toll rang out again, its echo deep and ominous. The past had returned to haunt Ashford, and Evelyn Carter had become its unwilling witness. But she was not ready to be a victim. She would not let history repeat itself. Not if she could stop it. Chapter 5. The Shadow of the Widow. The mansion loomed over Ashford like a silent sentinel, its tall windows staring out like hollow eyes into the surrounding woods. The once grand Victorian house, now crumbling and abandoned, had long been forgotten by most, left to rot beneath the weight of its own dark history. Yet for Evelyn Carter, it had become the center of her investigation, the place where answers and dangers awaited her. She had spent days exploring the mansion's decaying halls, dust-covered furniture, and rooms filled with the ghosts of a once wealthy family. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind through the broken windows felt like an intrusion of some unseen force. The house was alive with a sense of watchfulness, a presence that Evelyn could not ignore. But it wasn't just the house that unnerved her. It was the feeling of being watched, as if eyes were always following her through the shadowy corridors. At first, she dismissed it as nothing more than the eerie atmosphere of an abandoned mansion. But soon, it became clear that something far more sinister was at work. Late one afternoon, as Evelyn descended into the lower level of the house, she caught a fleeting glimpse of something, or someone, moving at the edge of her vision. A shadow, tall and thin, darting just out of her reach. She turned quickly, but the figure had already vanished. She stood still, her breath caught in her chest, straining to hear anything that might confirm her suspicion. Nothing. The house was silent, but Evelyn couldn't shake the feeling. It was as if something, or someone, was waiting for her, following her every move, hiding just out of sight. Over the following days, the sightings continued. A fleeting figure in the corner of a room, a shadow that seemed to pass through walls, a cold draft that appeared from nowhere. At first, the figure seemed like nothing more than a trick of the light, a figment of her overactive imagination. But as time went on, the presence grew stronger, more insistent. It wasn't just the house that was haunted. It was as though the very air itself had become thick with something malevolent. Then came the dreams. Evelyn had never been one to believe in the supernatural, at least not in the way most people did. But these dreams were different. They were vivid, terrifying, and always the same. She would find herself standing in the mansion's grand foyer, staring at the staircase that led to the upper floors. The air would be thick with dust, and the smell of old wood and decay would hang heavily in her nostrils. And then, from the shadows, she would see her. The figure of a woman, tall and thin, dressed in black mourning clothes, her face obscured by a veil. The woman would step forward, and Evelyn could feel the weight of her gaze, cold and unnerving. The air would grow colder still, and the room would seem to pulse with an energy that felt both ancient and dark. "You must leave," the woman's voice would whisper, her words echoing in the vast empty hall. The clock is not just a timepiece. It is a vessel, a prison for all the souls it has claimed. And it will claim yours too, if you do not stop it. The figure would reach out toward Evelyn, her hand pale and thin. And just as it touched her skin, Evelyn would wake with a start, her heart racing, her body slick with sweat. Every night, the dreams grew more intense, more real. And every time she woke, she felt a growing sense of dread, a sense that something was watching her even when she was awake. The presence in the house was no longer just a passing sensation. It was a force, a malevolent energy that sought her attention. Evelyn knew it was tied to the clock, but she could not yet understand how or why. One evening, after a particularly restless night, Evelyn returned to the mansion, determined to uncover the truth. The house was bathed in an eerie glow from the setting sun, the fading light casting long shadows across the floor. She made her way down the hall, her footsteps echoing in the silence. The rooms were still, save for the faint whisper of wind that rustled through the broken windows. As she turned a corner, she saw it again, the shadow. This time, it was not a fleeting glimpse, but a full apparition. The figure stood at the end of the hallway, half hidden in the darkness. It was the woman from her dreams, the widow, her face hidden behind a veil, her eyes shadowed by darkness. Evelyn's breath caught in her throat. She should have been afraid, should have turned and run, but instead, she felt a strange pull, a need to confront the figure, to demand answers. "Who are you?" Evelyn called out, her voice trembling despite herself. "What do you want from me?" The figure did not answer. Instead, it moved slowly toward her, the faintest of whispers filling the air. "The clock calls for its next toll," the voice murmured, low and haunting. "Time is running out." Evelyn stood frozen, the words echoing in her mind. The clock. The clock had been the source of all this, the heart of the curse that had plagued Ashford for decades. The widow, Clara Ashford, had been tied to the mansion, to the clock, and now she was a part of it. A shadow, an echo of the past, bound to the clock and its toll. "You have to stop it," the widow's voice whispered, growing fainter with each word. "Before it consumes you, before it takes everything." The figure reached out, her hand hovering just inches from Evelyn's face. Evelyn could feel the coldness radiating from her, a chill that seemed to seep into her very bones. But before the touch could make contact, the figure vanished, leaving Evelyn standing alone in the dim hallway, her heart racing. The cold lingered, and the air felt heavier now, as if the mansion itself were alive. watching, waiting. Evelyn knew the widow's warning was not just a dream, it was real. The curse was not just a relic of the past, it was alive, and it had chosen her. Evelyn hurried out of the mansion, her mind racing with the implications of what she had just witnessed. The widow's presence was more than just a haunting. It was a warning, a call to action. The clock had begun its toll once again, and with it, the spirits of the past had returned. But they were not just spirits. They were part of the curse that bound the mansion and the clock together. The widow, Clara Ashford, was no longer just a victim of the curse. She was its guardian, its agent, and she would stop at nothing to ensure that the clock's toll continued. Evelyn had no choice now. She had to find a way to break the curse, to stop the clock before it claimed her and the rest of Ashford. But with the shadow of the widow watching her every step, she knew it wouldn't be easy. The clock had a power beyond her understanding, and the widow's warning made one thing clear. Time was running out. Chapter 6. The Deadly Tick-Tock. Evelyn Carter sat at the edge of her bed, staring at the old clock on the wall, its hands moving steadily, inexorably toward midnight. She could feel the heavy presence of the mansion all around her, its walls steeped in history, its floors echoing with the whispers of the past. The air was thick with an unseen weight, and Evelyn's heart beat in time with the rhythmic ticking, each second bringing her closer to something she wasn't ready for. The past week had been a blur of fear and confusion. After the disturbing encounter with the spectral figure of the widow and the chilling dreams that seemed to pull her deeper into the mystery, Evelyn had started to see a pattern emerge. The deaths in Ashford were not random. They all occurred at the exact same time, midnight, and with each death, the sense of inevitability grew stronger. The village had been in a state of panic. The townsfolk who had once lived in fear of the Ashford mansion and its cursed clock were now paralyzed by terror. Each time the clock struck 12, someone else was found dead. No one understood why or how, but everyone knew that the clock had something to do with it. Evelyn had begun to gather as much information as she could, speaking with the villagers, piecing together the circumstances of each death. The first had been Henry Green, an old man found slumped in his chair, his face frozen in terror. The second had been Margaret Faulkner, a woman in her late 50s, discovered in her kitchen, her hands frozen in a gesture of horror, her face contorted in agony. The third, a local farmer named Thomas Reed, had been found in the fields just outside the village, his body twisted unnaturally, as if something had broken him from the inside out. Each death followed the same eerie pattern. No apparent wounds, no signs of a struggle, only the marks of fear and the chilling certainty that the clock had somehow been involved. The villagers spoke in hushed tones about the curse of the clock, but no one dared to approach the mansion. Everyone knew the stories of Edmund Ashford's disappearance, of Clara's madness, of the deaths that had haunted the family and the village for years. But now, with the clock ticking once again, the horrors of the past had resurfaced, and the town was crumbling under the weight of its own fear. Evelyn had spent hours in the mansion, trying to understand what it was that connected the deaths to the clock. The more she searched, the less sense it made. There was no obvious link between the victims, no common factor that could explain the brutal deaths. But the clock, the relentless ticking of the clock, seemed to be at the center of it all. It was as if the clock was a trigger, a countdown to the next life that would be claimed. But by what? Or by whom? And why? The The first time Evelyn heard the clock strike midnight, it felt like a distant echo. The sound had reverberated through the house, deep and ominous, like the toll of a bell marking the end of something important. But as the days passed, it grew louder, more insistent, each chime filling her with an unbearable sense of dread. She had tried to ignore it, to tell herself that it was simply an old clock, its mechanisms long forgotten. But the truth was undeniable. The clock had a power, an unholy power, that seemed to be tied to the deaths. As midnight approached once again, Evelyn's thoughts raced. She had to find a way to stop this. She couldn't let the clock claim more lives. The next victim could be anyone. Someone she knew, someone she had spoken to just hours before. It could be her. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. She rose quickly, heart pounding, and opened the door to find Dr. John Halford standing in the hallway, his face drawn and pale. "Evelyn," he said, his voice tense, "I need to speak with you. It's happening again." Her heart sank. Another death? He nodded grimly. A man named Edward Harding. He was found dead this evening, just after the clock struck 12. Evelyn's mind raced as she followed him outside into the night. She had seen Harding earlier that day, a local carpenter who had worked on the mansion's exterior. He had seemed perfectly fine, no signs of illness, no indication that he was in danger. And yet, he was now dead, just like the others. They arrived at the scene quickly, a small cottage on the outskirts of Ashford. The door was open, and inside, the flickering light of an oil lamp cast long shadows across the floor. Edward Harding's body was sprawled across the wooden floor, his face contorted in a grotesque expression of terror. His hands were clenched tightly, as if he had been trying to grasp something in the air, and his eyes were wide open, fixed on something only he could see. Evelyn stepped closer, her stomach churning. "It's the same as the others," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Dr. Halford nodded, kneeling beside the body. "There's no sign of injury, no wounds, but look at his hands," he said, pointing to the pale, rigid fingers. "It's as if something, or someone, was squeezing the life out of him." Evelyn swallowed hard, her mind spinning. This wasn't just a series of random deaths. This was something deliberate, something planned. But by whom? Or by what? "I don't understand," she murmured. "What is it about midnight? Why does it only happen then?" Dr. Halford looked up, his face grim. "I've been speaking to the older residents of Ashford. There are stories, old stories, about the clock. They say it's not just a timepiece. It's a marker, a boundary between life and death. And every time it strikes 12, it claims another soul." Evelyn's blood ran cold. "A marker? A boundary?" He nodded. "That's what they believe. The clock was created by Edmund Ashford, but it wasn't just for telling time. It was part of something darker. A way to control the flow of life and death, a way to mark the moment when a soul would be taken." Evelyn shook her head in disbelief. "But that doesn't make any sense. A clock doesn't have that kind of power." Dr. Halford sighed. "I don't know what to believe anymore. All I know is that the deaths are happening in a pattern. Every time the clock strikes 12, someone dies. It's as if the clock itself is calling for them." Evelyn felt a cold shiver run down her spine. She had to stop this before the clock claimed yet another life. But the more she thought about it, the more the puzzle pieces slipped from her grasp. The clock was at the center of it all, but it was as if the answers were just out of reach, hidden behind a veil of shadows and fear. The ticking continued, echoing through the mansion, louder now, more insistent. And as Evelyn stood there, facing the chilling truth of what was happening, she realized with growing horror that the clock wasn't just marking time. It was marking the end of Ashford itself. Chapter 7. The Hidden Truth in the Mansion. The mansion seemed to breathe with an unsettling pulse, its decaying walls a testament to the passage of time. Every room Evelyn entered was thick with dust and shadows, the remnants of a family long gone, and yet the air felt alive. Alive with the weight of untold stories and unbroken silence. As the days wore on, Evelyn felt as though she were being drawn deeper into the mansion's heart, into its dark past. The house was more than just a relic. It was a trap, and she could feel its grip tightening around her with each passing hour. Her investigation had led her to one undeniable truth. The deaths in Ashford were linked to the mansion and to the widow, Clara Ashford, who had vanished after the brutal murders of her family. But as the clock's toll continued, it became clear that Clara was not merely a victim of circumstance. She had been part of something far darker, something much more dangerous than anyone had imagined. Evelyn had spent hours combing through the mansion's abandoned rooms, poring over old papers, letters, and photographs that offered only fragmented glimpses of the past. She had found traces of the Ashford family's once wealthy life, but the deeper she dug, the more she felt a growing unease. There were too many questions without answers, too many blank spaces in the story of the family's downfall. What had happened to Clara? What had driven her to madness? And why did the clock seem to hold such a powerful grip on the events that were now unfolding? It was late one evening when Evelyn stumbled upon something unexpected. She had been exploring the mansion's west wing, a part of the house that seemed to have been largely forgotten, the rooms shut off and covered in layers of dust. As she turned a corner, she noticed a door that seemed out of place, a door that was partially hidden behind a thick drape of cobwebs. It was old, the wood worn and cracked, but there was something about it that caught her attention. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the handle, and found that it gave way with little resistance. The room beyond was dark, its air thick with a damp, musty smell. It was a small, narrow space, and as Evelyn's eyes adjusted to the dim light, she saw the remnants of what once must have been a study or a library. Shelves lined the walls, though most of the books had rotted away, their pages long gone. In the center of the room was a large wooden desk, its surface cluttered with old yellowed papers and strange objects. But what caught Evelyn's eye was the large leather-bound book that lay on the desk, its cover cracked and worn with age. Her heart raced as she approached the desk, her hand trembling as she picked up the book. It was heavy, its pages filled with writing that appeared to be hastily scrawled, as though the author had been in a frenzy. The handwriting was erratic, the ink smudged in places, but Evelyn could make out a few words here and there. She opened the book to the first page, and what she found sent a chill through her. The pages were filled with the ramblings of Clara Ashford herself, a journal of sorts, filled with notes that made little sense at first glance, but which began to take shape as Evelyn read on. The clock. It calls to me. The hour of midnight draws near. I must prepare. The ritual must be completed before the dawn. They don't understand. They never understood. Edmund, my dear Edmund, I thought I could bring him back. I thought the clock could bring him back. But it has a life of its own. It feeds on the suffering, on the blood. The pact was made. I had no choice. The voices, they are too strong. The clock's power, it is more than time. It is life and death, a bridge between worlds. If I do not follow through, all will be lost. Evelyn's breath caught in her throat as she read. The words were unsettling, but it was the references to the clock, to the ritual, and to a pact that made her blood run cold. Clara had not gone mad because of her grief. No, she had been driven to madness by something far more insidious, a pact, a bargain made with something dark and unknown. And the clock, that cursed ticking timepiece, was at the heart of it. Evelyn turned the pages quickly, her eyes scanning the increasingly frantic notes. Clara had been involved in something ancient, something forbidden. The ritual described in the journal was not just a simple attempt to communicate with the dead. It was an attempt to control life and death itself. The clock had been more than just a timepiece. It had been a conduit for something far darker, a way to control the flow of souls between the living and the dead. I have done it. Edmund will return. The clock will bring him back, but it will require more. The souls of the living, the blood of the innocent, they will feed the clock's hunger. Evelyn's hands shook as she closed the journal, the implications of Clara's words sinking in. The widow had not only been a victim of her own grief, she had been complicit in something far more sinister. She had made a pact with a dark force, using the clock to channel that power. And the deaths that had plagued Ashford, the ones that were still happening, were the result of that pact. Clara's descent into madness was not the result of personal loss, but rather the price she had paid for dabbling in forces beyond her understanding. She had not just lost her family, she had sacrificed them to the clock, to the very thing that had now returned to claim more lives. And Evelyn was now caught in the web of this curse, a curse that seemed to have no end. Evelyn's mind raced as she tried to make sense of everything. The clock, the ritual, the pact. How did it all fit together? And why had Clara's presence, her spirit, seemed to be so strongly tied to the mansion? Was she still alive in some form? Her soul trapped within the clock's mechanisms, unable to escape the pact she had made? The truth was becoming clearer with each passing moment, but it was also growing more dangerous. Evelyn realized, with a sinking feeling, that the clock had been feeding on more than just the lives of the Ashford family. It had been feeding on the fear, the guilt, and the sorrow that had lingered in the mansion. And now, it was feeding on her. She heard it before she saw it. The soft, rhythmic ticking, growing louder, faster. The clock was calling again. Evelyn stood, her heart pounding in her chest, the journal clutched tightly in her hands. She knew now that she had to confront the clock, to destroy it before it could claim any more lives. But with Clara's presence growing stronger and the curse that bound the mansion tightening its grip, Evelyn knew that it would not be so simple. The truth was clear. The clock was not just a timepiece, but a force of unimaginable power. And Evelyn was about to find out just how far that power would go to protect its secrets. As she turned to leave the room, the shadows in the mansion seemed to move closer, as though the walls themselves were alive, watching her every step. The clock's ticking echoed in her ears, relentless and unforgiving. Evelyn knew she had no choice but to face what lay ahead. The mansion's dark past had found her, and now she would have to confront it head-on before it was too late. Chapter 8. The Death of a Friend. The wind howled through the cracks of Evelyn's small cottage, the cold biting at her skin as she sat, huddled by the flickering light of a single candle. She had not slept well for days, haunted by the weight of her findings, by the shadows that seemed to follow her wherever she went. The mansion, the clock, and the widow's tragic legacy were all intertwined, creating a web of horror she had yet to fully unravel. But Evelyn could no longer ignore the truth. Something far darker was at work in Ashford, something that even her logic could not explain. It was on a dreary morning, as the heavy fog rolled in from the forest, that Evelyn received the news that would forever change the course of her investigation. Her ally, Robert Finch, a local historian who had been assisting her with research into the Ashford family's past, had been found dead in his own home. The circumstances were chilling. The report from the constable was sparse, but the details were enough to send a shiver through Evelyn's spine. Robert had been discovered in his study, the door locked from the inside, his face frozen in a grotesque expression of terror. His body was found slumped over his desk, just as he had been when Evelyn last spoke to him. Only this time, there was something far more sinister about his death. The clock, she was told, had struck midnight once again, mere moments before his passing. Evelyn could barely comprehend what she was hearing. She had just seen Robert the night before, and though he had been concerned about the growing number of deaths, he had seemed determined to continue helping her with her research. Together, they had uncovered pieces of the Ashford family's horrifying history, pacts with dark forces, the chilling nature of the clock, and the curse that had gripped the town. But Evelyn never imagined that one of the people closest to her would become the next victim of the curse. The town was in shock. Robert was a well-respected historian, known for his deep knowledge of Ashford's past. His sudden death sent ripples of fear through the village, and whispers began to spread, once again pointing to the clock and the growing body count. The fact that Robert had died just after the clock struck midnight was a grim confirmation of what everyone feared. The curse was real, and it was claiming victims one by one. Evelyn immediately went to his house, unable to shake the nagging fear that had settled in her chest. When she arrived, she was greeted by a somber group of villagers gathered outside the old cottage. No one dared enter, the doors sealed as though the house itself were now marked by death. The constable, a nervous man named Gregory Finch, Robert's distant cousin, was the first to approach Evelyn. His face was pale, his hands trembling as he spoke. "Miss Carter, I'm afraid the situation is as we feared. There are no wounds, no signs of struggle. He was at his desk, just as he always was. But his eyes..." Gregory swallowed hard, unable to finish his sentence. Evelyn nodded grimly, pushing past him to enter the house. The familiar scent of old books and dust filled the air as she stepped into Robert's study. There, on the desk, lay his lifeless body, his face locked in a mask of terror. His eyes were wide open, frozen in a gaze of fear that sent a chill down Evelyn's spine. His hands were splayed out before him, as if he had tried to reach for something in the air, but whatever it was had eluded him. The clock in the corner of the room ticked loudly, its chimes growing louder in the silence that followed. Evelyn's gaze shifted to the timepiece, and her heart sank. It had struck midnight once more. Her mind raced as she examined the scene. Robert had been a man of reason, someone who had approached the supernatural with skepticism, much like her. He had been instrumental in uncovering the connection between the Ashford family and the cursed clock. But now, he was the latest casualty, and Evelyn couldn't ignore the gnawing fear that the clock's curse had finally found its way to her doorstep. The clock, Evelyn muttered under her breath, her voice strained. She turned to Gregory, her expression hardening. Did he say anything before he died? Was there any indication of what he was afraid of? Gregory hesitated, glancing at the door as though he expected something or someone to appear at any moment. He spoke of the curse, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. He said the clock wasn't just a timepiece. It was part of something more, something that had been passed down through generations of the Ashford family. He believed that the clock was feeding off the fear of the town, and that the deaths were part of a larger ritual that had never been completed. Evelyn's stomach churned as she absorbed his words. The clock, it seemed, was not just a tool of fate. It was an instrument of terror, feeding off the suffering of those around it. Robert had believed that the ritual was still in progress, that the deaths were part of a dark plan that was slowly unfolding, a plan that would consume everyone in its path. She turned her attention back to Robert's body, the realization hitting her like a physical blow. The death of her friend was not a random occurrence. It was part of the pattern, part of the curse that had been set in motion long ago. The clock had claimed Robert, just as it had claimed the others, and Evelyn now understood, with terrifying clarity, that she was next. The air in the room felt heavier, and the rhythmic ticking of the clock seemed to echo in her skull. The more she thought about the deaths, the more it became clear that they were not just isolated events. They were connected by a dark thread that ran through the very fabric of the town's history. The Ashford family's legacy was one of blood, death, and darkness, and it was a legacy that Evelyn had unknowingly become a part of. With grim determination, Evelyn began to piece together the final elements of Robert's research. She knew that the connection between the clock and the deaths went beyond the supernatural. It was rooted in a curse that had been passed down through generations of the Ashford family. A curse that had consumed every member of the family and now sought to claim her as well. Robert had been close to uncovering the truth, but he had paid the ultimate price for it. Evelyn stood up, wiping the tears that had begun to form in her eyes. She would not let Robert's death be in vain. She had come too far to turn back now. The clock's toll was counting down, and if she didn't act quickly, she would be the next to fall. The curse of the Ashford family had begun long before her arrival, but she would be the one to break it. She glanced one last time at Robert's body, her resolve hardening. She would find the answers. She would confront the clock and destroy the curse, even if it meant facing the darkness that had consumed the town for so long. The clock chimed once more, its sound now a call to arms. Evelyn had no time to waste. The clock had claimed another life, but it would not claim hers, not if she could help it. Chapter 9. The Last Tick-Tock. The mansion stood as an imposing monument to its own tragic history. As Evelyn Carter walked through its darkened halls once again, the weight of what she had learned pressed heavily on her shoulders. The truth about the clock, the widow's curse, and the horrific chain of deaths that had plagued Ashford was no longer a vague puzzle she was trying to solve. It was a deadly reality she could no longer ignore. The revelations had come fast and furious in the days following Robert Finch's death. The journal of Clara Ashford had confirmed her worst fears. The clock was not simply a timepiece. It was an instrument of death, a tool of an ancient ritual that had been set in motion long before Evelyn ever set foot in Ashford. Clara, in her desperation to bring back her dead husband, had made a pact with an otherworldly force. The clock, which had once been a symbol of the Ashford family's wealth and power, was now a conduit for that dark force, feeding on the fear and despair of those it claimed. Evelyn had been through every corner of the mansion, piecing together the story of the Ashford family and the terrible legacy they had left behind. She now understood the deadly pattern. Each death, each soul claimed by the clock, was a part of a greater plan, a ritual that needed to be completed before the clock's final toll. And with every passing minute, the countdown to the clock's final strike was drawing nearer. The last tick of the clock would signal the death of the final victim, and Evelyn had come to realize, with a sickening clarity, that she was that victim. The clock had already marked her, as it had marked every other life it had claimed. Time, it seemed, was no longer on her side. She had to act, and she had to act quickly. As she walked through the mansion's halls, the silence around her was deafening. The clock's ticking was constant now, a deep, resonant pulse that seemed to echo in her bones. Every step she took brought her closer to the clock, to the source of all this suffering. She could feel it, the malevolent energy that seeped through the walls, that hung in the air like a shroud. It was as though the house itself was alive, and it was waiting for her. Evelyn had spent days trying to find a way to stop the clock, to break the curse that had been passed down through generations. She had scoured every inch of the mansion, looking for some clue, some hidden secret that might hold the key to destroying the clock. But nothing she had found so far had given her a solid answer. The clock itself was an enigma. Its workings were unlike anything she had ever seen. It was not simply a mechanical device. It was a conduit, a binding force that tied the Ashford family to the realms beyond. It was only when she had returned to the library, where she had found Clara's journal, that she had discovered the one thing that might stop the clock. In the final frantic pages of the widow's writings, Clara had spoken of a ritual that could sever the clock's connection to the dark force it served. It required great sacrifice, however, something that would force Evelyn to confront her own deepest fears. According to the journal, the ritual could only be completed during the final strike of the clock, the moment when the clock's power was at its peak. That moment was coming, and Evelyn knew that it was now or never. She could not afford to wait any longer. The ritual itself was simple but terrifying. It required the person attempting to stop the clock to face the entity that had bound itself to the timepiece. Clara's words had been clear. The clock will not yield easily. It will fight, and it will seek to consume you. But you must not hesitate. Only by offering a piece of your own soul can the clock be undone. You must be willing to lose yourself to save others. Evelyn's stomach churned as she read those words. She knew what it meant. The ritual would not simply break the curse. It would take something from her, something that she might never get back. To sever the connection between the clock and the dark force it served, she would have to sacrifice herself in a way that was beyond comprehension. The final hour was fast approaching, and Evelyn's mind raced with the implications of the choice she had to make. The deaths would continue, and more would die unless she acted. The clock had already taken too much, and it would not stop until it had claimed its final victim. But the ritual was dangerous. It was as if the clock had been made to fight back against any attempt to destroy it. If she failed, if she was unable to sever the connection, then she would become another part of its curse. She would become one of the souls trapped within its gears, forever bound to its ticking. Evelyn's heart pounded in her chest. She knew the clock's final strike would come soon. She could feel it in the air, a growing pressure, a tightening of the space around her. She was running out of time. She made her way through the mansion, her steps growing heavier with each passing moment. The clock was drawing her in, its rhythmic ticking a cruel reminder of the limited time she had left. She could feel the weight of the house pressing in on her as she ascended the staircase that led to the clock's room. Each step seemed to echo louder, as if the very walls were trying to hold her back. But there was no turning back now. She had come too far. At the top of the stairs, she saw it. The clock. Its face was covered in shadow, but its hands moved steadily forward, ticking toward its final hour. The deep chimes rang out in the silence, and Evelyn could feel the pressure building inside her chest. The air was thick with dark energy, and she could hear the whispers of the past, of Clara, of Edmund, of all the souls that had been consumed by the clock. They were all here, waiting for her. Evelyn took a deep breath, steeling herself for what was to come. She knew what she had to do. She had no other choice. If she didn't act, the town of Ashford would fall to the same fate as the Ashford family. The same fate that had already claimed Robert Finch, Henry Green, and the others. The curse would not stop until it had taken every last soul. She stepped forward, her hands trembling as she reached for the clock's pendulum. The moment her fingers touched the cold metal, the clock's hands jerked violently, and a sudden gust of wind swept through the room, knocking her off balance. A deep, guttural voice seemed to rise from the very walls of the mansion, as if the clock itself were speaking. "You cannot stop me," the voice rasped, low and menacing. "You are mine. You always have been." Evelyn's heart raced, but she stood her ground. She would not be swayed. She had come this far, and she would not let the clock claim her, or anyone else, without a fight. With all the strength she had left, Evelyn recited the words from Clara's journal, her voice trembling but determined. As she spoke, she felt a coldness wash over her, as if the clock's power were trying to tear her apart. But she pushed through, focusing on the one thing that mattered: breaking the curse. The clock's hands began to slow, the ticking becoming more erratic, as if the clock were struggling against the ritual. Evelyn could feel her body growing weaker, the energy draining from her, but she could not stop. She had to finish it. With a final shuddering breath, she whispered the last word. The clock shuddered violently, its gears grinding as if it were about to explode. For a moment, there was silence. Then, with one last final tick, the clock stopped, and the mansion fell silent. The curse was broken. Evelyn collapsed to her knees, exhausted but alive. The battle had been won, but the cost had been high. The final strike of the clock had passed, but Evelyn knew that the clock's final toll would not be the last of her struggles. As the darkness receded, Evelyn realized she had not only faced the curse, but she had also stared into the abyss of her own fears and lived to tell the tale. Chapter 10. The Last Hour. The mansion's walls trembled under the weight of the clock's relentless ticking, its sound now a constant deafening roar in Evelyn's ears. She stood in the heart of the room, the timepiece looming over her like a dark, malevolent god, its pendulum swaying back and forth with cruel precision. Each swing of the heavy metal arm seemed to draw her in, as if it were pulling her toward an inevitable fate. The coldness of the room clung to her skin, her breath coming in shallow gasps, her heart racing with fear and determination. This was it. The final moment. The last hour. Evelyn had come to the mansion to end the curse, to sever the unholy bond that had bound the Ashford family to the clock, and in turn, to the countless souls it had claimed. The widow, Clara Ashford, had been the key to everything. Her madness and her pact with dark forces, the catalyst for the terror that had plagued Ashford for so many years. The clock had become an instrument of death, each tick marking the toll of another soul claimed, another victim lost to the curse. But Evelyn had learned the truth the hard way. The clock was more than just a timepiece. It wasn't merely marking the passage of time. It was controlling life and death itself. And now, as the last seconds of the countdown slipped away, Evelyn knew that if she didn't act, if she didn't end it all here and now, she would become another soul trapped within its gears. The clock was hungry, and it would not stop until it had claimed every last piece of her. The wind howled through the broken windows of the mansion, rattling the glass as if the house itself were in pain. The room felt alive, the shadows stretching across the floor like dark fingers reaching for her, pulling her deeper into the nightmare. But Evelyn couldn't afford to be afraid. She had already come too far, and there was no turning back now. With every step toward the clock, the pressure in her chest grew heavier, the weight of the curse pressing down on her. The air was thick with something dark, something ancient, and Evelyn could feel it. The presence of Clara Ashford, or what remained of her. The widow's ghost had never truly left the mansion. It had merely been waiting, lurking in the shadows, feeding off the fear and death that had followed the clock's every toll. And now, as the clock's hands slowly ticked toward the final hour, the widow's presence seemed to grow stronger, more real. She was no longer a mere specter, a fleeting, ephemeral figure. She had become something more, something far more dangerous. Clara Ashford was no longer a grieving woman, driven to madness by the death of her family. She had become an entity, a dark force that fed on the souls of the dead, drawing power from their suffering and their fear. Evelyn reached the clock's base, her trembling hands grasping the cold metal as she steeled herself for what was to come. The clock seemed to pulse beneath her touch, as if it were alive, its gears grinding in protest. The air around her shifted, and for a moment, she thought she saw Clara's figure materialize in the shadows, her veil fluttering in the wind, her eyes glowing with an unnatural light. "You cannot stop me," the voice whispered, soft but clear, as if coming from all around her. "I am the clock. I am its heartbeat, and when the final hour strikes, all will be lost." Evelyn's heart raced, her breath caught in her throat as the widow's ghost slowly stepped forward. The figure was no longer a shadow, but a solid, terrifying presence. Her pale face twisted in agony, her mouth open in a silent scream. The darkness in the room deepened as Clara's form grew larger, more powerful, until it consumed everything in sight. "No!" Evelyn shouted, forcing herself to stand her ground. "I will not let you win." Clara's eyes narrowed, a cruel smile creeping across her face. "You think you can stop this? You think you can break the bond between the clock and the souls it has claimed?" Her voice grew louder, more mocking. "The clock is not just a machine, Evelyn. It is the keeper of death. The moment it was created, it became a vessel for the souls of the damned, and I am its vessel." Evelyn's blood ran cold as she realized the full extent of Clara's power. The widow was not just a ghost. She was the manifestation of the clock's curse, a being that fed off the suffering of the living and the dead. Every life claimed by the clock had fed Clara, and she had become a part of it, bound to the very heart of the machine. She was its keeper, its master, and she would not let it go easily. Evelyn stepped back, her eyes wide as the realization hit her. The clock wasn't just a tool of fate, it was the source of Clara's power. As long as the clock existed, Clara's spirit would never rest. The widow's ghost had become part of the curse, and her soul would remain trapped within the clock's gears, feeding on the souls of the dead forever. But Evelyn had one last chance. She knew that if she could destroy the clock, she could sever the bond between Clara and the dark force that had taken root in the mansion. She didn't know what the cost would be, but she knew that it was the only way to stop the clock, to stop the curse. With a final determined breath, Evelyn reached for the clock's pendulum, her hands shaking with the weight of the decision she was about to make. She didn't know if she would survive this, or if she would become another soul trapped in the clock's endless cycle. But she couldn't let the curse continue. She couldn't let the clock claim any more lives. "Goodbye, Clara," Evelyn whispered, her voice trembling. "This ends now." She pulled the pendulum with all her strength, the clock's gears grinding in protest. The world around her seemed to shudder, the walls of the mansion groaning as though the very foundation of the house was crumbling beneath her. The air was thick with power, dark and oppressive, as if the mansion itself were fighting back against the destruction. For a moment, everything stopped. The ticking ceased, the wind died, and the house fell silent. Evelyn held her breath, her body trembling, her mind racing. Had she done it? Had she finally broken the curse? But then, with a sudden, deafening crash, the clock's final chime rang out, and everything went dark. When Evelyn awoke, she found herself lying on the floor of the mansion, the once intimidating clock now silent behind her. The room was still, the oppressive atmosphere lifting, as though the very air had changed. The oppressive weight that had clung to her for so long seemed to be gone. She rose slowly, disoriented but alive. The mansion around her seemed to be in a state of calm, the shadows retreating as the first light of dawn filtered through the broken windows. The curse, it seemed, had been broken. But at what cost? Evelyn stood there, staring at the clock. The silence was almost deafening, and yet she felt a strange peace settle over her. The curse was over. The final hour had passed, but as the light crept further into the room, she realized that the mansion was still haunted, not by Clara's spirit, but by the memories of everything that had happened there. The clock, the curse, the deaths. They were all part of Ashford's dark history, and Evelyn knew that she had done what was necessary to end it. But as she turned to leave, a flicker of doubt gnawed at her. The widow's ghost may have been gone, but the legacy of the clock, the memories of the lost souls, would linger long after she was gone. And as she walked out of the mansion, Evelyn Carter knew that the true cost of breaking the curse was something she would never fully escape. Chapter 1. The Night Driver. Miguel had always found solace in the stillness of the night. As a nighttime taxi driver, the city was his own personal world, a world where the noises of the day were hushed and the air seemed to hold a certain heaviness, as if the hours of darkness themselves carried secrets. He would drive through empty streets and alleyways, watching the faint glow of street lamps reflect off wet pavement, listening to the hum of the engine, the only sound to accompany his solitude. His small weathered taxi was nothing special, an old Toyota, often on the verge of breaking down, but it had served him well over the years. He wasn't wealthy, nor was he particularly ambitious. Life had taken him down this quiet path, where he could avoid the crowded, noisy chaos of the daytime world and reflect on the moments of his past. Being a night driver suited him. He had his routine. He would pick up passengers, drop them off, and repeat. It was simple, predictable, a lifestyle he could almost accept. That night was like so many others. The radio played soft jazz in the background, the city flickered with scattered lights, and the moon hung low in the sky. Miguel had just finished a ride, dropping off a tired businessman at his hotel, and now he was heading back into the heart of the city, hoping for another fare. The streets were quiet, the bars were closing, and only the occasional car or pedestrian drifted by, moving quickly, heads down, avoiding the late hour. His first passenger of the night was a young woman. She entered the taxi with a quick, almost desperate motion, as if she didn't want to be seen. She gave a curt address and collapsed into the back seat. Miguel glanced at her in the rearview mirror. She was dressed in dark clothing, her hair messy, her eyes red, as if she'd been crying. It wasn't unusual to see people like her, people who had just come from a party, or perhaps a breakup, people who needed to be somewhere fast. The ride was quiet, and Miguel couldn't help but notice her strange demeanor. She was staring blankly out the window, her hands folded in her lap, and she barely responded when he asked if she was all right. A faint chill spread through the car, and Miguel found himself glancing at her more often than usual. Something about her felt off. Her expression, the way she shifted her eyes as if expecting someone to follow them, unnerved him. It was as though she was aware of something that Miguel wasn't. When they reached her destination, a rundown apartment building at the edge of the city, she abruptly thanked him and left without a word. As she disappeared into the darkness, Miguel felt an inexplicable sense of unease wash over him, but he quickly shook it off. He had seen his share of strange passengers, and the night could do that to people. It was nothing, just the normal weirdness of the job. He was used to it, but as he drove away, he couldn't help but notice something strange. There was a feeling in the air, something intangible. The streetlights blinked momentarily, as if the power was flickering, and the hum of his car seemed to grow louder, as though the engine itself was warning him. He dismissed the feeling. After all, he was just being paranoid. But a small voice in the back of his mind kept whispering that something was wrong. That was when the man stepped into the street. Miguel almost didn't see him at first, but as the headlights swept across the sidewalk, he noticed the figure. A tall man, dressed in a dark coat, walking slowly across the street with a slight limp. He didn't seem to notice Miguel's approaching taxi until the last second, when he stepped into the path of the vehicle, forcing Miguel to brake abruptly. The man looked up, and for a moment, Miguel's heart skipped a beat. There was something horribly familiar about his face. He couldn't place it at first, but the moment their eyes met, a rush of memories flooded Miguel's mind. His face was gaunt, pale, with dark circles under his eyes, but the more Miguel stared, the more he felt a terrible sense of recognition. He had seen this face before. "Are you all right?" Miguel called out, his voice shaking slightly. The man didn't answer at first, but instead, he moved toward the taxi, his slow, deliberate steps echoing in the empty street. The man opened the door and climbed into the back seat without a word. Miguel's hand trembled slightly as he shifted into drive, his heart pounding with an irrational anxiety. The man gave no indication of where he wanted to go, and after a few moments of awkward silence, Miguel turned to look at him in the rearview mirror. It was the eyes. They were dead, hollow. Miguel could feel his pulse quicken as he studied the man's features. He knew that face. He had known it all his life, but there was something profoundly wrong with it. This man had been a part of his past, someone he had lost. But how was that possible? "Where are we going?" Miguel asked, trying to steady his nerves. His voice came out far shakier than he had intended. The man remained silent for a moment longer, his eyes still locked on Miguel through the mirror. Then finally, he spoke in a low, rasping voice. "Take me to the old church on Ridgeway." The words hung in the air, thick with a sense of dread. Miguel tried to focus on the road, but all he could think about was the man's unsettling presence in the back seat. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. The church on Ridgeway. It was a place Miguel hadn't thought of in years. It was a dilapidated building on the outskirts of town, abandoned long ago, a place associated with dark memories. Why would this man want to go there? Miguel felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine. He wanted to ask more questions, to demand answers, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Every fiber of his being screamed that he needed to get rid of the man, leave him in the street, drive away as fast as he could. But his feet stayed frozen to the pedals. He was trapped, unsure of how to escape this strange, unsettling encounter. When they reached the church, Miguel couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The man simply stared ahead, as if he had no care in the world. When the taxi came to a stop, the man got out without a word and walked into the dark doorway of the church. As soon as the man disappeared, Miguel's breath caught in his throat. He glanced at the rearview mirror once more, and for a split second, he swore he saw the man's reflection. But only for a brief instant. He was gone. Completely. Miguel blinked, trying to rationalize what had just happened, but nothing made sense. His hands were still shaking as he drove away, the image of the man's face lingering in his mind. For the rest of the night, the streets were eerily empty. There were no more passengers, no more strange faces. It was as if the world had gone quiet in the wake of the encounter. But Miguel knew one thing for sure now. Something had changed. Something had shifted in the air, and he was no longer just a driver. He had become part of a much darker, more terrifying story, one that he couldn't yet understand. And as he drove through the darkened streets, a feeling of dread slowly began to creep over him. This was only the beginning. Chapter 2. The First Encounter. The night air felt colder than usual, a biting chill that crept into the car as Miguel picked up another passenger. This time, it was a woman, a young woman with dark, straight hair and a calm, almost detached expression. She slid into the back seat of his taxi with an air of quiet determination. "Good evening," Miguel greeted her, offering a polite smile, his hands firmly gripping the steering wheel. "Hello?" she replied, her voice soft but clear. "Could you take me to 12th and Borthwick Avenue, please?" Miguel nodded, starting the engine and pulling out into the deserted streets. As he drove through the dimly lit city, the usual quiet of the night seemed more pronounced, the low hum of the car's engine almost deafening in the stillness. The radio played softly in the background, a low jazz tune that felt oddly out of place, almost as though it was trying to fill the empty spaces in the air. As he glanced in the rearview mirror, he caught a glimpse of the woman's face. Her eyes were downcast, staring out of the window, lost in thought. Yet there was something about her gaze that unsettled him, something too familiar, like he had seen those eyes before. He tried to shake the feeling off, telling himself it was just the solitude of the night playing tricks on him. But the more he observed her, the more that nagging feeling of déjà vu took hold. Her features were unremarkable, normal even, but it wasn't her appearance that bothered him. It was the way she carried herself, as if she belonged in the city, yet was somehow out of place, like a memory that had somehow slipped through the cracks of his mind. "Long night?" Miguel asked, trying to make small talk. He glanced at her again, his curiosity getting the better of him. The woman turned her head slightly, her eyes meeting his in the rearview mirror. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched her lips, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. "It's been a long day," she answered quietly, her voice distant. "But it's almost over." Miguel's brow furrowed slightly. There was something about the way she spoke, the way she avoided his gaze. It felt like she was hiding something. He had driven all kinds of people in his taxi, businessmen, partygoers, tourists, but rarely did he encounter someone who seemed so detached, so vacant. The silence in the cab stretched on, but Miguel couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. His gaze flickered back to her every so often, watching her reflection in the mirror, trying to catch a glimpse of something he couldn't quite put his finger on. Then, without warning, she spoke again, and her words sent a shiver down his spine. "My house is on Borthwick Avenue," she said, her voice quiet but steady. "It's where everything happened." Miguel's eyes darted to the rearview mirror once more, his heart suddenly pounding in his chest. "Where everything happened," he repeated, his voice sounding strained even to his own ears. The woman's eyes seemed to cloud over for a moment, as if she was recalling something painful, something that made her want to forget. But then, she looked back at him, her gaze direct and steady. "Yes," she said softly, almost as though she was speaking to herself. "It's where the murder happened, the one on the news." Miguel's grip tightened on the steering wheel, his fingers pressing into the leather. He could feel his pulse quicken, the blood rushing to his head. The murder. The one that had been all over the headlines the past few days. The brutal killing of a family, found in their home, with no apparent motive, no leads. The case had shaken the whole city. He could hardly believe his ears. What was this woman talking about? Why was she mentioning such a recent tragedy so casually, as if it were just another passing conversation? For a moment, he said nothing, focusing on the road ahead as his mind raced. The woman seemed to sense his growing discomfort, and she fell silent, staring out of the window again, her fingers lightly tapping against the seat. Miguel felt a knot form in his stomach, his hands beginning to sweat. He tried to tell himself that it was just a coincidence, that this woman was just a passenger, and her mention of the murder was just a passing remark. But something told him it wasn't that simple. She didn't seem shaken by it. In fact, she seemed eerily calm, almost as though she had been expecting to bring it up. As they approached Borthwick Avenue, the quiet of the night seemed to settle even more heavily around him. The streetlights grew dimmer, casting long shadows across the road. Miguel slowed the taxi, his eyes flickering nervously over to the woman. "Are you sure this is the right place?" he asked, trying to mask the unease in his voice. The woman didn't respond immediately. She just stared ahead, her eyes dark and distant. Her fingers twitched slightly, almost as if she were rehearsing something in her mind. Finally, she spoke, but her voice was softer now, almost too soft. "Yes," she murmured. "It's just a few more blocks. Keep going straight." Miguel complied, though every instinct in him told him to stop, to turn around, to drive far away from this woman and the strange aura she carried. but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Something deep inside him was rooted to the spot, as if he had no choice but to keep going, to follow the path she had set out for him. The silence grew thick once again as they moved down the street. The buildings here were older, their facades worn by years of neglect, and the sidewalks were cracked and uneven. It wasn't the kind of place you'd want to be walking around late at night. When they reached a particularly darkened intersection, the woman spoke again, her voice barely above a whisper. "Stop here." Miguel hesitated, his eyes darting nervously around the block. It didn't seem like the kind of place where anyone would want to get out. But as he looked at her in the mirror, he saw her expression had changed. Her face was unreadable now, like a mask, and she gave him a small nod, as if to say she was sure. He brought the car to a halt in front of a tall, abandoned building, its windows boarded up and the door hanging ajar. A cold gust of wind rattled the loose boards, and for a moment, Miguel felt as if the whole city had gone deathly still. The woman opened the door and stepped out of the taxi. Miguel didn't say anything. He couldn't. She paused at the curb and turned to look at him one last time. Her eyes met his for a brief moment, and that familiar chill washed over him again. "I'll see you soon," she said, her voice almost cryptic, as if she were speaking of something inevitable. Before he could respond, she turned and disappeared into the shadows, her figure fading into the night. Miguel sat in the car for a moment, his hands trembling on the steering wheel. His mind was racing, his thoughts a blur. Had he just dropped her off at the site of the murder? Was she somehow connected to it? His heart pounded in his chest as he looked around the empty street, but there was no sign of her, no sign of anyone. The cab was quiet again, but Miguel felt anything but calm. What was happening? Who was she? And why did it feel like he was somehow involved in something much larger than himself? He shook his head, trying to push the thoughts away, but deep down, he knew. This wasn't just a random passenger. This was only the beginning. Chapter 3. The First Signs. The morning sun barely filtered through the clouds, casting a grayish hue over the city. Miguel had barely slept, tossing and turning as fragments of his strange encounter with the woman, Elena, replayed in his mind. The mention of the murder on Borthwick Avenue still lingered in his thoughts, gnawing at him like a persistent itch he couldn't scratch. He had tried to ignore it, telling himself it was just another bizarre incident in the life of a nocturnal taxi driver. But the unease refused to leave him. There was something more to Elena's words, something sinister lurking beneath the surface. That morning, after he finished his shift and dropped off his last passenger, Miguel couldn't take it anymore. He needed answers. His usual routine of grabbing a quick breakfast and heading to bed was put on hold. His curiosity, mixed with a growing sense of dread, drove him to take action. The first thing he did was go to the local news website, looking for anything that might explain the murder Elena had mentioned. The headline from a few days ago caught his eye. "Family found murdered in Borthwick Avenue home. Authorities clueless." Miguel clicked on the link, his heart beating faster. The article described a gruesome scene. A mother, father, and their teenage daughter found dead in their home. The police had no suspects, and there were no signs of forced entry. The house was in disarray, as though the family had been caught completely off guard. Despite extensive efforts, the case had gone cold, with little evidence pointing to a motive. A shiver ran down his spine as he skimmed through the details. It was eerily familiar. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had heard this story before. Then, his mind clicked. Elena had spoken casually about the murder, like it was something she knew well, something that didn't faze her. Miguel clicked through the article's photos of the crime scene. The house in question looked nothing like the kind of place you would expect a family to live. It was old, run down, a place where the weeds had long overtaken the front yard, and the windows had a certain kind of emptiness to them, like they hadn't been cleaned in years. It wasn't a neighborhood that attracted many visitors. The more Miguel read, the more unsettled he became. He knew the area. Borthwick Avenue wasn't far from where he lived, and he had driven past it countless times. But he had never known anyone who lived in that house, nor had he ever heard of the family. The names in the article didn't ring any bells. And yet, something about the house, the layout, the photographs, felt vaguely familiar. Miguel leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping nervously on the desk. He couldn't shake the image of Elena's face from his mind, or the sense of dread she had brought with her into his taxi. The more he thought about it, the more he realized something wasn't right. He opened his search engine and typed the name of the street, Borthwick Avenue, scanning through street maps and satellite images. He zoomed in on the area, looking at the surrounding houses, the nearby landmarks, trying to get a sense of the location. He studied every corner, every turn, but nothing seemed to stand out. Then, it hit him. Just a few blocks away, there was an old abandoned church, Ridgeway Church. It wasn't the kind of place you'd notice unless you were looking for it. Over the years, the building had fallen into disrepair, with crumbling walls and graffiti covering most of the exterior. It had long been forgotten, with no one really paying attention to it anymore. The connection between the church and Borthwick Avenue nagged at him. He wasn't sure why, but the two seemed somehow tied together in his mind. His heart raced as he stood up from his desk, grabbing his jacket and heading out the door. He knew what he had to do. He had to see the house for himself. He had to understand what was going on before it was too late. The afternoon sky had darkened by the time Miguel reached Borthwick Avenue. The streets were eerily quiet, with only the occasional car passing by. It was almost as though the place had been frozen in time. The houses on either side of the road were decaying, their once pristine facades now faded and worn. The smell of damp wood and rust filled the air, as though the city itself was trying to forget what had happened here. Miguel parked his taxi a few blocks down from the crime scene, not wanting to draw attention to himself. He didn't know why he was doing this, or what he hoped to find, but he knew he couldn't let it go. There was something about the murder, something that had haunted him ever since Elena's cryptic words that night. He walked cautiously toward the house at 12th and Borthwick. The yard was overgrown, with grass and weeds reaching up to his knees. The house loomed ahead, dark and foreboding, its windows shuttered with thick, dusty blinds. The door, though ajar in the photographs, was now firmly closed. Miguel approached the front steps and hesitated for a moment. There was a strange tension in the air, like the whole neighborhood was holding its breath. He looked around but saw no one. Everything was still. With a deep breath, he reached for the door handle. It creaked loudly as he pushed it open. The interior of the house was dark, the air thick with the smell of mildew. He stepped inside, the floorboards groaning under his weight. The house felt colder than the air outside, as though it had been abandoned for much longer than the police reports had suggested. He moved cautiously through the rooms, each one more disheveled than the last. Furniture was overturned, picture frames shattered, and the walls were stained with something Miguel didn't want to identify. It was clear that whatever had happened here had been violent, chaotic. As he explored the house, a sense of dread began to settle in his chest. He couldn't put his finger on it, but something was wrong. There was a feeling of being watched, as though someone or something was lurking just out of sight. Miguel's breath quickened, his footsteps more hesitant now. Then, as he entered the living room, he stopped dead in his tracks. A figure stood in the corner of the room, staring at him. It was a shadow, shifting in the dim light. But as Miguel's eyes adjusted, he saw it more clearly. It was a man, dressed in tattered clothes, with a gaunt face and hollow eyes. Miguel's heart skipped a beat. The man's face. It was the same man he had seen in his taxi the night before. For a moment, time seemed to freeze. Miguel's mind raced, but his legs felt frozen in place. The man didn't move, didn't speak, just stared at him with that same dead, empty gaze. And then, just as quickly as he had appeared, the figure vanished. Miguel blinked and rubbed his eyes, convinced he was seeing things. But when he opened his eyes again, the man was gone. Shaken, Miguel turned and fled the house, his breath coming in shallow gasps. He didn't know what had just happened, but he knew he couldn't stay there any longer. As he ran back to his taxi, his mind was racing, 1,000 questions swirling in his head. Why had that man been in the house? What did it all mean? And more importantly, what did this have to do with him? One thing was certain. The strange occurrences surrounding his taxi were no coincidence. He was being pulled into something far darker than he could have ever imagined. And he didn't know if he could escape it. Chapter 4. The appearance of the unknown passenger. The night was unusually dark, the city swallowed by a thick blanket of shadows. Even the moon seemed to be hidden, leaving only the faintest glimmer of stars far above. The streets were quiet, eerily so, and Miguel felt the silence pressing down on him as he navigated through the desolate avenues. It was a typical night, and yet something in the air felt different. He could sense it, a strange, unshakable tension that wrapped around him like a heavy fog. He had been driving for hours, picking up the usual array of passengers, drunk revelers, late-night workers, the occasional insomniac. But as the hours wore on, the city seemed to empty out more and more. The night was drawing in, and soon there would be no more fares to pick up. He wondered if the strange feelings from the past few days, Elena, the murder on Borthwick Avenue, the unsettling thought that he had been tangled in something much larger than himself, were beginning to take their toll. The meter was ticking steadily as he made another pass through the city. His headlights cut through the inky darkness, illuminating the sparse buildings on either side. His thoughts wandered as he drove, not really focused on the road, but rather on the inexplicable feeling that had been creeping into his mind ever since he'd discovered the murder and its strange connections to him. The faces of the passengers he'd picked up, people who seemed familiar, as though he had seen them before, although he couldn't recall when or where, flashed through his mind like fragments of an unsettling dream. It was then, as he made a slow turn onto another empty street, that he saw him. A man was standing on the corner, barely visible against the dim light of the street lamps. His silhouette was tall, slender, and draped in a long coat. Miguel slowed down, instinctively reaching for the door handle to offer a ride. The man looked up just as the car approached, stepping forward, his movements deliberate but calm. There was no sign of hurry, no urgency in his stride, just a quiet, purposeful pace. Miguel stopped the car, the door creaking open. "Need a ride?" he called out, his voice breaking the silence of the night. The man nodded, not saying anything, but the way he moved was oddly calm, as if he had been waiting for the taxi. He opened the door and slid into the back seat without a word, his presence immediately filling the car with an inexplicable sense of weight. His eyes were dark, shadowed by the brim of his hat, but Miguel could see the sharpness in them, the intense focus with which he regarded everything. There was something unnerving about him, but Miguel couldn't quite place it. "Where to?" Miguel asked, his voice polite, but tinged with a hint of caution. The man didn't answer immediately. He merely stared ahead, his lips pressed into a thin line, as if gathering his thoughts. The seconds stretched into minutes as the silence between them grew, the only sound the hum of the engine and the occasional passing of a distant car. "Do you remember?" The man suddenly spoke, his voice low, almost a whisper, but there was an edge to it that sent a chill down Miguel's spine. Miguel glanced in the rearview mirror, momentarily distracted by the sudden shift in the air. The man's voice, it was familiar, too familiar. "Excuse me?" Miguel asked, his hand instinctively tightening around the steering wheel. The man's lips curled into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. "Do you remember the last time we spoke?" he asked, his tone casual, but there was something chilling in the way he phrased it. Miguel's heart skipped a beat. He didn't recognize this man, not at all, but somehow, the voice. There was something about it that stirred something deep inside him. He had heard this voice before. He was sure of it. But when? Where? "No, I don't think we've met," Miguel replied, trying to keep his voice steady. "You're mistaken." The man didn't seem surprised by this. Instead, he leaned back in the seat, as if content with the answer. "Ah, but you have met me. You just don't remember," he said cryptically. Miguel's mind raced. There was something unnervingly wrong with this conversation, but he couldn't pinpoint why. The man's calm demeanor, his cryptic words, and most of all, his voice. It was as if he had known Miguel for years, as if they shared some unspoken history that Miguel couldn't recall. The passenger shifted slightly in his seat, and that was when the unease truly began to set in. The man started to speak again, this time mentioning things that Miguel had never told anyone, things that no one, not even his closest friends, knew about. "You haven't forgotten about her, have you?" the man asked, his voice calm, even sympathetic. "Your sister, the one who passed away years ago." Miguel's blood ran cold. His sister, Elena. Her death had been a devastating blow, one that still haunted him to this day. He had never spoken of it to anyone, not to his colleagues, not to the few friends he still had, and certainly not to a stranger. Yet here was this man, sitting in his taxi, mentioning Elena as if he had been there, as if he had witnessed the tragedy himself. "Who are you?" Miguel's voice was barely a whisper. His grip tightened on the wheel, and for a split second, he considered pulling over and telling the man to get out. But something held him back. Some force beyond his control kept him driving forward, kept him listening. The man smiled again, his expression unreadable, his eyes gleaming with a dark, unsettling knowledge. "I know more than you think," he said. "I know about your mother too, how she left you, how you were alone after that. It wasn't your fault. You're not to blame." Miguel's heart hammered in his chest, and the walls of the car seemed to close in on him. This wasn't a coincidence. This wasn't just an odd conversation. This man knew things about Miguel's life that no one could know. He glanced back at the rearview mirror again, but the man's face remained shrouded in darkness, his features still obscured by the brim of his hat. It was as if the man was present, but also distant, removed from the world around them, like some kind of specter. The man continued, his words growing more unsettling. Do you remember when you found the letter? The one from your father? The one he wrote before he left you? Miguel's chest tightened, and his breath caught in his throat. His father's departure had been another source of pain, something he had never truly gotten over. The letter he had found in the attic, a message from his father, written years before his disappearance. It had been a turning point in Miguel's life. He had kept it hidden, locked away, unwilling to confront the emotions it stirred in him. No, Miguel gasped, his voice shaking. How do you know that? How do you know any of this? The man's smile grew wider, but it wasn't reassuring. It was dark, knowing. I know everything, Miguel. Everything that you've buried. Everything that's tied to you. Miguel's pulse raced, and the car felt suddenly too small, the air too thick. The weight of the conversation was suffocating. It was as though the man wasn't just sitting in the back seat. He was inside Miguel's mind, probing his memories, dragging them to the surface like ghosts. I've said what I needed to say. The man's voice broke through the tension. I'll be going now. Before Miguel could react, before he could even fully process what had just happened, the man was gone. The car was empty. One moment, the back seat had been occupied by this mysterious figure, and the next, there was nothing. Miguel slammed the brakes, his heart hammering in his chest. He looked around frantically, but the street was empty. The man had vanished without a trace, swallowed by the night. No footsteps, no sign of him leaving the car. Nothing. Miguel sat there for what felt like an eternity, his mind racing, his thoughts a blur. He couldn't make sense of what had just happened. Had he imagined it? Had he fallen asleep for a moment, lost in some strange dream? But the words, the eerie familiarity of the man's voice, the unsettling knowledge of his past, it couldn't have been a hallucination. The man knew things that Miguel had kept locked away, and now he was left with a sense of dread that seemed to cling to him, suffocating him in the silence of the night. Miguel wasn't sure what to believe anymore. All he knew was that he was caught in something much larger than himself, and whatever it was only just beginning. Chapter 5. The Woman in the Mirror. The night had settled heavily over the city, a thick cloak of darkness that smothered the streets, leaving them eerily silent. The only sound was the hum of Miguel's taxi engine as it idled down a winding road, the soft glow of the streetlights casting long, ghostly shadows across the pavement. Miguel's shift had stretched into the late hours once again, the predictable rhythm of his job becoming more of a burden than a comfort. For the past few nights, he had been haunted by strange encounters, passengers whose faces flickered in his memory but remained nameless. The unsettling sensation of déjà vu, the mysterious words of a man who knew too much about his past. Tonight, as the shadows deepened, Miguel couldn't shake the feeling that something far worse was drawing near. The city seemed to hold its breath, the usual late-night crowd absent. Miguel was starting to wonder if he would even pick up another fare, when, just as he rounded a corner near a quiet intersection, he spotted her. A woman standing at the curb, her form bathed in the dim light of a flickering street lamp. She was tall, with dark, straight hair that hung loosely around her shoulders, and a long coat that swayed in the wind as if the night itself was pulling her along. Miguel slowed the taxi, instinctively reaching for the door handle. The woman stepped forward, her movements slow, deliberate, almost as if she had been waiting for him. He rolled down the window slightly. "Need a ride?" he asked, trying to sound as nonchalant as possible, despite the odd tension in the air. The woman didn't respond at first. She simply looked at him through the window with eyes that seemed almost too intense. There was something unsettling about the way she regarded him, as though she had been watching him for much longer than he realized. When she finally spoke, her voice was soft, yet commanding. "Yes, please. Just take me where you're going." Miguel blinked, taken aback by her unexpected answer. He opened the door for her, and she slid into the back seat without another word, her presence immediately filling the car with a strange energy. "Where to?" Miguel asked, glancing back at her through the rearview mirror. She was staring at the window, her face partially obscured by the dim light, as if lost in thought. When she didn't immediately respond, Miguel repeated the question. "Where would you like to go?" he asked, his voice tinged with impatience. The woman didn't seem to notice. Instead, she spoke slowly, as if weighing her words carefully. "It doesn't matter. Just take me anywhere." Miguel's brow furrowed. Something about her behavior was unusual. She didn't appear to be in any hurry, nor did she seem distressed. There was an eerie calm to her, an unsettling lack of urgency in her presence. It was as though she didn't belong in this moment at all. He tried to shake the odd feeling creeping up his spine, but the air in the taxi had become thick, pressing in on him from all sides. It wasn't just the woman's odd demeanor. It was the strange sensation that he had seen her before. Miguel glanced at the rearview mirror again, his eyes narrowing. Her reflection caught his attention immediately. Her face was perfectly still, framed by the dark interior of the taxi. But as he stared at her, something seemed off. At first, it was subtle, a slight distortion, as if her reflection was out of place. Her features seemed to ripple, like the surface of water disturbed by an unseen hand. Her eyes were too large, too dark, and there was something wrong with her lips. They didn't quite match the movement of her words. Miguel's heart skipped a beat. Was it just his imagination? Was the darkness of the night playing tricks on him? He looked again, trying to steady his breath, but the more he stared, the more the distortion seemed to deepen. Her reflection flickered like a broken image on a faulty screen. He tried to look away, but it was as if the mirror was pulling him in, demanding his attention. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice shaky, the words slipping out before he could stop them. The woman didn't react at first, as though she hadn't heard him at all. Then, her gaze shifted to the mirror, and Miguel froze, his throat tightening. She was looking directly at him, her reflection perfectly in sync with her movements for the first time. But there was something cold, something unnerving about the way her eyes locked with his. "I've been waiting for you," she said suddenly, her voice low and almost melancholic. "I've been waiting for you to understand." Miguel felt a chill run down his spine, his hands tightening on the steering wheel. His grip was now too tight, the leather creaking under his fingers. He could feel his pulse pounding in his ears. "Waiting for me?" he repeated, his voice trembling slightly. "What do you mean? I don't understand." The woman turned her head slightly, as if considering how to explain something she already knew he would never believe. "You've been seeing them, haven't you?" she asked, her voice growing more distant, as though she were speaking from another time. "The ones who disappeared. The ones whose faces you see in the dark." Miguel's breath caught in his throat. His mind reeled. She was speaking of the faces, the passengers who had seemed so familiar, the ones whose deaths had somehow been linked to him. His thoughts flashed to Elena, the woman from the other night, the murder on Borthwick Avenue. "Who are you?" Miguel asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "How do you know about all this?" The woman didn't answer right away. Instead, she reached out and lightly touched the glass of the rear window, her finger trailing a line across it, as if marking something invisible. "Do you ever wonder what happens to people when they disappear?" she asked quietly, her tone not quite sad, but something much darker. "Do you wonder why their faces seem to follow you? Why they won't let you go?" Miguel's heart was racing now, his mind spinning with 1,000 questions. Who was she? How could she know about his past, about his fears? He could feel the weight of her words pressing on him, heavy and suffocating. Her reflection seemed to twist again, warping, distorting. The more he looked, the more Miguel became convinced that there was something wrong with her face. The features shifted subtly, like a shifting mask that refused to stay in place, as though the woman was not fully present in the world of the living. "Do you feel it?" she asked, her voice now cold, detached, as though the distance between them had grown unbridgeable. "Do you feel the pull of the past? The pull of what you lost?" Miguel's breath hitched. His mind reeled with confusion. What was she saying? What was happening? "Who are you?" he asked again, more forcefully this time, desperate for an answer. But before she could reply, the car jolted to a sudden stop. They had reached her destination. Miguel quickly glanced at the rearview mirror. The woman's reflection was gone. There was no one in the back seat. It was empty. His heart pounded in his chest as he spun around to look. The back seat was completely vacant, the door to the taxi ajar. The woman had vanished just as abruptly as she had appeared. Miguel sat frozen in his seat, his eyes scanning the empty street outside, his thoughts a blur. He had to have been imagining it. She couldn't have just disappeared like that. But the feeling, the lingering presence of her words, her gaze, refused to leave him. What had just happened? He couldn't explain it. But one thing was certain. He was no longer just driving passengers. He was being dragged deeper into something that seemed far beyond his understanding. And the truth, whatever it was waiting for him to find it. Chapter 6. The truth begins to emerge. Miguel hadn't slept in days. His mind was consumed by the unsettling encounters that had plagued him since that night with Elena. The passengers, the strange faces that had haunted his taxi, they all seemed tied to something far darker than he could have ever imagined. As the hours passed and the city became a blur of headlights and empty streets, he couldn't shake the growing feeling that something was closing in on him. Every passenger, every fare he picked up, felt like a piece of a puzzle he was desperately trying to solve, but the pieces refused to fit. It was as if his life, the very fabric of his existence, had been twisted into a knot he couldn't untangle. The faces of the people who climbed into his taxi weren't just familiar, they were known. Some of them were people from his past, people he thought he had lost forever. Some were strangers whose eyes seemed to speak to him, reminding him of people he had once known. His thoughts kept returning to the man from the church, the one who had spoken of things that no one should have known. And then there was the woman, the one whose face had distorted in the mirror, her cryptic words still echoing in his mind. It wasn't just a coincidence. These encounters weren't random. They were all connected. One evening, after dropping off his last fare for the night, Miguel couldn't shake the overwhelming sense that something terrible was about to happen. The streets were empty, save for the occasional passing car. The silence was unnerving, and the dim glow of the streetlights seemed to cast long, ghostly shadows that stretched across the city like dark fingers reaching toward him. As Miguel idled at a stoplight, his phone rang. The number was blocked, an anonymous call. He almost didn't answer, but something deep inside him told him to pick up. He pressed the phone to his ear, his breath shallow. "Hello," he said, his voice barely audible over the hum of the engine. There was a long pause, the kind of silence that sends a chill down your spine. Then, a voice, low and distorted, whispered into the receiver. "You're not alone, Miguel," the voice said, sending a wave of cold terror through his body. "You're trapped in a cycle you can't escape." Miguel's heart raced. He was about to speak, to ask who was on the other end of the line, but the voice continued, each word more chilling than the last. "They're all dead, Miguel. Every single one of them. The passengers you've picked up. They've all crossed over, and they're using you. You're the one who's being used now. You're the one who's trapped." Miguel's stomach twisted, his pulse quickening. He gripped the phone tighter, his mind racing. The passengers, they were all dead. How could that be? He had driven them. He had seen them with his own eyes, heard their voices, felt their presence in the car. How could they be dead? The voice on the other end seemed to sense his confusion. "You think they're just random strangers, don't you? But you're wrong. These are souls caught between worlds, souls that are seeking something, redemption, vengeance. You're a part of it now, Miguel. You've been driving them all along, but you're more than just a driver now. You're the last piece of the puzzle." Miguel felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead. He could hardly breathe. His mind was spinning with the implications of the voice's words. The passengers he had picked up, the ones who had seemed so familiar, they were dead? And if they were dead, then why were they appearing to him, climbing into his taxi like ordinary passengers? Before Miguel could speak, the voice continued, its tone dark and ominous. "They're trying to find something they've lost, or someone they need to make pay. You can't keep ignoring this, Miguel. It's only a matter of time before you become part of their story too. Before you are the one who disappears." Miguel's hand trembled as he held the phone, the words sinking in, tightening around his chest like a vice. He could feel the weight of the voice's truth pressing down on him. It was like a veil had been lifted, revealing a horrifying truth he wasn't prepared to face. The line went dead. For a moment, Miguel sat frozen, the phone still pressed to his ear. He couldn't process what he had just heard. His mind was reeling, the pieces of the puzzle falling into place, but they didn't make any sense. What was happening to him? How had he become a part of this twisted cycle? And what did the voice mean when it said he would disappear? Miguel pulled the phone away from his ear, staring at the screen in a daze. The screen was blank, the call having ended abruptly. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his nerves, but the panic was starting to creep in. Had he just received a warning? What was he supposed to do with this information? How could he stop this? Stop whatever was happening to him before it was too late? His eyes wandered to the rearview mirror, and for a split second, he thought he saw a face, a familiar face. His sister, Elena. Her eyes were sad, distant, like she had been waiting for him to understand something. But when he blinked, the face was gone, and all that remained was his own reflection, pale, wide-eyed, and shaken. The taxi seemed to close in around him, the air growing heavier, suffocating. His thoughts scrambled for a way out of this madness, but there was no escape. Every passenger he had picked up in the past few days had been linked to something he didn't understand, something he was now a part of. They were dead, yes, but their souls were still out there, and somehow Miguel had become the vessel that transported them. He had to get answers. He had to find out who was behind this, why it was happening, and what it meant for him. There was no turning back now. Miguel's gaze hardened as he glanced out the windshield. The street was empty, the quiet of the night pressing down on him. He knew what he had to do. He had to go to the places that seemed to be at the center of it all. The old church, Borthwick Avenue, wherever the clues would lead him. The truth was out there, and Miguel knew that it was time to face it head on. He couldn't keep running from it. He slammed the taxi into drive, the engine roaring to life as he sped off into the night, the weight of the dark truth pressing on his shoulders, threatening to pull him under. Before long, Miguel would discover exactly what had been waiting for him, and he would have to make a choice: face the darkness head on, or become another lost soul, trapped in the cycle forever. Chapter 7. A Deadly Enigma. Miguel's mind had become a labyrinth of questions, confusion, and mounting terror. Each encounter, each new passenger, had dragged him deeper into a nightmare he couldn't escape. The pieces of the puzzle he had been trying to put together no longer seemed to fit. The only thing that was clear now was that all these strange occurrences, all these souls that had crossed his path, seemed to be leading him to one place: the house on Borthwick Avenue. The house, the scene of the brutal murder, the place that seemed connected to every thread of this dark, unfolding mystery. Elena, the woman in the mirror, the cryptic phone call, all of them pointed to this house. And now, Miguel was driven by an overwhelming need to understand. He had to see it for himself. He had to uncover what lay hidden within its decaying walls. As he drove through the narrow streets, the city felt distant, as if he were crossing an invisible threshold into something much darker. The air had taken on a bitter chill, and the closer he got to Borthwick Avenue, the more palpable the sense of dread became. The fog hung thick in the streets, curling around the dim street lamps, making everything seem shrouded in secrecy. It was almost as if the entire neighborhood had been forgotten by time itself. Miguel parked a few blocks away from the house, the taxi's headlights cutting through the darkness as he surveyed the street. There was no one around, no cars, no pedestrians. The silence was unsettling, amplifying the thudding of his own heartbeat. He stepped out of the car, the cold air biting at his skin, and hesitated for a moment before making his way toward the house. The house loomed in front of him, its broken windows and crumbling facade a stark contrast to the surrounding neighborhood. The walls were stained with age, the paint peeling away in large, jagged strips. The front yard was overgrown with weeds, the grass long past the point of care. It looked abandoned, yet Miguel couldn't shake the feeling that it was anything but empty. The house seemed to pulse with an eerie energy, as though it were waiting for him to come inside. As he approached the front door, Miguel's hand trembled slightly. He had no idea what he was going to find inside. He had heard rumors, of course. Stories about the murder, about the family that had once lived here, and how their deaths had never been solved. But none of that could have prepared him for the feeling of walking into the unknown. With a deep breath, he pushed open the door. It creaked loudly, the sound echoing through the empty house. The interior was dark, the air thick with dust, and the smell of decay. The wooden floorboards groaned under his weight as he stepped inside. Every movement causing the house to seem even more alive, more aware of his presence. Miguel walked through the darkened hallway, his footsteps the only sound in the silence. He passed rooms filled with broken furniture, shattered mirrors, and faded photographs, fragments of a life that had been violently interrupted. He could feel a strange presence in the air, an unspoken weight that seemed to press down on him with every step he took. It was as though the house itself was watching him, waiting for him to discover its secrets. It wasn't until he reached the back of the house that he found something truly disturbing. The door to a small room at the end of the hall was slightly ajar. Miguel pushed it open, the hinges creaking in protest. The room inside was sparse, with only a few items of furniture: a small table, a chair, and a bookshelf filled with old books. But it wasn't the room itself that caught his attention. It was what was lying on the floor, half hidden under a pile of old newspapers. Miguel stepped forward, his breath catching in his throat as he uncovered the object. A letter. The envelope was yellowed with age, the edges frayed and torn. It looked old, much older than anything else in the house. He picked it up carefully, almost reverently, and turned it over in his hands. The name on the front was smudged, barely legible, but he could just make out the word ritual. With shaking hands, Miguel tore open the envelope. Inside was a letter written in neat, flowing script, its contents filled with words that sent a chill down his spine. The souls of the lost are not at rest. They linger in the space between life and death, trapped in a limbo from which there is no escape. The ones who have not been judged, who have not been avenged, remain in a state of eternal unrest, bound by their unfinished business, their need for resolution. Miguel's breath quickened as he read on. The letter spoke of a ritual, a dark, twisted ceremony designed to summon the souls of the lost. It detailed how certain individuals, those with unresolved deaths, could be brought back to fulfill their vengeful or redemptive purposes. And the key to this ritual was a chosen individual, a person who unknowingly became the medium through which these souls would pass. Miguel's hands trembled as he continued reading, the words starting to blur before his eyes. The letter described how these souls would seek out this medium, someone who was connected to the world of the living, someone who could ferry them across the boundaries between life and death. And as he reached the final lines, the truth hit him with the force of a physical blow. The one who brings them must face the consequences. They are not mere passengers. They are the harbingers of justice, and the cycle will continue until it is broken. But beware, once you are chosen, you cannot escape. You will become part of the ritual, forever bound to the souls you transport. Miguel let the letter drop from his hands, his heart pounding in his chest. The air around him seemed to grow colder, thicker, as if the very house had come alive with the weight of the revelation. This wasn't just some coincidence. This wasn't just a series of strange events. He had been chosen to participate in something far darker than he could have ever imagined. He stood there, frozen in the room, trying to process what he had just learned. The truth was finally beginning to emerge, but it was more terrifying than he could have ever anticipated. He had been driving souls, the lost souls of those who had been murdered, those whose deaths had never been avenged. And now, he was part of something much larger, something that stretched beyond his comprehension. A sound broke through his thoughts, a soft, almost imperceptible noise. It was the sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, echoing from the hallway behind him. Miguel spun around, his heart hammering in his chest. There was no one there. The room was empty. But then, a voice. A whisper, barely audible, seemed to come from nowhere. "You shouldn't have come here." Miguel's eyes darted around the room, but there was no one. The door to the hallway creaked open, and a shadow passed by the threshold. He wasn't alone. The air in the room grew heavy, and the whispers became louder. The footsteps came closer. The presence in the house was no longer an abstract fear. It was real. Something was in the house with him, watching him. Miguel's pulse raced. He backed away from the door, his eyes scanning the room. He had to get out of there, but as he turned to leave, the door slammed shut, trapping him inside. The darkness pressed in around him, and the whispers grew louder, filling his ears, drowning out everything else. The house wasn't empty, it was alive, and whatever had been waiting in the shadows was about to make itself known. Chapter 8. The Link of Souls. The air was thick with the weight of revelation, suffocating Miguel as he stood in the darkened room of the house on Borthwick Avenue. The letter, now discarded at his feet, still held the answers he couldn't yet comprehend. The twisted ritual, the dark cycle, and the trapped souls, all of it felt too immense to grasp in a single moment. But he knew one thing for certain now. He was no longer just a witness. He was a part of something much larger, something far darker. The souls he had been carrying in his taxi were not simply lost passengers. They were victims, seeking something, and time was running out. He staggered back from the room, his mind spinning as the whispering voices seemed to rise from the very walls around him. The presence in the house, something cold, something ancient, was palpable now, like a force that had been lying dormant, waiting for him to uncover the truth. Miguel's hands were shaking, his pulse racing. He had to find out more. He had to understand what was happening to him, to the souls, to everything. He stumbled out of the room, his legs unsteady beneath him. The footsteps behind him were louder now, closer. The house wasn't just dark, it felt alive, watching him, as if it were feeding on his fear. He could feel the eyes of the dead upon him, their presence undeniable. The front door was still open, but the moment he stepped into the hallway, the darkness swallowed him. It seemed to come from all directions, every corner, every shadow, stretching and creeping toward him, wrapping around him like tendrils of smoke. He didn't stop. His mind, though clouded with fear, focused only on one thing: the truth. He had to understand the link between the souls and the death of the family. He had to find out who was behind it all, who was pulling the strings. Back in the city, the air felt no less oppressive. The streets were eerily quiet as Miguel made his way back to his taxi. His thoughts raced as he tried to make sense of the chaos that had overtaken his life. The voices, the apparitions, the sense of being hunted by the very souls he had been ferrying across the city. Each encounter, each whisper, seemed to pull him deeper into an ever-expanding web of dark connections. He grabbed his phone, his hands still trembling, and called the only person he thought might help, someone he had avoided for years. Detective Alvarez had been investigating the murder of the family at Borthwick Avenue, long before Miguel had even realized that the house was part of a much larger puzzle. The phone rang 3 times before Alvarez picked up. "Miguel," the detective's voice rasped. "What's going on? I thought you were done with this case." "I can't explain it," Miguel replied, his voice strained. "I need your help." I think I know who's behind the murders. The family at Borthwick Avenue. There's something I missed before. Something dark. And it's connected to the souls I've been picking up. There was a pause on the other end of the line, followed by a sigh. You're telling me this is about more than just some random murder? You've been having these encounters with people, right? Miguel's throat tightened. Yes, I've been driving souls, dead people. They've been getting into my taxi. People I've never met before, but they feel familiar. And they want justice. They want revenge. Alvarez was silent for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was tinged with suspicion. What are you talking about, Miguel? Are you saying you're seeing ghosts? It's not like that, Miguel said, his voice shaking. I don't know what's happening, but the people I've picked up, each one of them is connected to something dark, something that's pulling them to me. The detective exhaled sharply. I don't know if I can help you with this, Miguel, but I'll look into it. The case on Borthwick Avenue, there's something about the family's killer. The evidence pointed to one person. But we never found a body, and the trail went cold. If what you're saying is true, we're dealing with something much worse than we thought. Hours passed, but the coldness in Miguel's chest never left. He couldn't shake the feeling that the walls were closing in on him. He was now part of the story, part of the ritual. The souls, the passengers, weren't just innocent victims. They were seeking something, trying to communicate a message to him. They wanted justice, and in a strange way, they needed him to uncover the truth. As he sat in his taxi, parked near the outskirts of the city, he tried to make sense of everything. The faces of the passengers who had climbed into his car flashed through his mind. Elena, the woman from the mirror, the man in the church. All of them had been killed in mysterious circumstances. All of them were seeking vengeance, or perhaps redemption. Miguel's thoughts raced as the pieces started to come together. These souls, they weren't just victims. They had been manipulated. Someone had been controlling them, pushing them toward him. And that person was the same one responsible for the murder of the family at Borthwick Avenue. The key to the puzzle was the killer. But who were they? Suddenly, it hit him. The person responsible for the family's deaths was not just a murderer. They were someone who had found a way to control the souls of the dead, bending them to their will. And the more Miguel thought about it, the clearer it became. The killer was still alive. They had somehow figured out a way to manipulate the souls, using their need for justice to fuel their power. The realization struck Miguel like a bolt of lightning. The killer wasn't just using the souls for personal gain. They were feeding off their pain, their anger. They were using them to increase their own power, to keep them trapped in a cycle of vengeance. Miguel's breath caught in his throat as the last piece of the puzzle fell into place. The souls that had been entering his taxi weren't just seeking redemption. They were being used as instruments of vengeance. They had been sent to him, not to haunt him, but to force him to confront the truth. There was only one person who could be behind it all: the woman who had killed the family at Borthwick Avenue. She wasn't just a murderer. She was a necromancer, someone who had found a way to control the dead and manipulate their souls. But who was she? Miguel's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching the taxi. He turned sharply, expecting to see someone, but there was no one there. He looked again at the rearview mirror, and for a moment, he thought he saw a face, Elena's face, staring back at him with wide, unblinking eyes. The chill in the air grew colder, and the whispering voices began to fill the car, louder this time, pressing in on him from all sides. He was running out of time. The voices of the dead were growing more insistent. They wanted him to find the truth. They wanted him to expose the woman behind their deaths before it was too late. But the question was, how? Miguel didn't have the answers yet, but he knew one thing for certain. The woman, the one who had killed the family, was still out there, manipulating the souls of the dead, controlling them. And if he didn't stop her soon, he would be the next one to disappear, dragged into the very cycle he had been unknowingly driving. Time was running out, and the darkness was closing in. Chapter 9. The Invisible Killer. The weight of the truth had been pressing down on Miguel for what felt like an eternity, but now the final confrontation loomed. The pieces of the puzzle had fallen into place. He understood the ritual, the souls, and their dark master. The killer was not just a murderer. She was an agent of something far darker, a force that controlled the very fabric of life and death. And now, the time had come to face her. Miguel had spent countless nights driving through the streets, haunted by the faces of the dead, the whispers of vengeance, and the creeping feeling that the night itself was closing in on him. But nothing had prepared him for what he was about to face. He had tracked her down, followed the trail of the souls she had manipulated, and now he stood before her. He stood in front of an old, crumbling building on the outskirts of the city, the wind howling around him like a chorus of the damned. The building was deserted, its windows dark and lifeless, but Miguel knew better than to think it was abandoned. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and the silence was deafening, broken only by the distant sound of footsteps echoing through the halls. He had been warned by the souls, their voices desperate and filled with fear, urging him to confront the woman who had caused their suffering. Elena, the man in the church, the woman in the mirror, they had all led him here, to this forsaken place where the killer waited. Miguel stepped inside, the door creaking loudly as it opened, the sound reverberating through the empty space. The room was dark, the only light coming from the faint glow of a dying street lamp outside. His heart was pounding in his chest as he moved deeper into the building, his footsteps slow and measured, as if afraid of what lay ahead. At the far end of the room, he saw her, the woman. She stood there, motionless, her back to him, her long hair flowing down her back like a dark river. He could feel the weight of her presence before he even saw her face. She was the source of everything that had gone wrong. The one who had manipulated the souls of the dead, the one who had used him as a vessel to carry them to their final resting place. Why? Miguel's voice was hoarse, his throat tight with emotion. Why are you doing this? The woman didn't turn around. Instead, she spoke in a voice that was both familiar and alien, as if someone else was speaking through her. Because I have no choice. Miguel's heart skipped a beat. There was something wrong with her voice, something inhuman about it, as if it were being distorted by some unseen force. He took a step closer, his eyes narrowing as he tried to make sense of what was happening. "You're not her," Miguel whispered. "You're not the woman who killed that family. You're something else." Finally, the woman turned around, and Miguel's breath caught in his throat. Her face was pale, her eyes dark and hollow, as if they had seen too much. But it wasn't her eyes that made him shudder. It was the absence of life behind them. There was something unnatural about her, something that made him feel as though he were looking at a corpse, dressed in human skin. "I am not who you think I am," she said, her voice now cold and distant. I was once a woman, like you, living a life of my own. But that life was taken from me by something far more powerful than you can imagine. Miguel took another step forward, his mind racing. What do you mean? Who are you? What happened to you? The woman's eyes seemed to shift, as if something dark and ancient was rising within her. I was chosen by a force older than time itself, a power that has been using me as a vessel to bring souls to their final destination. I was meant to be its servant, but in the end, it took over me. And now, I am bound to it. I can no longer fight it. I am its instrument. Miguel's head spun as the words hit him like a blow. The realization was sudden and overwhelming. She wasn't just a killer. She wasn't some mad woman who had gone on a spree. No, she had been possessed, controlled by something far older and more powerful. She was a vessel, a conduit for an ancient entity, an entity that had been using her to drag the souls of the dead toward their final fate. "What do you want from me?" Miguel demanded, his voice rising in desperation. "Why me? Why are you using me to carry these souls? What do you need from me?" The woman's expression softened for a moment, and for a fleeting second, Miguel saw the woman she had once been, the one who had been trapped in this nightmare. But the moment was gone as quickly as it had appeared, replaced by something darker, more sinister. "You are the key," she said, her voice now a whisper, as if she were speaking to herself. "You are the one who can break the cycle. But you don't understand. You cannot escape it. You cannot escape what I have become." Miguel took a step back, his mind reeling. "No, there has to be another way. I won't let you use me like this. I won't let you trap these souls." The woman's face twisted, her eyes burning with a fiery rage. "You don't understand. You think you can escape? You think you can free these souls? They are bound to me now, bound to this cycle. They cannot be freed, not without a cost, and you are the price." Miguel's heart pounded as the room seemed to close in on him. The walls pressed in, the shadows creeping around him like a living thing. He felt the presence of the souls, their voices growing louder in his ears, filling his mind with their desperate cries for justice. The woman raised her arms, her voice rising in a chant that sent a shiver down Miguel's spine. "You cannot break the cycle, Miguel. You cannot stop what has already begun." Miguel felt the weight of her words, but he refused to give in. He had come this far. He had seen the truth, and he wasn't going to let this entity, this ancient force, claim him as its next victim. With every ounce of strength he had left, Miguel lunged forward, reaching for the woman. He didn't know what he was going to do, but he knew that he couldn't let her complete the ritual. He couldn't let the souls be trapped forever. As his hands grasped her shoulders, the room exploded with a force that shook the very foundation of the building. A blinding light filled the space, and for a moment, everything went dark. When Miguel opened his eyes again, he found himself standing alone in the empty room, the woman gone, the shadows dissipating. The weight that had pressed down on him was gone. The oppressive air had lifted, and the whispering voices had fallen silent. But the victory was hollow. The cycle was not broken. The souls were not free. Miguel stood alone, unsure of what had just happened. He had faced the woman, the killer, but the entity that controlled her was still out there, still lurking, still waiting. And now, Miguel was left with a choice: to face the darkness once again, to try and stop the cycle that bound him, or to let the weight of the souls drag him into the abyss, just as they had been dragged before him. The decision was his, but whatever path he chose, he knew there would be no turning back. Chapter 10. The Last Ride. The cold wind howled through the abandoned streets as Miguel's footsteps echoed, rhythmic and heavy, against the cracked pavement. The world around him had become a strange blur, distorted and fragmented like a broken mirror, reflecting only shadows and fear. The final confrontation had left him shattered. He had faced the woman, the killer possessed by the dark entity, and he had fought to break the cycle. He had believed for a fleeting moment that he could end it all, that he could free the souls and reclaim his life from the grip of darkness. But now, standing in the midst of it all, he realized the horrifying truth. The cycle couldn't be broken. It had never been meant to be broken. He wasn't the one who could end this torment. He was already a part of it, and there was no way out. The weight of the realization crushed him as he stumbled toward his taxi, the vehicle that had once been his lifeline, his only escape from the madness that had engulfed him. The headlights flickered dimly in the distance, casting long shadows across the empty street. The night had returned to its suffocating silence, the hum of the engine, the only sound in the air. Miguel reached the car and opened the door, his hands shaking as he slid into the driver's seat. He stared at the wheel in front of him, his fingers gripping it tightly, as if the act of holding on could somehow steady the chaos inside him. But it didn't work. The darkness still pressed in. The voices of the dead still whispered in his mind, and the weight of the souls he had carried, the souls he had failed, still clung to him like a shroud. He started the engine, the sound of it filling the silence, and slowly, almost mechanically, he pulled out onto the empty road. The streetlights blurred past him, casting fleeting glimpses of the world outside, but it felt like he was driving through a dream from which he couldn't wake. The sky above was a dull gray, the moon obscured by thick clouds that seemed to swirl around, as if reflecting the turmoil within him. He drove without purpose, without direction, lost in the vast emptiness of the city. His mind kept returning to the woman, the entity, the souls, the things he had seen, the horrors he had witnessed, and the dark consuming force that had now claimed him. It was too late. He had failed. The darkness had already claimed him, and now he was just another passenger on the endless road of vengeance, the very thing he had once feared. His life had been consumed by the cycle of death and revenge, and no matter what he did, he would never escape it. As he drove, the feeling of being watched grew stronger. The shadows in the rearview mirror seemed to deepen, as if something was waiting for him. He glanced back, his eyes darting nervously to the empty back seat, but there was nothing there. The car was silent, the air thick with an unsettling stillness. But then, just as he passed a quiet intersection, he saw something in the corner of his eye. A figure standing at the edge of the road, motionless in the dark. Miguel's heart skipped a beat. He slammed on the brakes, the car screeching to a halt. The figure in the darkness was a woman, her face obscured by the hood of a long coat. Her silhouette was familiar, but he couldn't place it. The moment he saw her, a strange feeling swept over him. A sense of déjà vu so strong that it made his stomach twist. He opened the door, his heart pounding in his chest. "Need a ride?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper, though he already knew the answer. The woman didn't respond at first. She simply stepped forward, her face still hidden beneath the hood. She moved slowly, deliberately, as if she had been waiting for him. As she approached the taxi, Miguel felt an intense chill settle in the air, a coldness that seemed to seep into his very bones. It was as though the woman wasn't just a passenger. She was something far darker, a reminder of the fate that awaited him. She climbed into the back seat without a word, and for a moment, the car was still. The only sound was the soft hum of the engine, the distant noise of the city fading into nothingness. Miguel glanced nervously at the rearview mirror, and the moment their eyes met, he knew. He knew this wasn't just another passenger. This was the beginning of the cycle again. The woman's face was now visible in the reflection. Her eyes, cold and empty, stared back at him, and for a moment, he thought he saw something familiar in them, a reflection of the lost souls he had carried, the same emptiness, the same despair. "I've been waiting for you," she said softly, her voice low and hollow. Miguel's throat tightened. "What do you mean?" he asked, his voice barely audible. The woman didn't answer right away. She simply stared at him, her gaze piercing through him, as if she were looking into his soul. "It's too late, Miguel," she said, her voice now filled with a strange, eerie calm. "You can't escape the cycle. You're one of us now." Miguel's heart sank. His grip on the wheel tightened, his knuckles turning white. "No. I've tried to stop it. I've faced it. I tried to break the cycle." The woman's lips curved into a faint, unsettling smile. "You were never meant to break it. You're just another passenger, another part of the endless journey. And now, you'll drive forever, carrying souls to their fate." Miguel's chest tightened. The weight of her words pressed on him like a physical force. He wanted to scream, to tell her she was wrong, but deep down, he knew she was right. He had been pulled into the cycle, and there was no way out. The woman leaned forward, her voice barely a whisper. "You're already one of the lost. You've become part of the darkness, Miguel. And the next time someone climbs into your taxi, you will be the one they call for." Miguel's breath caught in his throat. The words rang in his mind, a haunting reminder of the fate that awaited him. He had become part of the ritual, part of the cycle that bound the souls to the living world. And now, he was the one who would carry them, forever trapped in the same endless journey. The road ahead stretched out before him, dark and empty, as if mocking his futile attempt to escape. He slammed his foot on the gas, but the car moved sluggishly, as if the very vehicle was reluctant to carry him further into the abyss. And then, just as he looked back at the rearview mirror, he saw it, the reflection of a figure, a familiar face, one of the souls he had once carried. The face smiled back at him, a smile full of sorrow and resignation. The taxi sped down the road, the headlights slicing through the darkness. Miguel's grip on the wheel loosened, his eyes locked on the endless stretch of road ahead. He knew now, with terrible certainty, that he had become part of the cycle. The next passenger would be waiting for him, just as they always had. And so, the last ride would begin again, and the cycle would continue forever. Chapter 1: The Grand Opening. The night was crisp and filled with the kind of expectation only an exclusive art gala could bring. The gallery doors were wide open, revealing the gleaming marble floors that reflected the soft ambient lighting overhead. Guests, dressed in their finest attire, mingled amongst themselves, raising their champagne flutes in silent toast to a night that promised to be historic. The air buzzed with conversation, the soft murmur of voices discussing artists, critics, and the event that had drawn them all together. The unveiling of a painting, known only as El Retrato Sangrante, the bleeding portrait. Angela stood at the far end of the gallery, her hand clasped tightly around the stem of her glass, her eyes locked on the crowd as they flitted between paintings, sculptures, and installations. She had always been a quiet presence in the world of art, content to let her work speak for itself. But tonight, something was different. The air around her crackled with an unsettling energy, the kind that prickled the skin and made the hairs on the back of your neck stand on end. Her heart pounded beneath her formal attire as she adjusted the collar of her dress, the dark velvet of her gown reflecting the understated elegance that had always been her style. Tonight, however, Angela was not just a creator of art. She was part of something much larger, something she had yet to fully understand. The painting, El Retrato Sangrante, had captivated the art world since its discovery. It had become a symbol of mystery, legend, and, for some, fear. And Angela had found it. Her discovery had been, in many ways, a stroke of fate. When she had first come across the abandoned estate where the painting had been hidden for years, she had been intrigued by the murky history that surrounded it. The painting itself had been wrapped in layers of dust, hidden away in a dark corner of the old manor, its vibrant colors muted by time and neglect. But as soon as she had touched the canvas, she had felt an inexplicable pull, a sensation like electricity surging through her fingertips. And now, the world was about to witness the full force of its presence. The gallery staff, mostly young interns eager to rub elbows with the who's who of the art world, whispered among themselves, glancing nervously at the massive canvas that had been positioned in the center of the room. Behind it stood a thick curtain, which was being pulled aside slowly as the hour approached. The spotlight would soon illuminate the dark legend that had been passed down through whispers and rumors for decades. "Angela, darling, you look stunning," a voice called, breaking through her thoughts. Turning, Angela saw her old friend and fellow artist, Sebastian, approaching with a broad smile. He was a striking figure, with sharp cheekbones and a style that suggested he could have been plucked straight from an old European painting himself. "Thank you, Sebastian," Angela replied, offering him a tight smile. "It's strange, isn't it? All this attention." Sebastian chuckled, glancing over at the curtain concealing the portrait. "Strange? Angela, this is the moment you've been waiting for your whole life. The world will soon know your name." Angela's throat tightened, and she forced herself to look away from the curtain. She had never been one for the spotlight, but tonight, the weight of it was impossible to ignore. As the minutes ticked by, the murmurs of the crowd grew louder. People clustered around the painting, speculating about its origins, sharing their theories about the mysterious man who had once owned it, the man whose name had been linked with a series of unsolved murders, a notorious serial killer whose identity had never been revealed. The painting had been found in the old estate of this killer, left behind as his last legacy. Some said the portrait had once been the man's own likeness. Others insisted it was a twisted depiction of one of his victims. There were even darker whispers, rumors that the painting had a life of its own, that it could make you see things, that it could make you feel things, things that didn't belong in this world. "Did you hear the story?" one guest whispered as she passed Angela, her voice low and breathless. "They say the man who painted it was cursed, that it's haunted." Angela's heart skipped a beat, but she masked the feeling with a practiced smile. "It's all just stories," she muttered under her breath, trying to dismiss the unsettling thought. Still, the atmosphere in the room felt heavier, like the air itself was thickening. As the final moments approached, the crowd grew increasingly restless. Angela felt the weight of their eyes upon her, and for a moment, she wished she could disappear into the shadows. But just as she thought she might retreat, the lights dimmed, and the hum of conversation died down. The curtain was drawn back. The Retrato Sangrante was revealed. A collective gasp rippled through the room as the painting was illuminated by the intense white light of the spotlight. The figure in the portrait was unsettling, almost unnatural in its realism. The dark eyes of the man in the painting seemed to follow every movement, every breath in the room. His face, despite being frozen in time, exuded a palpable malice, as if the very brushstrokes had been infused with something sinister. The image was of a man dressed in a tattered suit, his face gaunt and sunken. But it was the blood that drew all eyes. It oozed from his eyes, dripped down his chin, and pooled in dark rivers across the canvas, as though he was weeping crimson tears. The blood seemed to shimmer in the light, as if it were fresh, still alive. Angela felt the hairs on her neck stand on end. Something was wrong. She had seen the portrait countless times during the restoration process, but seeing it unveiled to the public was different. The air in the room had changed, the whispers, the gasps. Everything felt amplified, as though something was watching them all. "What do you think?" Sebastian asked, his voice close to her ear. I don't know," Angela replied, her voice tight. "I feel like it's watching me." As the crowd slowly dispersed, murmuring their opinions about the painting, Angela couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The way the man's eyes seemed to burn through her, the way the blood on the canvas glistened with an almost eerie vibrance. It was as though the portrait had come alive, and worse still, she could feel a dark presence hanging over the gallery, a feeling she had been trying to ignore ever since the painting's discovery. "Do you see it?" Angela whispered to Sebastian, her voice barely audible. Sebastian, who had been intently studying the painting, looked back at her with a smile that seemed more forced than genuine. "See what?" "The blood. It's moving," she said, her breath catching in her throat. Sebastian blinked at her, his expression faltering for a moment before he shook his head. "Angela, you're just imagining things. You've been working too hard. You're probably just tired." But Angela couldn't shake the feeling that something darker was unfolding in the very heart of her gallery. Something evil had awoken with the revelation of El Retrato Sangrante, and it was just the beginning. The gallery doors had closed, but the true horror was only just beginning to reveal itself. Chapter 2. The Legend of the Portrait. The evening after the grand unveiling of El Retrato Sangrante had settled into a quiet, unnerving calm. The gallery was nearly empty, with only a few stragglers lingering near the painting, mesmerized by its dark beauty. Angela walked through the dimly lit halls of the gallery, her footsteps echoing softly on the polished marble floors. The haunting presence of the painting still hung in the air, as if it had seeped into the very walls of the building, and no amount of distance could shake its hold on her. She had tried to push away the feeling that something was wrong, something beyond her understanding, but the eerie sensation lingered. The Retrato Sangrante was more than just a painting. It was a portal to something dark, something that seemed to watch her from the canvas. Angela stopped by her small office, which was tucked away in a quiet corner of the gallery. She poured herself a glass of wine, hoping to ease her nerves. It had been a long day, an overwhelming day, but she couldn't ignore the constant pull of curiosity that kept her awake, urging her to learn more about the origins of the painting. A soft knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. She turned to see a well-dressed man standing in the doorway. His presence was commanding, his posture straight and proud, his face sharp and angular. He wore a tailored suit that seemed to shimmer faintly in the low light, and his dark eyes were fixed on her with an intensity that was both unsettling and intriguing. "Angela," he said smoothly, his voice rich with authority. "I hope I'm not disturbing you." "No, of course not," Angela replied, offering a strained smile. "How can I help you?" "I'm Thomas Davenport," he introduced himself, stepping into the room with the kind of quiet confidence that suggested he was no stranger to power and influence. "I'm a collector, an admirer of fine art, and I've been following the legend of El Retrato Sangrante for quite some time." Angela's heart skipped a beat. The Thomas Davenport. He was one of the most renowned collectors in the world, known for his vast collection of rare and often controversial artworks. His name had come up many times during her research on the painting, and she had read enough to know that his interest in El Retrato Sangrante was more than just casual curiosity. "Please take a seat." She gestured toward the chair across from her desk, watching as he moved to sit down, his eyes never leaving her. "What can I do for you, Mr. Davenport?" He leaned forward slightly, his expression becoming more serious, his voice dropping to a low, almost conspiratorial tone. "Angela, you're the one who found the painting, correct?" Angela nodded, unsure of where this conversation was heading. "Yes, I discovered it in an old estate, hidden away. It took months to restore, but there was something about it from the very beginning. I couldn't quite explain it." "I'm sure," Davenport said, his lips curling into a small, knowing smile. "There's something about that painting that has a reputation. You see, El Retrato Sangrante isn't just a piece of art. It's a piece of history, a dark, unsettling history." Angela leaned forward, her curiosity piqued. "What do you mean? I've heard the rumors, but I didn't want to believe them." Davenport's eyes seemed to narrow, and his voice became more deliberate, as though he were about to reveal a long-held secret. "The painting, Angela, belonged to a man known only as El Maestro de los Lienzos, the master of canvases. He was a notorious serial killer, active in the late 19th century. His identity was never truly discovered, and his name has been lost to time. But the one thing that everyone knew about him was that he was obsessed with his work. He believed that to capture the soul of his victims, he had to paint them. And with each murder, the portrait grew more alive." Angela felt a chill race down her spine as Davenport's words sunk in. She had heard snippets of this story before, whispers of a killer who used his art as a means of capturing the essence of his victims, a man whose every painting seemed more vivid than the last. But hearing it from Davenport with such conviction made it feel all too real. "I don't understand," Angela said quietly. "How could a painting become more alive? What does that mean?" Davenport's gaze shifted to the painting hanging on the wall behind her. He didn't answer immediately, instead studying the canvas with an intensity that seemed to pierce through the layers of paint, through time itself. It said that with each victim, the painting became more real. The master of canvases wasn't just a murderer. He was a madman, convinced that his work could hold the souls of the dead. He painted them, and with each stroke, their life force was absorbed into the canvas. their essence trapped within it. It was the only way he could keep them with him. Angela felt her heart race. She had always been drawn to the psychological aspects of art, to the way the human mind interacted with color, shape, and form. But this was something far beyond her understanding. She glanced at the portrait again, and for a moment, the blood seemed to shimmer under the gallery lights, as though it were still fresh, still pulsing. Is that what's happening? She asked, her voice trembling. Is the painting alive? Davenport's lips twisted into a faint smile, but there was no warmth in it. Some would say it is, and that's why the master of canvases disappeared after his last painting. It's rumored that he didn't just kill to create. He killed to escape. He believed that the final stroke would allow him to enter the painting himself, to live forever inside it. But something went wrong. The last murder was different. The final painting, the one that would capture his own soul, was left incomplete. The Ritratto Sangrante. Angela stood frozen, the weight of Davenport's words settling heavily on her chest. The notion of the painting somehow containing the souls of the dead, of the master himself, perhaps still lingering within it, seemed both terrifying and impossible. But what about me? Angela asked, her voice shaking as she slowly turned toward the painting. Why do I feel this connection to it? I didn't even know about the master when I found it. It was just an old piece of art. Davenport's expression softened, but there was a dark gleam in his eyes. You see, Angela, that's the thing. It's not just about the master. The painting has chosen you. You're part of the story now. It's as if it knew you would come for it. You're the one who uncovered it. And now, the painting has marked you, just as it marked every other person before you. Angela felt the room close in around her, the air growing thick and suffocating. The weight of Davenport's words seemed to hang in the room like a tangible presence, suffusing everything with a darkness she couldn't shake. She turned back to face him, her voice barely a whisper. How do I stop it? Davenport stood up, his face unreadable. You can't. Not now. The portrait's story is already in motion. All you can do is wait and watch. It won't let you go. Angela felt her pulse quicken, her breath shallow. The Ritratto Sangrante was no longer just a painting. It was something much darker, something that had been waiting for her, something that had chosen her. And now, it was too late to turn back. Chapter 3. The First Hallucination. The exhibition was meant to be a celebration, an artistic triumph for Angela, whose discovery of El Ritratto Sangrante had already begun to stir the art world. The guests were enamored by the beauty and mystery of the painting, speaking in hushed tones about its intricate details, its almost lifelike quality. Yet, as the night wore on, the atmosphere began to shift. What had once been a lively and sophisticated gathering slowly turned into something more unsettling. Angela had barely noticed the subtle changes at first. The way the laughter of the guests had begun to sound hollow, as if coming from a distant place, or how the lighting had seemed to dim without anyone adjusting the bulbs. But now, as she watched the visitors drift in and out of the various exhibits, she couldn't help but feel that something was amiss. It started with one person, a young woman dressed in a simple black dress, her eyes fixed on the portrait. Angela had seen her before, just moments ago, standing with a friend in front of the piece. But now, the woman was alone, her expression a mixture of fascination and confusion. She stood unnaturally still, as though in a trance, staring intently at the painting. Angela couldn't hear what the woman was whispering to herself, but she could see her lips moving. Then, without warning, the woman's eyes widened in sheer terror. She stumbled back, knocking over a small pedestal holding a glass sculpture. Her hands flew to her face as if she were trying to shield herself from something, and before Angela could reach her, the woman collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. The room erupted in chaos. People screamed, rushing to help her, some calling for security while others hovered near the painting, whispering frantically to each other. Angela moved quickly to the woman's side, her heart pounding in her chest. "What happened?" Angela asked, kneeling beside her, trying to make sense of the scene. The young woman's friend, a tall man in a sleek gray suit, was standing over her, panic written across his face. She just fell. She was looking at the painting and then, I don't know. She screamed, said something about blood, and then she just collapsed. Angela's stomach churned. The woman's face was pale, her breathing shallow, but her eyes remained tightly closed. There were no obvious signs of injury. Yet something about the way she had reacted to the portrait felt like it was connected to what Angela had felt herself. A strange, creeping sensation that grew stronger with each passing moment. A murmur ran through the crowd. Some were still too stunned to speak, while others seemed eager to discuss the strange incident. Angela stood, her hands trembling, and turned toward the portrait. Her gaze immediately locked onto the figure in the painting, the same man with the hollow eyes, his face frozen in a grotesque half-smile. But now, in the dim light of the gallery, it almost seemed like the blood on his face was moving. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but to Angela's eye, it looked as though the crimson streaks were shifting ever so slightly, as though they were being drawn into the canvas, as if the painting itself were alive. A chill ran down her spine. She shook her head, trying to clear her mind. It was just the lighting, just the effect of the shadows on the painting, but something deep inside her, something primal, told her it was more than that. The painting was changing, shifting in ways she couldn't explain. "Angela?" A voice cut through her thoughts. She turned to see Sebastian, his face drawn with concern. "What's going on? Is she okay?" I'm not sure," Angela said, her voice trembling. "But I think something's happening with the painting. I think it's affecting people." Sebastian looked over at the unconscious woman, his brow furrowing. "That's ridiculous. It's just a painting. There's no way." But Angela didn't hear the rest of his words. A sudden dizziness overwhelmed her, as though the ground beneath her was shifting. Her vision blurred for a moment, and she grasped the edge of a nearby table for support. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to steady herself. When she opened her eyes again, the world around her had changed. The gallery was gone. The walls, the lights, the crowd, they had all disappeared, replaced by darkness. She stood alone in a shadowy void, the only source of light coming from El Retrato Sangrante, which was now suspended in front of her, the painting glowing with an eerie, unnatural radiance. The man in the painting had changed. His eyes, which had once been lifeless, now seemed to glimmer with something sinister. They were alive, aware, watching. Angela tried to move, but her feet felt like they were rooted to the floor. She could feel her pulse quicken, her heart pounding in her chest. Something was pulling her toward the portrait, drawing her in, making her step closer and closer, despite her fear. As she stood there, unable to look away, the figure in the painting began to change again. The blood that had once been static now seemed to bubble and pulse, flowing from the man's eyes, dripping down his face and pooling at his feet. The blood was no longer just a painted image. It was as though it had substance, texture, life. Angela could almost hear it dripping, each drop like a beat of her own heart. Then, the figure in the portrait smiled. It was a grotesque, twisted smile, full of malice and hunger. And then, the thing that Angela had been dreading, the thing that she hadn't wanted to believe was possible, happened. The blood began to spill from the canvas itself. Angela's body froze, and she couldn't tear her gaze away as the painting seemed to come alive in front of her. The blood spilled out of the frame, splattering onto the ground in front of her. It spread out like a stain, dark and thick, and with each drop, the air grew heavier, colder. She could feel the blood, no, the presence behind it, reaching out for her, beckoning her, calling her into the depths of the painting. Angela. A voice whispered, low and familiar. She gasped, her breath catching in her throat. The voice was coming from inside the painting itself. Angela, it repeated, this time more insistent. You belong to me now. The world seemed to warp around her as the voice echoed in her mind. The blood, the figure, the coldness that seemed to seep into her bones. She was paralyzed, unable to move, trapped in this nightmare. She wanted to scream, to run, but her body wouldn't respond. Then, just as suddenly as it had all begun, the darkness vanished. Angela stumbled back into the gallery, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The lights were flickering again, the room returning to its usual state of calm. But something inside her had changed. Her vision was hazy, her mind swirling with fragments of the hallucination. The painting, the figure in it, had followed her back. And as she looked around the gallery, her heart skipped a beat. The blood in the painting wasn't just a memory. It was still there, shimmering in the light, as though it had never stopped flowing. She wasn't sure what had just happened, but she knew one thing. Whatever it wasn't over. Not by a long shot. Chapter 4. The Shadow That Watches. Angela couldn't shake the feeling. Something had changed within her. Something dark had awoken, and it was no longer just the paintings or the gallery that troubled her. It was something much more insidious, something that clung to her, watching her every move, whispering in the corners of her mind. El Retrato Sangrante was not just a painting, it was a force, and it was waiting. Her thoughts were tangled, no matter how hard she tried to focus on the mundane tasks of the gallery. There was a persistent unease in the pit of her stomach, a growing anxiety that made the light seem too bright, the silence too heavy. The once silent corners of the building now felt full of something, someone, lurking just out of sight. Angela knew she had to learn more about the man behind the portrait, the master of canvases, the notorious serial killer whose soul, if the legends were to be believed, was trapped within the painting. Her fingers trembled as she scrolled through old documents, newspaper clippings, and books she'd unearthed during her research. The killer's name was never confirmed, but the pattern of his murders, his obsession with art, and the cryptic messages he left behind were undeniable. He had been a man consumed by his work, painting his victims, each one more lifelike than the last, each death more brutal. The final portrait, El Retrato Sangrante, had been said to be both his masterpiece and his prison. His last act had been to attempt to capture his own soul in the image, an attempt to transcend death. But something had gone horribly wrong, and the killer had vanished, leaving behind only the portrait and a trail of whispers. As Angela read through the various accounts, she came across an unsettling detail. The killer had been known to leave behind a peculiar mark at each of his crime scenes. It wasn't a symbol or a signature, but rather a shadow, a lingering, unsettling darkness that seemed to cling to the place, an unnatural presence that never seemed to dissipate. The shadows were described as having a life of their own, stretching across walls, crawling across the floor. The reports made her skin crawl. Could this shadow, this eerie presence, be connected to the painting? And could it be following her now? Angela stood in the dim light of the gallery, staring at the portrait once more. The figure in the painting was no longer static. No matter how many times she looked at it, there was something new, something shifting in the bloodstains on his face, the angles of his features, the glimmer in his eyes. Every time she turned her head away and then looked back, the painting seemed slightly different. The blood dripped more freely. The man's smile grew wider. It was subtle, but it was there, and it was always watching her. The air felt heavier, like something was pressing down on her chest. The walls of the gallery felt too close, the lights too dim. She turned away from the portrait, but as she did, she felt it, that sensation of being watched, of someone, something, hovering just behind her, its presence undeniable. She froze, the hairs on the back of her neck standing on end. Her pulse quickened, and she fought the impulse to turn around. She didn't want to look, but the feeling was too intense, too overwhelming to ignore. A creak, a sound in the distance, barely audible. It came from the hall outside her office. Angela's heart skipped a beat. She slowly turned, her breath shallow, as her eyes scanned the darkness. The long hallway stretched out in front of her, lit only by the soft glow of the gallery's lights. It was empty, just as it had been moments before. Yet, something was different now. A shadow stretched across the hallway, long and twisting, as though it had a life of its own. The light flickered overhead, casting an eerie glow on the walls, and the shadow seemed to move, slithering, crawling toward her like a living thing. Angela took a step back, her mind racing. "It's just the lighting," she told herself. "It's just your imagination." But as she stood frozen, she saw it, a dark figure at the far end of the hallway. It was tall and impossibly thin, its form indistinct, like smoke or mist, blending into the shadows. It didn't move in the way a person should move. There was no sound, no footfalls. It simply was there, watching her. Her breath hitched in her throat, and she fought to steady herself. Was it real? Or was this yet another hallucination? A product of her mind fraying at the edges from the stress of the gallery, the painting, the strange occurrences. Angela shook her head, trying to dispel the panic rising in her chest. But the figure remained, just beyond the reach of the light. With her heart pounding in her ears, she took a step toward the figure, her hand reaching for the light switch on the wall. But as her fingers brushed the switch, the shadow darted forward, vanishing into the depths of the hallway. Angela gasped, her body stiffening in shock. The hall was empty again. It was gone, but she couldn't escape the feeling that it was still there, somewhere just beyond her vision, lingering, watching. The rest of the night passed in a blur, her thoughts a jumble of confusion and dread. When the last of the visitors had finally left, Angela locked up the gallery and retreated to her small office in the back, hoping to find some semblance of peace. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed darker than before, creeping along the walls like tendrils of something not quite real. She forced herself to sit at her desk, pretending to read through more of the documents about the killer's history. But her mind kept drifting back to the hallway, to the shadow, to the figure. She had seen it. She was sure of it. But what did it mean? Angela glanced over at the painting. The figure in the portrait stared back at her, as still as ever. But she felt the connection now. The pull that had been growing stronger ever since she'd first laid eyes on it. She could feel the darkness within the canvas, its malevolent presence seeping into her soul. The smile of the man in the painting seemed to widen as she looked at him. The blood, still fresh, gleamed under the lights, almost glowing. The figure's eyes were alive again, watching her. In that moment, Angela felt a strange sense of clarity. The shadow she had seen, it was no hallucination. It was real. The painting, the master of canvases, everything that had happened since she'd discovered the portrait. It was all connected. The shadow, the figure. It was all part of the same darkness that had been waiting for her, watching her. It was a force that existed beyond the boundaries of the gallery, beyond the painting, beyond the walls of her mind. And now, Angela realized, it was closing in. The shadow would follow her everywhere. It would never leave her. It was inescapable. As she sat in the dim light of her office, Angela felt her grip on reality slipping further and further away. Was she losing her mind, or was something more sinister at play? Was the master of canvases still alive, living within the painting? And if so, could he still reach out from the canvas, still haunt the living with his malevolent presence? Angela didn't know the answer, but as the shadow seemed to grow larger in the corners of her mind, she realized one thing for certain. Whatever was coming, it would not be stopped. It would follow her, and there was nothing she could do to escape it. Chapter 5. The First Attack. The gallery had been buzzing with excitement for the past several days. The Retrato Sangrante continued to draw crowds of curious onlookers, collectors, and critics. Angela had never experienced such attention before. For a moment, she had almost convinced herself that the unease she felt was simply a byproduct of the overwhelming attention. But deep down, she knew that something was wrong. It started quietly, as most disturbances do. Just a few murmurs among the visitors. Some whispered about the way the painting seemed to watch them, how it seemed to change with every glance. Others spoke of feelings of nausea, dizziness, and unease as they stood too long in front of the portrait. Angela had dismissed these complaints at first, chalking them up to the legends and rumors that had surrounded the painting from the beginning. People often let their imaginations run wild when faced with something they didn't understand. But tonight was different. The tension in the air was palpable, thick with an unspoken dread. The gallery was packed. Angela could barely make her way through the throngs of people, nodding politely to the well-dressed patrons, her mind elsewhere. The feeling she had been trying to suppress all week had become impossible to ignore. She could sense something lurking in the corners of the room, something watching her. The atmosphere shifted in an instant. The first scream came suddenly, shattering the calm. Angela whipped around, her heart leaping into her throat. A woman, a middle-aged patron, was backing away from the portrait, her face twisted in terror. Her hands were clutching her chest, her breath coming in rapid, shallow gasps. "Get it off me! Get it off me!" she shrieked. Angela rushed toward the woman, but before she could reach her, the woman collapsed to the ground, twitching violently. The gallery fell into chaos. People screamed and scrambled away, pressing themselves against the walls as if trying to escape an invisible force. The woman's friend, a tall man in a black suit, kneeled beside her, his face pale with fear. "What's happening to her?" he gasped, looking to Angela for an answer. "I don't know," Angela muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. "Call an ambulance now." Before anyone could respond, another scream ripped through the air. Angela turned just in time to see a young man charging toward the crowd, his eyes wild, his body trembling. Without warning, he lunged at another guest, a woman standing near the painting, her face pale with shock. He grabbed her by the shoulders, shaking her violently, his grip like iron. The woman screamed, struggling to break free, but it was clear she was no match for him. "Help!" someone shouted. "Stop him!" Angela's mind raced, her body frozen in place. This wasn't just some random outburst. There was something wrong, something deeply wrong. The attacks were erratic, uncontrollable, as though these people were possessed. Angela's thoughts spun, her heart hammering in her chest. "Get away from her!" someone shouted. A security guard appeared, rushing to intervene. The young man looked up, his eyes locking with the guards for a brief, intense moment, before he lunged toward him as well. Angela saw the guard stagger backward, his hands held out in defense, but he was no match for the frenzied man. "Stop! What's happening to them?" Angela shouted, but her words were drowned out by the screams. The chaos escalated. The attackers seemed to multiply. Two more people, a man and a woman, suddenly turned on each other, clawing and biting, their faces twisted in rage. It was as if they were all drawn toward the painting, like moths to a flame, driven by some unseen force. The gallery erupted into a cacophony of violence, confusion, and terror. Angela stood frozen in the center of the room, her breath shallow. This wasn't just a coincidence. She could feel it now. The violence, the madness, it was connected to El Retrato Sangrante. There was no other explanation. Every person who had come into contact with the portrait seemed to lose themselves. Their eyes grew wide with fear, their bodies tensed with unnatural aggression. They weren't just reacting to the painting. They were being compelled by it. "Angela." Sebastian's voice cut through her thoughts. He rushed toward her, his face pale, his eyes wide with panic. "We have to stop this. It's the painting." "I know," Angela whispered, her voice trembling. "It's the painting. It's doing this to them." Her heart pounded in her chest as she tried to process what was happening. She thought of the rumors, how the master of canvases had captured the souls of his victims in his portraits. Had the same thing happened here? Was the Retrato Sangrante pulling its victims into the painting, turning them into violent vessels? Angela's head spun with the horrifying possibilities. Sebastian grabbed her by the arm, pulling her toward the exit. "Come on, we need to get out of here. We'll call for help. But before he could finish, a deep, guttural scream filled the air. Angela whipped around to see the figure from the portrait, the man moving. His painted eyes were wide and filled with an unnatural hunger, and his smile, it was stretching, widening. Angela's stomach turned. No, it couldn't be. She was imagining it. The stress, the fear, the chaos, everything was warping her mind. But no. As she watched, the man's painted lips curled upward, stretching impossibly wide, as though the very act of smiling was tearing the canvas apart. The blood, which had once seemed like a grotesque addition to the painting, now shimmered with an eerie vibrance, like it was alive, like it was real. She stumbled backward, her legs unsteady, as the sounds of the madness grew louder. Another scream. The young man, who had been attacking the woman moments earlier, was now on the ground, writhing in pain. His limbs twitched erratically, as though he were being torn apart from the inside out. His eyes rolled back in his head, and his mouth opened in a soundless scream. "Angela!" Sebastian shouted, shaking her roughly. "We have to go, now!" Angela's heart pounded. She wanted to run, to escape this nightmare, but she couldn't take her eyes off the painting. The figure in the portrait was no longer just a painted image. It was something more, something alive. She felt it, felt the power pulsing from it, filling the room with its dark, malevolent energy. "Angela!" Sebastian screamed again, his voice frantic. With trembling hands, Angela finally turned away from the painting. The gallery was in disarray, the chaos spreading faster than she could comprehend. People were bleeding, attacking each other, and the cries for help were deafening. Without thinking, she followed Sebastian as he pulled her toward the back of the gallery, toward the emergency exit. The building felt too small, the walls closing in on them. As they rushed through the door and into the cold night air, Angela looked back at the gallery, her breath catching in her throat. The painting. The door slammed shut behind them, cutting off the horrors inside. But Angela knew with a deep, gut-wrenching certainty, that the madness hadn't ended. It was only just beginning, and they were all caught in its grip. The gallery was forced to close temporarily, the authorities struggling to comprehend the violence that had unfolded within its walls. The investigation would begin soon, but for Angela, the terror was far from over. She had seen the truth now. The painting was alive, and it was pulling them all toward the edge of something far darker than she could ever imagine. And she could feel its pull, ever stronger, drawing her back. Chapter 6. The Dark Connection. The weight of the events that had unfolded in the gallery was too much to bear. The violence, the madness, it was as if the world itself had cracked open, revealing something dark and ancient. Angela had spent the past several days locked away in her apartment, away from the chaos, trying to process everything she had seen. The violence, the terror, it was all connected to the painting, but she needed answers, something that could explain the unexplainable. There had been whispers, rumors she had barely dared to listen to, but now, after everything that had happened, she could no longer avoid the truth. She had to know what she was dealing with. The more she researched, the more she uncovered the dark history behind El Retrato Sangrante. Angela sat at her desk, the pile of old books and papers in front of her growing larger by the hour. The air in her apartment was thick, with the scent of musty paper, the faint hum of the overhead light, the only sound that filled the room. She had gone through every detail of the killer's life, piecing together fragments of his violent history, his obsession with art. She had even found a few cryptic letters, written in the killer's shaky handwriting, that hinted at something far darker than she had imagined. It was an old journal entry that caught her attention. The handwriting was barely legible, but it was the words that stood out to her. The painting must capture the soul. It is the only way to achieve immortality. To live forever, one must pass their essence on to the next. The figure in the painting must choose its successor. Angela's pulse quickened as she read the words again. The figure in the portrait wasn't just some painted image. It was alive. It was more than a simple creation. It was an entity, a malevolent force with a singular purpose. The killer hadn't just been painting victims to capture their essence. He had been creating a vessel that would eventually need to be filled, and that vessel would need a successor, a new soul. The realization hit her like a cold wave. She wasn't just researching a painting anymore. She was researching her own fate. Angela's hands shook as she flipped through the journal, Desperate for more answers, she found another passage that sent a chill down her spine. The soul of the observer will be drawn in, bound to the painting forever. The chosen one will see the truth and take their place. Once they step forward, the cycle will begin anew. But beware, for the chosen one cannot escape. The words were clear now. The painting was more than a work of art. It was a trap, a cursed object that fed on the souls of those who gazed upon it. The killer had known it, had created it with that very purpose in mind. And now, Angela understood the unspoken truth. She was the chosen one. She didn't know how or why, but it was undeniable. The strange connection she had felt to the portrait, the way it seemed to draw her in, had been no coincidence. Her discovery of the painting had not been fate. It had been orchestrated. The painting had chosen her, just as the killer had intended. And now she was bound to it, tied to its dark power, its insatiable hunger. The room around Angela seemed to grow colder. She could feel it, like a presence, lurking in the shadows. The painting, the killer, the cycle. It was all intertwined, and she had unknowingly walked into its trap. Her mind raced with the implications. How had she not seen it before? The strange occurrences, the hallucinations, the shadows that seemed to follow her. It was all connected. The figure in the painting had been waiting for her, had been calling to her from the moment she laid eyes on it. She could feel its pull, a magnetic force drawing her closer with every passing second. Angela shook her head, desperate to deny the truth. But deep down, she knew it was too late. The painting had marked her. She had no choice but to face it. With trembling hands, she reached for the last file in the stack, a collection of old police reports, eyewitness accounts, and articles about the master of canvases. She had hoped to find something that would explain why she was drawn to the painting, why it had such power over her. What she found was more horrifying than anything she could have imagined. The final report was dated the day before the master of canvases disappeared. It was a letter from one of his victims, a woman named Clara, who had survived the killer's final encounter. The letter was addressed to the police, though it was never sent. In it, Clara described her terrifying encounter with the artist and what she had learned about the painting. He told me the truth about the portrait, that it holds the soul of the one who painted it and the souls of every victim he ever claimed. It is a prison. He is trapped inside it, waiting for someone to take his place. He can't escape. He says the painting has chosen me, but I won't take his place. I won't. He is watching me, always watching. I know now. I know what he meant. The soul of the observer is trapped inside, and it never leaves. He said it's too late for me. Too late for anyone who looks. Angela's hands went numb as she read the final words. The realization hit her with full force. Clara had seen the truth, but she hadn't been the chosen one. Angela had been. The killer had somehow known that she would come across the painting, that she would be drawn to it. The last line of Clara's letter lingered in her mind like a haunting whisper. It's too late for me. Angela's chest tightened. It was too late for her. She had seen the painting, had been marked by it, and now there was no escape. She was bound to the retrato sangrante, just as the killer had been bound before her. The painting wasn't just a cursed object. It was a living entity, waiting for its next victim, its next successor. And Angela had been chosen to fill that role. A cold sweat broke out across her skin. She had hoped she was wrong, that there was some other explanation. But now, there was no denying the truth. The killer had used the painting to trap souls, to feed on them, and to pass on his curse to others. The only way to end the cycle was to destroy the painting, but Angela didn't know how to do that, didn't even know if it could be done. She stood up, her head spinning with the weight of the discovery. The figure in the painting had been waiting for her. The killer had been waiting for her. The cycle would never end unless she took the next step, unless she allowed herself to become the next victim. The room seemed to close in around her, the shadows in the corners growing darker, heavier. The walls were closing in. The painting had already claimed her, and now it was only a matter of time before it would consume her completely. But Angela knew one thing. She couldn't let it happen. She had to find a way out. The dark connection had been forged, and now it was up to her to break it before it was too late. Chapter 7. Echoes of the Past. The nights had become increasingly restless for Angela. No matter how hard she tried to sleep, the shadows of the Retrato Sangrante seemed to follow her, creeping into her dreams and waking hours. She had thought she understood the painting's power, that it was an object of pure malevolence, an evil thing that fed on the souls of the living. But the more she uncovered, the more she realized the painting's reach was far deeper than she had ever imagined. It was on one such restless night, as she lay in her bed, her body cold with sweat, that the memories began. At first they were vague, a fleeting image of a face, a fleeting scent of lavender, the sound of soft whispers in the dark. But as the night deepened, the fragments became more coherent, more real. They were memories of her childhood, memories she had long since buried deep in the recesses of her mind. Angela sat up, gasping, her breath shallow. Her pulse pounded in her ears as she tried to focus on the fragmented recollections that now seemed to haunt her. She saw flashes of a room bathed in dim light, a soft lullaby floating in the air. Her mother's voice, soothing and warm, calling her name. But there was something wrong with the scene, something that felt off, like a shadow moving just beyond the edges of her vision. As she closed her eyes and tried to recall more, the memories took shape. Memories of a woman she had barely known, a woman she had lost far too young, her mother. Angela had been only a child when her mother had disappeared, her life torn apart by a sudden and inexplicable tragedy. The police had called it an accident. They said her mother had fallen, had been killed in a random event, a stray car crashing into their home. But Angela had never fully believed that explanation. There had always been something about her mother's death that felt wrong. The more she tried to piece the memories together, the more vivid they became. She saw her mother, her face pale and distant, her once vibrant eyes now hollow, as though they had seen something Angela couldn't comprehend. The woman in the memories had often been sad, quiet, and now Angela could feel the creeping suspicion settling in her chest. The Retrato Sangrante wasn't just a painting, it had a purpose, a terrible purpose. Her mother had been one of the killer's victims. Angela's breath caught in her throat. The thought seemed absurd at first, but the more she thought about it, the more it made sense. Her mother had vanished years ago, but Angela had never understood why. She'd been too young to question it at the time. Now, as the pieces began to fall into place, Angela realized the horrifying truth. Her mother had been chosen. She had been part of the master of canvas's twisted obsession, his final masterpiece. And the painting, it had been created to capture her mother's soul. Angela's fingers trembled as she pulled herself out of bed and stumbled across the room to the desk where she had left the documents she had been studying. She spread them out before her, frantically flipping through old newspaper clippings and letters, her eyes scanning for anything that would give her more answers. And then she found it. An old yellowed photograph buried deep within the stack. It was a picture of a woman, her face familiar, but older than the face in Angela's fragmented memories. It was her mother. But what struck Angela was the name written at the bottom of the photo: Clara Whitaker. Clara Whitaker, Angela's mother. The photograph was dated just a few months before the night her mother had died. There, standing beside her mother, was a man, a tall, thin figure with a cold, emotionless stare. The master of canvases. Angela's blood ran cold as she realized the connection. Her mother had been in the killer's final days, a part of his twisted masterpiece. She had been one of his victims. Angela slammed her hand down on the desk, the weight of the discovery suffocating her. She had always believed her mother's death was an accident, but now everything made sense. The memories, the whispers, the connection between her and the painting. It was all part of a far more sinister design. Tears stung Angela's eyes as she pictured her mother's face, pale and lifeless in the photograph. The woman she had been before her tragic death was now nothing more than a fading image, a victim of a killer who had trapped her in the painting. But it wasn't just her mother. The killer's obsession had gone beyond his own death. It had gone on to her. Angela's thoughts were shattered by the sudden vision that struck her mind. In the deepest corner of her mind, a dark figure emerged from the shadows of the painting. It was the same figure she had seen time and time again. His face twisted, his eyes hollow. But now, there was something more. He was moving. Slowly, like a predator, he stepped out from the edges of the canvas, his figure growing clearer and more defined with each passing second. The figure's presence was oppressive, filling the room with a suffocating darkness. The coldness of his gaze pierced her. He was waiting, watching her. Angela stumbled backward, her breath quickening, her heart racing in panic. She had seen it, seen him. He was alive, alive inside the painting. The figure's lips curled into a twisted, mocking smile. His gaze, heavy and unyielding, never left hers. "You are the one who will join me now," the figure's voice echoed in her mind, distant but unmistakable. "You are the next." Angela's hands shook violently as she clutched her head, the overwhelming sensation of his voice reverberating through her skull. He wasn't just a part of the painting. He was calling to her, his presence a part of her mind. She wasn't free. She couldn't run from him. In a haze of confusion, Angela collapsed to her knees, her vision blurring, the world spinning. She didn't know how long she sat there, lost in the chaos of her thoughts. But when she finally managed to open her eyes, the room had changed. The shadows seemed to close in on her, twisting into the form of the figure, his outline no longer just in her mind, but standing before her, a ghostly specter in the corner of the room. His eyes locked with hers, and the air grew impossibly cold. He was here. He had always been here, watching her, waiting. Angela's breath caught in her throat. She didn't want to look at him, didn't want to acknowledge the horrible truth, but the pull was too great. The connection between them was undeniable. She had been bound to the painting, to the killer, from the moment she had laid eyes on it. And now, she was its next victim. The darkness began to creep closer, surrounding her, pulling her into its depths. The figure moved toward her, his smile never fading. In that moment, Angela understood. This wasn't just about the Retrato Sangrante. It wasn't just about the killer or the curse. It was personal. The painting had always been meant for her, and she could never escape. As she looked into the figure's eyes, Angela realized with a sickening certainty that her mother had never truly left. Her soul had been captured by the painting, just as Angela's was meant to be. And now, they were both part of it, forever. Chapter 8. The Return of the Killer. Angela's breaths came in ragged gasps as she stumbled through the dark corridors of the gallery, the weight of the discovery pressing down on her chest like a leaden stone. The revelation had come to her like a thunderclap in the dead of night. The killer was still alive. Not in the way she had once imagined, not in flesh and blood, but in something far more sinister. He had found a way to live on, to trap his victims' souls within the painting, feeding off their life forces. With each death, the painting grew more powerful, and with it, he returned. The painting was not merely an object, it was a vessel, a gateway between the living world and something far darker. The killer, El Maestro de los Lienzos, had discovered that by capturing his victims, in the strokes of his brush, he could create a bridge between worlds. Each victim's soul was absorbed into the canvas, their essence becoming part of the painting, feeding the dark power that had once given him life. Angela had learned this truth the hard way. She was no longer just a passive observer, no longer simply the art historian who had stumbled upon a forgotten masterpiece. She was part of the killer's plan, a mere cog in the cycle that had begun long ago. And now, as she moved deeper into the gallery, she could feel his presence again. The figure in the painting, the dark entity that had once lurked in the shadows, was no longer confined to the canvas. It was reaching out, pulling itself from the painting, pulling itself into the physical world. Angela paused in front of El Retrato Sangrante, her heart pounding in her chest. The figure within the frame seemed to be staring at her, his painted eyes following her every movement. But it was more than just a painting now. It felt like the air itself was charged with energy, like something alive was watching her. The blood on the canvas, once frozen in time, now seemed to ripple, as though it were in motion. The man's smile stretched wider, and his eyes burned with an intensity that sent a shiver through Angela's spine. No longer content to remain trapped in the painting, the figure began to shift, slowly, unnaturally. The lines of the painting started to blur, the boundaries between the painted figure and the physical world becoming indistinct. Angela's breath hitched as she watched the impossible happen. The figure was moving. A low, guttural laugh filled the gallery, echoing in the vast, empty space. Angela spun around, her eyes scanning the room, but there was no one there. Yet the laughter seemed to come from all around her. It was a sound that chilled her to the bone, a sound that made her feel as though the walls themselves were closing in, pressing in from all sides. Her heart pounded in her chest, each beat a thudding reminder that she was no longer alone. The killer, El Maestro de los Lienzos, was no longer bound by the limits of his canvas. He was here, and he was coming for her. Angela's legs trembled, but she forced herself to move. She had to find a way to stop this, to end the cycle before it consumed her, before it claimed her soul as it had claimed so many others. The thought of the souls trapped within the painting, of her mother's soul, of the countless victims who had been drawn into this hellish trap, spurred her into action. She had to destroy the painting. It was the only way to stop the killer. But Angela knew deep down that doing so might come at a terrible cost. She turned back to the painting, her eyes wide with terror. The figure had stepped partially out of the canvas now, his body a grotesque, half-formed apparition, his limbs twisted unnaturally, as though they were still being painted, the lines of his body shifting and stretching. His face, a twisted mockery of the once human artist, had grown even more distorted. The smile now a grotesque rictus. His eyes were black pits, filled with a hunger that seemed to consume everything in its path. And in that moment, Angela knew with absolute certainty, the killer wasn't just alive. He was free. The air around her seemed to grow colder, heavier. The lights flickered, casting long shadows that stretched toward her like fingers, clawing at her skin. Angela's eyes blurred with fear, but she forced herself to focus. She had to find a way to destroy the painting. She had to find a way to end this nightmare. Suddenly, a voice, low, cold, and taunting, slithered into her mind. "Angela," the voice whispered, as though it were right behind her. "You belong to me now. Your soul will be mine, just like the others. You cannot escape. You never could." She spun around, her breath caught in her throat, but there was no one there. The gallery was empty, yet she could feel his presence, the suffocating weight of it, pressing down on her like a vice. She could feel him, the master, moving closer, his malevolent energy swirling around her like a storm. Angela clutched her chest, trying to steady her breathing, but her hands trembled uncontrollably. She had no time. She could feel the figure drawing closer, feel his power building. His shadow loomed over her, and she knew that if she didn't act now, it would be too late. He would claim her as his next victim, and she would become just another trapped soul in the painting, another piece in his twisted collection. With trembling hands, Angela reached into her bag and pulled out the small, dusty book she had found among the killer's possessions. The one that spoke of the rituals, the dark magic that had given the killer his power. She had hoped she wouldn't need it. But now, with the figure drawing ever closer, there was no choice. The book's pages were brittle, yellowed with age, but she found the passage she was looking for. The ritual to destroy the painting, the only way to sever the connection between the killer and the physical world. Angela's heart pounded as she read the words aloud, her voice shaking. She didn't know if it would work, but it was her only hope. To destroy the portrait, the soul of the observer must be offered. The words seemed to glow on the page. A life must be sacrificed, one to break the cycle, one to sever the link between the living and the dead. Angela's breath caught in her throat as she understood what the ritual demanded. The price for destroying the painting, for ending the killer's reign of terror, was her life. She would have to sacrifice herself to end the curse. The figure in the painting grew stronger, more solid, his twisted form now fully emerging from the canvas. His eyes, black empty pits, stared directly at her, and his grin widened. "No," Angela whispered, her voice trembling with fear and resolve. "I can't let you win." She stepped forward, the book still clutched in her hands. The killer's figure reached out toward her, but Angela didn't hesitate. She had made her choice. She couldn't let this evil spread any further. She couldn't let it claim anyone else. With one last defiant breath, Angela threw the book onto the floor, a single word escaping her lips. No. The ground beneath her feet seemed to shake. The figure in the painting screamed, an otherworldly, soul-rending cry that filled the gallery and shattered the silence. But it was too late. The cycle was broken, Angela's sacrifice had begun, and the painting, El Retrato Sangrante, finally began to crumble. Chapter 9. The Final Act. The gallery was quiet now, unnervingly still. The distant hum of the fluorescent lights seemed to throb like a heartbeat, underscoring the silence that had descended on the space. But the air was thick with something else, something malevolent, something that made every shadow seem darker, every creak of the building more foreboding. Angela's pulse quickened as she walked toward the center of the room, where El Retrato Sangrante still loomed ominously, its presence suffocating the space around it. The figure in the painting had taken shape, moving beyond the boundaries of the canvas, like a living nightmare. It no longer just lingered in the background. It was growing, inching ever closer to reality, pulling itself from the painting and toward her, like a predator closing in on its prey. Angela could feel the weight of his eyes, 1,000 invisible hands pressing down on her soul. He had been watching her, waiting for this moment, the moment when the cycle would be complete. It had all come down to this. She had tried to deny it, to avoid the truth, but there was no more time for hesitation. The killer was coming for her body, her soul, and he would not stop until she became a part of his grotesque masterpiece. The idea that he had been using his victims to fuel his existence, to live beyond the grave through their souls, made Angela sick to her core. But now, she stood before him, the final piece of his terrible puzzle. She was the one who would either end it all or become part of the cursed painting forever. Her mind flashed back to the ancient ritual she had read about in the killer's journal, the one that promised a way to destroy the painting, to sever the connection between the killer and the world. But there was a price. She had read it over and over again, hoping she had misunderstood. But she hadn't. To destroy the painting, she had to give up everything. Her life, her existence. It was the only way. Sacrifice one to save many. The words echoed in her mind, a relentless drumbeat that reminded her of the decision that awaited. To destroy the portrait would mean cutting the final thread that bound her to the killer. It would also mean her own death, her obliteration from the world. But how could she allow this curse to continue? How could she live knowing that the killer would keep coming for others, that the souls of his victims, her mother among them, would remain trapped, forever feeding his power? The gallery grew colder. The figure in the painting, a grotesque, twisted form that had been slowly emerging from the canvas, was almost entirely free now. He was no longer confined to the boundaries of the portrait. He stood before her, his form shifting and rippling like something not entirely human. His limbs stretched unnaturally long, his face a horrible mockery of a man's, his features both haunting and demonic. His eyes were pits of blackness, endless voids that seemed to suck in all light and life. The blood in the painting began to move, rippling out of the canvas in slow, deliberate motions. Angela could feel the ground beneath her feet tremble as the blood began to drip from the edges of the portrait, pooling at its base like a living thing. It was as though the painting itself was bleeding, as though the portrait was coming to life in the most horrific way imaginable. Angela backed away, her heart pounding in her chest. The killer was no longer just a painting. He had crossed the boundary into reality. He was here, and his intent was clear. He wanted her to become part of him, part of the painting. He wanted to claim her soul as he had claimed so many others before her. "I've been waiting for you, Angela." The voice rumbled, low and hollow, filling the room with an unnerving resonance. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, like a whisper inside her very mind. You were always meant to join me, to become part of the eternal masterpiece. Your soul, like all the others, will feed my existence. You will never leave. You will never escape. Angela felt her skin crawl. His voice, as terrible and dark as it was, also held a kind of twisted allure. She knew what he was offering, an eternity within the confines of the painting, where time and space no longer held any meaning, where death was a fleeting memory, and where she would be part of his eternal art. But it was a lie. It was a trap. She had seen the horror in the faces of his victims, their tortured expressions frozen forever in time. No, Angela whispered, shaking her head. I will never become part of you. The killer's smile widened, if it was even possible for it to stretch further. You already are. The blood from the painting began to pool at her feet, spreading across the floor in thick, viscous streams. It was alive, pulsing, hungry. As it crept toward her, she could feel it trying to draw her in, to absorb her. It was as if the very essence of the painting had become a part of the air, an invisible force trying to wrap itself around her and drag her into the canvas. The walls of the gallery seemed to close in, the shadows growing long and menacing. The killer was everywhere now, in the air, in the walls, in the blood that dripped from the canvas, staining the floor. Angela turned and ran. She had no plan, no time to think. She simply needed to escape, to break the connection that had kept her bound to this nightmare for so long. She had to destroy the painting. That was the only way. As she raced toward the center of the gallery, she heard the killer's laughter following her, echoing in every corner, reverberating through her very bones. She had no choice but to face him. There was no running. The portrait was the key to ending it all, but to destroy it, to sever the bond once and for all, would mean sacrificing herself. Her heart ached at the thought of never seeing her life again, of never feeling the warmth of the sun, of never hearing the sound of laughter or love. But there was no other way. She reached the painting, and in a single desperate motion, Angela grabbed the book, the one that held the secret to destroying the painting, and hurled it into the pool of blood that had gathered on the floor. As soon as it touched the blood, the book began to glow with an eerie light, the words inscribed on its pages lighting up in fiery red. No! The killer screamed, his voice a horrific snarl. You can't! But it was too late. Angela's heart raced as she stepped back, the blood now swirling around the edges of the canvas, the painting itself beginning to tear. The figure within screamed in fury, thrashing against the bonds of the painting, but it was too weak to stop the inevitable. The canvas began to crack, splitting open from the center, as if the painting itself were dying. As the blood bled into the floor and the figure in the painting disintegrated, Angela felt herself beginning to fade. Her body felt light, as though the very air was pulling her apart, and the world around her grew dim. In that moment, Angela understood. She was the final piece. She had been the key to ending the cycle. The last soul needed to break the curse. The last act had been completed. And as the gallery went silent, the painting crumbled to nothing, taking the killer and all his victims with it. Angela's final breath came as a whisper, fading into the void, and the gallery was still. The darkness had finally been vanquished. Chapter 10. The Bleeding Portrait. Angela had always believed that there was a solution, a way to destroy El Retrato Sangrante, by force, by fire, by the very hands of the living. She had fought against the painting, against the killer who had trapped her. But now, standing in the center of the gallery, with the blood that had bled from the painting still staining the floor, she understood the horrifying truth. It had never been about the physical destruction of the painting. It was about something deeper, something that cut to the very core of who she was. It was the emotional weight, the darkness within her own soul that had been the key all along. For days, Angela had struggled with the terrifying pull of the painting. But now, as she gazed at the void where the killer's figure had once stood, she felt the presence of something deeper. The painting wasn't just an object to be destroyed. It was a reflection of her own inner turmoil, her deepest emotions, her grief, her hatred, her unhealed pain. It had always been a part of her, woven into her very essence from the moment she had discovered it. She thought of her mother, Clara Whitaker, the woman whose soul had been trapped within the painting, one of the killer's final victims. Angela's memories of her mother were fractured, fleeting images of a woman whose presence had once filled her life with warmth, but who had vanished too soon. Clara had been the first victim, but Angela had never understood why, never understood how her mother had become a part of this horrific cycle. But now, Angela understood everything. The anger she had felt for her mother's death, the abandonment, the years spent without knowing the truth, had always been a seed buried deep within her. Her hatred for the killer, for the painting that had taken her mother away, had clouded her vision, made her believe that the only way to destroy this evil was by tearing it apart. But it was more than just hate. It was love. Love for a mother who had never truly left her, who had been taken by this cursed painting. The real connection was not the blood or the violence. It was the unspoken bond between mother and daughter, between the living and the lost. Angela's eyes flickered toward the empty canvas. It was no longer the terrifying, blood-stained image that had once trapped so many. It was a blank canvas now, barren and hollow. But there was still something within it. A presence, a feeling. The painting had taken her mother, but it had also been a reflection of her own heartache, her own inability to accept the past. For so long, she had fought against the darkness, trying to destroy it, to erase it from her life. But now, in this moment of clarity, she knew that the only way to destroy the painting, to end the cycle once and for all, was to accept the pain, the loss, the grief, to accept her mother's absence, to allow the love she had for her to bleed through the cracks in her own heart. The truth was not about destruction. It was about letting go. Angela's breath caught in her throat as she closed her eyes. The gallery, now silent and still, seemed to fade away. The walls blurred, the shadows receded, and in the stillness, Angela was left with nothing but her memories, her pain, and her love for the mother she had lost. The emotions she had fought for so long to bury, her anger, her hatred, her sadness, flooded her all at once. They were no longer her enemies. They were a part of her. "Mom," Angela whispered, her voice shaking. "I've spent so long running from you, running from the pain, but I can't do it anymore. I can't run from you, from us." Her words seemed to hang in the air, as though they were suspended between the past and the present. In the silence, Angela felt something shift inside her. It was as though the painting, the killer, the souls trapped within the canvas, were all listening. They had always been waiting for this moment, waiting for Angela to stop fighting and finally accept what had been lost. With every breath, she felt herself shedding the burden of the past. She could feel her mother's spirit, not as a shadow or a curse, but as a presence that had always been with her. The painting had consumed her mother's soul, but Angela now understood that it was not the painting that had kept her. It was her own pain, her refusal to accept what had happened. The love she had for her mother was stronger than the hatred that had bound her to the killer. Angela stepped toward the empty canvas, her heart heavy with the weight of what she was about to do. The painting had been a prison, a reflection of everything she had feared and hated. But now it was an opportunity to free herself, to free her mother, to let go of the pain that had defined her existence for so long. As she reached out to touch the empty canvas, the air seemed to shift. The gallery around her began to fade, the walls melting away like smoke in the wind. The sounds of the world outside, the hum of traffic, the wind outside, the distant voices began to blur, as though everything was being washed away. The emptiness in the painting grew, the absence of the killer's figure becoming more pronounced, until all that remained was the blankness, the quiet. Angela closed her eyes one last time, her fingers pressing gently against the canvas. She let go. She let go of everything, the anger, the hate, the fear. She let go of the need to destroy. She let go of the need for revenge. In that moment, she understood that the real power of the painting had never been in its ability to trap souls, but in its ability to reflect the pain of those who gazed upon it. The painting began to shimmer, the bloodstains fading, the darkness lifting. The presence in the room, the oppressive force that had weighed so heavily on Angela, began to dissipate, replaced by a quiet, serene emptiness. The figure that had once haunted her dreams, the killer, the monster, began to dissolve, as if he had never been there at all. Angela's body felt light, as though she were fading, dissolving into the very air around her. She could feel herself becoming a part of the gallery, a part of the emptiness that had once held so much terror. She could feel her own essence leaving her, floating away into the space she had once tried to escape. The gallery was quiet now. The painting was gone. The killer was gone. And all that remained was the echo of El Retrato Sangrante, the bleeding portrait, now empty and silent, its legend fading into the history of the world. And yet, Angela knew that the legend would never truly end. The echoes of El Retrato Sangrante would live on in the hearts of those who had witnessed its terror, in the whispers of those who had felt its pull. The painting had been destroyed, but its curse, its story, would persist for as long as people remembered it. The gallery doors closed quietly behind her, and the world outside moved on, unaware of the darkness that had been vanquished within. But Angela, in her final moments, had found peace. She had freed her mother, and in doing so, she had freed herself. And so, the legend of El Retrato Sangrante continued. Its whispers carried on the wind, but its power, its terror, was gone. For now, Chapter 1. The Whisper in the Darkness. The night had already settled over the small farming village, wrapping everything in a blanket of deep, unsettling silence. The distant chirp of crickets was the only sound, broken only by the occasional rustling of wind that passed through the cornfields. The stars shone brightly overhead, as if watching the world below with cold, indifferent eyes. In one of the modest homes near the edge of the village, Elena sat alone at her kitchen table, the dim light of an old oil lamp flickering beside her. Her hands were calloused from years of working the land, yet tonight they trembled slightly as she pushed a plate away. She had just finished her evening meal, something light as usual, and now, with the house empty, save for the occasional shuffle of her dog in the other room, Elena tried to unwind from the relentless cycle of farm life. Her son, Miguel, had gone to bed early, tired from helping her in the fields during the day. The exhaustion in his eyes mirrored her own, though she tried to hide it behind a warm smile whenever he looked her way. She was all he had, and she couldn't afford to show weakness, not now. She glanced at the clock. It was nearly midnight. The house was still, save for the faint groan of the wood settling and the occasional hum of a distant insect. Elena had always hated the quiet of the night. It was too deep, too filled with things she could not see or understand. It was in these moments, when the day's tasks were over and the night stretched on, that her mind began to wander. She would often lie awake, staring at the ceiling, wondering if there was more to life than what she had. Tonight, though, she wasn't alone in her thoughts. The sound was so soft at first, she thought it was just the wind, an errant gust whispering through the cracks in the old wooden walls. But then it came again, a faint, almost imperceptible murmur. Elena froze. The house was empty. The dog was asleep. She strained her ears, listening intently. A whisper, a voice. It wasn't coming from the house, nor from the land outside her window. It seemed to be coming from the direction of the garden, from the old well that had stood in the corner of the yard for as long as anyone could remember. The well was a relic, one that had not been used for decades. There were no real reasons to keep it around, except that it had been there for generations, a silent observer of the family's trials and triumphs. But now, there was something else. Elena felt a chill run down her spine. She stood up, walking cautiously toward the window. The moonlight cast long shadows across the yard, and the well stood silent, as it always did, just a hole in the ground surrounded by crumbling stone. She squinted, trying to discern any movement, but nothing seemed amiss. And yet, the whispering continued. Her heart beat faster as the whisper grew louder, clearer. The voices were soft, like a chorus of distant memories. She could not make out the words at first, but as the minutes passed, one name began to pierce through the static of the murmurs. Miguel. Her breath caught in her throat. She spun around, her eyes scanning the quiet house. She knew it wasn't her imagination. It couldn't be. It wasn't just the wind. Someone, something, was calling her son's name. A sudden rush of panic gripped her chest. She moved quickly toward Miguel's room, the floorboards creaking under her weight. She threw open his door, and for a moment she simply stood in the doorway, staring at the empty bed. Her son was gone. Elena's pulse quickened. She rushed through the house, checking every corner, every closet. There was no sign of him. The back door was still locked. The window was closed. She hadn't heard him leave. How could he have disappeared without a sound? The whispering came again, this time louder. It wasn't just Miguel's name. There were others now, too. Names she recognized, names she loved. Her father's name, her mother's, and then something darker. Elena. Her name. The voice was unmistakable. She froze in the middle of the hallway, her blood running cold. The voice was familiar, too familiar. It was not the voice of her father, who had passed away years ago, nor was it her mother, whose memory she held so dearly. It was something else. Something ancient. The whisper seemed to be coming from the well, and suddenly Elena realized the horror of what was happening. The well, the thing that had been silent for so long, was calling her family by name. The voices were not just whispers in the wind. They were deliberate, intentional. They were waiting for something, or someone. The cold wind outside picked up, rattling the window panes. Elena stood still, torn between running to the well and checking on Miguel. Her rational mind screamed at her to wake up, to shake off the terror. But there was something undeniably compelling about the voices. It was as if they were pulling her closer, drawing her into their web. Elena's hand hovered over the door handle. For a moment, she considered going outside, approaching the well, demanding answers. But something held her back. The fear was too strong, too paralyzing. She had always believed that there were things in the world, old things, forgotten things, that shouldn't be tampered with. The well, the whispers, they were part of something much larger than she could understand. And yet, despite the fear, she couldn't shake the feeling that Miguel was somehow tied to it. That whatever this was, it was reaching for him, and now it had reached for her too. With trembling hands, Elena turned away from the door. She couldn't go outside just yet. There had to be another way, a way to understand what was happening before she lost everything. The whispers grew louder still, echoing in the back of her mind. She closed her eyes, fighting the panic that threatened to overwhelm her. Elena. And then, everything went still. The silence was absolute. The house was as quiet as it had been before, but the fear remained, heavy in the air. Something was coming, and it had already begun. Chapter 2. The Echo of the Past. The morning after the unsettling events of the previous night felt like a dream, but a nightmare that Elena couldn't wake up from. She had spent the entire night sitting in a chair by her son's empty bed, waiting for him to return. Every small sound, the wind against the window, the creaking of the house, had made her heart race. But Miguel did not come back. The house was silent, and she was left with nothing but questions that gnawed at her every moment. By morning, she felt as though the weight of the world was pressing on her chest. She had to do something. She couldn't just sit and wait for her son to return from the mysterious void he had vanished into. She had no choice but to confront the horror that had begun with the whispers in the well. She tried calling her neighbors. They hadn't seen anything unusual. They didn't know where Miguel was. The authorities were of no help either, as there was no evidence of foul play. It was as if Miguel had simply disappeared into thin air, and as she had feared, the well had become a constant presence in her thoughts. The voices, the names, they were too real to be ignored. Elena needed answers. She remembered something, a fragment of an old conversation her mother had once had with her about the well. Her mother had warned her never to go near it, speaking in hushed tones about old legends and ghost stories that seemed more like warnings than folklore. At the time, Elena had dismissed it as nothing more than superstition, but now the memory clung to her like a shadow, and she could feel it pulling her towards something deeper, something darker. She needed to find out more about the well, about the history of her village. She had to understand the source of this malevolent force that had taken her son, even if it meant delving into the darkest corners of the past. With determination setting in, Elena left the house and made her way to the village library. It was a small, dusty place, tucked between the butcher's shop and the bakery, its worn wooden shelves filled with forgotten tomes and local histories. The air smelled faintly of old paper and mildew. It was the kind of place that most people only visited when they were desperate for something, a place where time seemed to stand still. Inside, Elena found Mrs. Aldridge, the librarian, a gray-haired woman who had been a fixture of the village for as long as Elena could remember. Mrs. Aldridge was sitting behind the counter, flipping through an old ledger. She looked up when Elena entered, a knowing look in her eyes, as if she had been expecting her. "Elena, dear," she said softly, "what brings you here today?" Elena's voice caught in her throat for a moment, but she pushed the words out. "I need to know about the well, the one in my yard. I need to know its history." Mrs. Aldridge didn't seem surprised by the request. She simply nodded and gestured to a small table in the corner of the room. "I thought this day would come. Come, sit. I'll show you what we have." Elena sat down at the table, her hands trembling. Mrs. Aldridge shuffled through a stack of old yellowing books and papers, each one more faded than the last. The librarian eventually pulled out a thick, leather-bound volume and laid it in front of Elena. "This," Mrs. Aldridge began, "is the history of our village. But beware, some stories are better left untold." Elena opened the book, her eyes scanning the faded pages. She wasn't sure what she was looking for, but something told her she would know it when she found it. After several moments, she came across a passage that made her heart stop. It read, "Andrés Perez, 1824-1847. A man falsely accused of the brutal murder of his wife, Maria Perez. On the night of her death, Andrés was dragged from his home by a mob, beaten and taken to the old well, where he was executed. His cries for mercy echoed through the village, but none listened. He swore, in his final breath, that his spirit would return for vengeance. Since that day, strange voices have been heard near the well. It is said that the ghost of Andrés Perez still wanders, seeking those who dare to listen to his curse." Elena's blood ran cold as she read the passage over and over. The name, Andrés Perez, struck her like a blow to the chest. The connection was undeniable. The voices in the well, the whispers calling her family's names, the strange pull that had led her to investigate. It all made sense now, but the horror of it made her stomach churn. A man accused of a crime he didn't commit, his soul forever trapped in the well, seeking revenge on anyone who dared approach. Mrs. Aldridge watched her silently, as if waiting for Elena's reaction. Elena's breath came in shallow gasps as she processed the information. Is this the reason the well is cursed?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Some say it's a curse, yes," Mrs. Aldridge replied softly, her voice tinged with sadness. "But others believe the well holds something far more dangerous, something that feeds on the pain of the past." "Why hasn't anyone stopped it?" Elena asked, her mind racing. "There are always those who fear the truth, dear," Mrs. Aldridge said, her eyes growing distant. "The well has been here for centuries. It has seen countless generations come and go. But some things are better left alone. People in this village have long learned to keep their distance, to ignore the whispers. It's a part of our history now, and some things should never be disturbed." But Elena could no longer ignore the truth. Her son was gone, and the well was calling to her. She knew that if she didn't confront whatever haunted it, she might never see Miguel again. The curse of Andrés Perez had not just affected the past, it was reaching into her present, and it wouldn't stop until it had claimed what it sought. "I have to do something," Elena said, her voice trembling with both fear and resolve. I need to know how to stop it. Mrs. Aldridge paused before speaking again. There's only one way to stop it, but it's not something anyone can do alone. You will need to face the past, face the truth about what happened to Andres, and you must be prepared for the consequences. The well doesn't give up its secrets easily. Elena nodded, though she felt a sinking feeling in her chest. Whatever the cost, she would find a way to save her son. With the weight of the village's dark history pressing down on her, Elena left the library, her mind set on what she had to do next. The echo of the past was no longer just a whisper. It was a threat, and it had found its way to her doorstep. Chapter 3. The Mysterious Disappearance. The days that followed were a blur of frantic searches, sleepless nights, and unanswered questions. The whispers from the well had not stopped, but their presence had grown more sinister, more desperate. Each night, as the darkness settled in and the village fell silent, Elena found herself listening for the voices that seemed to seep through the walls of her home. But it wasn't just the whispers that haunted her. It was the emptiness that filled her every waking moment. Miguel was still gone. The night he vanished, Elena had heard the familiar murmur from the well once more. She had gotten up to check on him, but when she reached his room, the bed was empty. His clothes were gone. There were no signs of struggle, no open windows, no doors left ajar. Miguel had simply disappeared. At first, Elena had tried to tell herself it was just a bad dream, that her son had decided to leave in the middle of the night for some unknown reason, perhaps out of a childish sense of adventure. But that thought quickly faded as reality set in. She had searched the house, the yard, and the nearby fields. No trace of Miguel. It was as if the earth itself had swallowed him whole. The village had rallied together, combing the area for any sign of the boy. Neighbors offered their help, searching through the woods, the abandoned barns, and the dark corners of the village. They scoured every inch of the land, calling his name. But there was nothing. No footprints. No sound of him crying out for help. No sign of any disturbance. In the days that followed, Elena had begun to feel the weight of helplessness. She could not explain it. She had spoken to everyone she could think of. Village children, shopkeepers, even the old women, who seemed to know the history of everyone and everything in the village. No one had seen anything unusual. No one had heard anything. Then came the strange rumors. One morning, a local farmer told Elena that he had heard someone crying late the previous night. Faint, distant sobs that sounded almost human, coming from the direction of the well. Elena hadn't wanted to believe it. She wanted to hold on to hope that Miguel was simply lost and would soon return home. But deep down, she knew better. She had heard the whispers too, and now the cries, the calls. It was as if the very land around the well was alive, reaching out for something. Her nights had become unbearable. She stayed in her house, staring out the window, hoping for some sign, anything that would tell her where Miguel had gone, why he had left. The sound of the wind against the shutters, the soft rustling of the trees outside, the sound of her own heartbeat. It all blurred together until nothing made sense anymore. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness settled over the village, Elena could hear it again. The whispers, faint at first, then growing louder, calling her name. She stiffened, her heart thudding in her chest. But this time, it was different. This time the voices were no longer calling her. They were calling Miguel. Miguel! The name rang out through the night, clear and unmistakable, like a summons from beyond. Elena stumbled to her feet, her breath shallow, panic rising in her chest. She could no longer ignore the connection. The voices were coming from the well, as they had before. They were calling Miguel's name. She ran to the window, pressing her hand against the cool glass. The yard was still. The well, as always, stood in the corner of the garden, the stone walls cracked and weathered, its dark mouth gaping like the maw of some ancient creature. But there was something different about it now. The shadows seemed to move around it, swirling in unnatural patterns as if the well itself were alive. Elena's pulse quickened. It was happening again. She couldn't wait any longer. She had to go to the well. Throwing on her coat, Elena stepped outside into the crisp night air. The village was quiet, too quiet. The streets were empty, as if the entire world was holding its breath. The soft crunch of gravel beneath her feet was the only sound as she walked, her mind consumed by the thoughts of her son. Her heart screamed for him. "Where are you, Miguel?" As she neared the well, the air around her grew colder, and the whispers grew louder. They were no longer faint. They were sharp, urgent. "Miguel, come back." The sound of his name felt like a blow to her chest. She reached the well and hesitated for only a moment before stepping closer to the edge. The dark abyss of the well loomed before her, swallowing the faint moonlight that tried to touch its surface. She could almost hear the voices in the air around her now, swirling with the wind, swirling with her thoughts. The darkness inside the well seemed to reach out to her, pulling at her, urging her to step closer. The air grew heavy with an unnatural weight, and Elena's breath caught in her throat. She took a tentative step forward, her foot brushing against the stone. As she gazed down into the depths, she felt an overwhelming presence, something ancient and cruel. And then she saw it. A faint flickering image appeared in the depths of the well, a shadowy figure, a boy with dark hair, his face obscured by the darkness. It was Miguel. He was standing in the shadows, his eyes wide with terror. He looked as if he were reaching out to her, but the distance between them was infinite. She could hear him calling to her, but his voice was distant, muffled by the cold, dark walls of the well. "Mama." His voice was barely audible, but it was there. She could feel his fear, his desperation pulsing through the darkness. Elena's heart shattered. She reached out, but she couldn't touch him. The air around her seemed to grow colder, and the whispers began to grow louder, more insistent. "Miguel!" Elena shouted, her voice raw with fear. "Miguel, where are you?" The image of her son began to fade, as if the well itself was swallowing him whole. Desperation clawed at Elena's throat as she reached for him. She wanted to pull him out, to hold him again, but the darkness was too thick. It was as if the well were pulling him deeper, dragging him further away, with every breath she took. "No, no!" Elena cried out, but the shadows swallowed her voice. She staggered back, her knees weak, her body trembling from the sheer force of the fear and grief that coursed through her. The voices in the well continued, calling Miguel's name, drawing him further into the dark depths. Elena couldn't stay here. She couldn't just stand by and watch her son disappear into the well's darkness. But as she turned to leave, her heart heavy with grief and terror, she knew that the well had claimed its prize. And now, it was waiting for her. Chapter 4. The First Warning. It had been a week since Miguel disappeared. A week of sleepless nights, of fruitless searches, of heart-wrenching uncertainty. Elena felt like she was drowning, unable to breathe, unable to think clearly. The village had long since given up hope of finding her son. The searches had dwindled to a handful of stragglers who, out of pity or obligation, continued to look in the woods or the nearby fields. But it was always the same. Nothing. The well, though, remained, a silent witness to her grief, standing like a dark sentinel in her backyard, its whispers ever present. Elena had stopped trying to ignore them. She couldn't. They were inside her mind now, pushing her toward a truth she wasn't sure she could bear. And then, just as the days began to blur together in a haze of sorrow, something new arrived. A letter. It came one afternoon, dropped through the letterbox with a soft thud that felt like a blow to her chest. She was standing in the kitchen when she heard it, and she froze. The envelope was old-fashioned, yellowed, with no return address. The handwriting was jagged and uneven, as if the person had written it in haste, each letter strained with urgency. Elena's fingers trembled as she picked it up, the weight of it somehow heavier than she had expected. Sitting down at the table, she opened the envelope. Inside was a single sheet of paper, folded neatly. Elena unfolded it and began to read. The well calls, Elena. It always calls to those who listen. You cannot escape what is coming. The voices have not only called to your son, but they have claimed him, and they will claim you too, unless you understand what happened a century ago. Elena's heart skipped a beat. The words seemed to echo in her mind, reverberating against her skull. The voices have claimed him. It was as though the letter had been written by someone who knew exactly what she had been fearing. The truth she had refused to acknowledge. The truth that Miguel's disappearance was not random. It was part of something older, something far darker. The letter continued, with more details, as if it were speaking directly to her deepest fears. Andrés Perez was innocent, but the well has no mercy. It holds the souls of the damned, the forgotten, the forsaken. It does not only call those who dare approach, it claims those who listen. The words were chilling. She had heard of Andrés Perez, of course. His name had been in the old records at the library. He was the man accused of murdering his wife, dragged from his home 100 years ago, and executed by the villagers. The story was whispered among the older generations, a ghost tale passed down to ensure that no one forgot the tragedy that had stained their village. But this letter, who had written it, and why? Elena's mind raced. She read the next part, her eyes scanning the paper quickly, desperate for answers. The well cannot be silenced, Elena. It demands more than just hearing. It demands that the soul of those who listen be bound to it. You must break the cycle, or it will claim everything you love. Her breath caught. It demands more than just hearing. The voices had been calling her, just as they had called to Miguel. The letter suggested that hearing them wasn't enough to escape. It was a curse, one that dragged you in, bound you to the well's dark will. The words felt like an icy grip on her chest, choking the air from her lungs. Elena's hands shook as she folded the letter again, clutching it tightly in her fingers. She didn't know what to make of it. Was it a warning? A threat? Who could have sent it? She had no enemies, no one who wished her harm, except the village's long-forgotten past. The curse of Andrés Perez had been hidden in shadows for so long, a dark secret that no one had dared to confront. The letter was an answer, but also a question. It didn't just tell her what had happened to Miguel. It suggested that what had taken her son was not something ordinary. It wasn't just a disappearance. It was a spiritual force, something powerful and ancient, and it was coming for her next. As the sun dipped below the horizon that evening, Elena stood by the window, staring out into the darkness. The air was heavy, thick with the weight of the unknown. The village was quiet, as it always was at night, but Elena knew better now. The quiet wasn't peaceful. It was the silence before a storm. The next day, another letter arrived. This one was different. It was longer, more detailed, written in the same jagged hand as the first. It didn't take long for Elena to realize that whoever had written it was trying to tell her something, trying to guide her. The letter spoke of the history of the well, of Andrés Perez, and of the terrible bargain he had made in his final moments. Andrés Perez was a man who did not deserve death, the letter began. He was betrayed by those he trusted, his life destroyed by lies and fear. The well that took him is no ordinary well. It is a gateway, a door to something beyond this world. When he died, his spirit did not pass on. Instead, it became part of the well, bound to it, forever cursed. His voice calls out to the living, to those who listen, but his presence is not benign. It is not just a voice. It is a force that claims the souls of the living, and you, Elena, are the next to hear it. The letter went on to explain the nature of the well, how it had become a prison for Andrés' spirit, and how his need for vengeance had turned it into something far worse than a simple grave. The well no longer served as a resting place for the dead. It was a place where souls were trapped, forced to listen to the voice of Andrés, drawn into a cycle of torment and despair. You must face the past, Elena. The well will not stop calling. The voices are its instruments, and they will not rest until they have claimed you too. You must understand what happened to Andrés, what was done to him, or you will fall prey to the same fate. The letter ended with a warning. The well does not just call, it claims, and once it claims you, there is no return. Elena felt her heart pounding in her chest as she finished reading. She couldn't ignore this any longer. Whoever was sending her these letters knew something she didn't. They knew the power of the well, the truth behind her son's disappearance, and the curse that had haunted the village for a century. But what did it all mean? What was she supposed to do with this information? And why had they chosen to send her these warnings? What was she supposed to do now? She stood in the middle of her kitchen, her hands trembling, clutching the letters to her chest, as if they were the only thing left connecting her to the world she once knew. The well had claimed Miguel, and if she didn't act soon, it would claim her too. Chapter 5. The past reopens. Elena had spent days poring over the letters. Each one had revealed more about the terrible history of the well, but no answers had come. The whispers, the cries, the feeling of something ancient and terrible pressing in on her from all sides. It was too much. She could no longer deny the connection between her son's disappearance and the curse that had lingered in their village for so long. The voices in the well had been calling for Miguel. They were not just calling him, they were claiming him. And now they were beginning to call for her too. She had to know more. She had to uncover the truth, no matter the cost. That's when she decided to travel to the nearby town, the one just beyond the hills that bordered her village. It was a place she had visited only a few times in her life, but it had a certain weight of history that Elena could not ignore. It was there, in the town's dusty archives, that she hoped to find the final pieces of the puzzle. The morning she left, Elena stood at the edge of her property, looking toward the horizon. The well, as always, stood in the corner of her yard, silent and watchful. It seemed to be waiting, its dark presence looming behind her as she set off down the dirt road, her steps quick and purposeful. She could feel the weight of the letters in her bag, the warnings they held pressing on her like a heavy stone. She had to uncover the truth, and she couldn't afford to waste any more time. The journey was long. The road to the town was winding and narrow, passing through dense forests and farmland. The deeper she traveled, the more she could feel the tension in the air, as if the earth itself was holding its breath. The village behind her grew smaller and smaller, and Elena could feel the pull of the past, like an invisible thread tugging at her heart. She was about to uncover something terrible. When she finally arrived in the town, it felt like stepping into a world that had forgotten her. The streets were quiet, the buildings old and weathered, their facades fading under years of neglect. It wasn't a bustling place. It was quiet, sleepy, like something caught between time and memory. But Elena didn't have the luxury of time. She was here for answers. Her first stop was the town library. It was even older than the one back in her village, a grand building made of stone with arched windows and worn wooden shelves. Inside, the musty smell of paper and dust filled the air, and the quiet was almost oppressive. Elena approached the librarian, an elderly man with thick glasses and a stern expression. "Can I help you?" he asked, his voice soft but firm. "I'm looking for information on Andres Perez," Elena said, her voice steady, though her heart raced with anticipation. "I need to know more about him, his trial, his execution, anything that might explain what happened to him." The librarian eyed her carefully, adjusting his glasses as if deciding whether to trust her. "You're not the first person to ask about him," he said slowly. "People come here from time to time, searching for answers. But they never leave with what they came for. The past doesn't like to be unearthed." Elena swallowed hard, but held her ground. "Please, I need to know." The librarian sighed, then led her to a back room, where dusty records and old files were stored in thick leather-bound books. Elena followed him silently, her breath catching as the smell of old paper enveloped her. The librarian pulled out a thick folder and handed it to her. "This is what we have," he said. "It's all from the trial and the records of Andres Perez. He was tried for the murder of his wife, Maria, back in 1847. But if you're looking for justice, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." Elena took the file, her fingers trembling slightly as she flipped through the yellowed papers. The more she read, the clearer it became that Andres Perez had been a man betrayed. He had been accused of brutally killing his wife, a crime that no one in the village had ever truly believed he had committed. There were no witnesses, no real evidence, just fear and suspicion. The town had turned on him, convinced by rumors and lies. The trial had been a farce, a mockery of justice. Andres had insisted he was innocent until the very end, claiming that someone else had killed his wife. But no one had believed him. On the day of his execution, he had stood before the crowd with a look of defiance in his eyes, swearing that he would return from the grave and take vengeance on those who had wronged him. Elena's throat tightened as she read the final words of the trial's documentation. Andres Perez, in his last breath, cursed the town and the well. He swore that his spirit would never rest until the souls of those who had wronged him were claimed. Elena closed the file, her mind racing. This was the key. The connection was becoming clearer. The well wasn't just a place where people die. It was the prison of Andres Perez's soul. a prison built by the villagers who had condemned him. And now, the well had claimed Miguel. As Elena processed this information, the librarian remained quiet, watching her from across the room. After a long silence, he spoke again. "You see, Elena, the curse isn't just about the past. It's about the living. The well calls to those who are vulnerable, those who are connected to the bloodline of the wronged. Your family. It's no coincidence that you're here, searching for answers." Elena looked at him, her eyes wide with shock. "What do you mean?" "The well doesn't just claim anyone. It claims those who are connected to the past, those who hear its call, and it will never stop calling you until you answer. You're part of the curse now, whether you like it or not." The librarian's words hung in the air like a warning. Elena felt a shiver run down her spine. She had come here looking for answers, but now she realized she had opened a door that couldn't be closed. The well had claimed Miguel, and now it had set its sights on her. "I'm not leaving here without knowing how to stop this," Elena said firmly, her voice steady but desperate. The librarian gave a grim nod. "There's only one way to stop it, but it's not something anyone should take lightly. You'll need to confront the well itself. You'll need to face Andres Perez's spirit. But be warned, the well doesn't forgive, and it doesn't forget." With those words, Elena knew that her journey was far from over. She had learned the truth of what had happened to Andres Perez, but that truth was only the beginning. The well had claimed Miguel, and it would not stop until it had claimed her as well. As Elena left the library, the weight of her discovery pressed heavily on her chest. The past was reopening, and it was reaching into her life in ways she could never have imagined. The well was waiting, and soon she would have to face it. Chapter 6. The Mark of the Well. Elena couldn't shake the feeling that the well had become more than just a relic of the past. It had grown, in the days following her visit to the library, into something much darker, a presence that lurked in the shadows of her life. It wasn't just calling her son anymore. It was calling her, drawing her closer, like a shadow that stretched and moved of its own accord. The whispers had become a constant, an omnipresent force that gnawed at the edges of her mind, refusing to be ignored. She spent more and more time near the well, standing at its edge, staring into the darkness. She didn't know why she kept going back to it. Maybe it was because the well was the only place where she felt she might find Miguel. Or perhaps it was the unbearable need to understand, to know what had happened to her son, and why the well had claimed him. Each night, she returned, the whispers growing louder as the hours passed, like a siren song that drew her in, piece by piece. It was one evening, just as the sun began to sink below the horizon, casting long shadows across the yard, that Elena noticed something strange. At first, she thought it was just her imagination, perhaps the light playing tricks on her. But when she crouched down, inspecting the area around the well more closely, she realized it was something much more disturbing. There were marks in the earth, deep gouges, as if something heavy had been dragged across the ground. The soil near the well was disturbed, the earth scuffed and worn, as if something or someone had been pulled toward it. The marks circled the base of the well, weaving around it in an unnatural pattern, almost as if they were trying to reach the center, the mouth of the well itself. Elena's breath caught in her throat as she knelt to examine them. The marks were fresh, their edges sharp, yet there had been no rain, no recent disturbances in the ground that could explain them. Her hands trembled as she traced the lines in the dirt, her fingers brushing against the cool earth. It was as though the well had come alive, pulling at the very ground beneath her feet. She had no logical explanation for what she was seeing. It wasn't just a physical disturbance. It felt like a warning, a sign of something far more sinister. The voices seemed to respond to her growing unease. They had become louder, more insistent, their urgency palpable in the air around her. "Elena, Elena, and come closer," they whispered, each word a call that seemed to burrow deep into her soul. They weren't just voices. They were a presence, a force that she could feel in her bones, tugging at her. Elena stood up, her heart racing. She didn't know what was happening, but she knew one thing. The well was trying to pull her in. She had to find out what it wanted, what it had done to Miguel, and why it had kept him there. That night, after what felt like an eternity of restless pacing in her home, she could no longer resist the pull. The whispers had become unbearable, wrapping themselves around her thoughts, weaving through her mind until she couldn't tell where her thoughts ended and the voices began. She knew she had to go to the well, to descend into the darkness, no matter how terrifying it seemed. The air outside was thick and cold, the night pressing in around her like a heavy cloak. Elena stepped into the yard, her feet crunching against the frost-hardened grass as she made her way toward the well. The sky above was clear, the moon a pale sliver in the distance, casting long shadows across the land. She could feel the weight of the past pressing down on her, suffocating her as she approached the well. The voices seemed to grow louder with every step she took, swirling around her, calling her name. "Elena, come to us. Come closer." She reached the well and stood at its edge, peering down into the inky blackness below. The surface of the water was still, reflecting nothing, as if it were a mirror into an abyss. Her heartbeat quickened as she stepped closer, the air growing heavier with each passing moment. With a sudden burst of determination, Elena crouched down and began to climb over the stone edge of the well. She had no plan, no clear idea of what she was doing, but the voices were relentless, and she had to know what had happened to Miguel. She descended into the well, her hands gripping the cold stone, her body shaking as she lowered herself deeper into the darkness. The echoes of her movements reverberated in the narrow shaft, and the air grew colder the further she went. It was as though the well itself was a living thing, sucking the warmth from her body as she sank deeper into its grasp. And then, suddenly, the air around her seemed to shift. A low hum filled the space, a sound that vibrated deep within her chest, as though the very fabric of reality was starting to tear open. Elena's breath caught in her throat as the shadows seemed to coil around her, thick and suffocating. The whispers grew louder, no longer coming from just the well, but from all around her, pressing in from every direction. "Elena, Elena, come. See." With a gasp, Elena looked up, and what she saw made her heart stop. The well was no longer just a hole in the ground. It was an opening, a portal, a dark swirling vortex that seemed to stretch far beyond what was possible. And within it, she saw something she would never forget. Miguel. He was there, but he was not the Miguel she had known. His eyes were wide with terror, his body frozen in a world of endless shadows, surrounded by figures that loomed in the dark. They were shadows, dark, twisted shapes that circled around him like vultures, their forms indistinct and ever-shifting. The air around them was thick with despair, a suffocating darkness that seemed to stretch on forever. "Mom," Miguel's voice echoed through the abyss, faint and desperate. "Help me. Please. I'm trapped." Elena's breath caught in her throat. She could see him, but it was as though there was an insurmountable distance between them. She reached out, but her hand passed through the shadows as if they weren't even there. The figures surrounding Miguel turned their gaze to her, and she felt their presence, heavy and malevolent. They were not human. They were something else entirely, something born of the well's dark power. Suddenly, Elena realized the truth. The well was not just a place where the past had been buried. It was a portal, a doorway to something darker, something more terrible. It was a bridge to a cursed dimension, a place where the souls of the damned were trapped, where they could not rest, bound to the well for eternity. And now, Miguel was trapped there too. "Elena," the voice whispered again, but this time, it was not Miguel's. It was the voice of someone else, someone who had been lost to the well long ago. The shadows began to close in on her, pulling her into the dark, and Elena realized with a chill that the well had no intention of letting her go. It was a gateway, not just to the past, but to an endless, cursed realm where the souls of the damned were trapped forever. And it was calling for her to join them. Chapter 7. Voices from the Abyss. The darkness lingered like an oppressive fog, choking the air around Elena as she stepped away from the well. Her heart was still pounding, her breath ragged as though she had been drowning in the very abyss she had just witnessed. Her son, Miguel, was lost somewhere in that place, trapped in a world beyond her reach, surrounded by shadows that weren't just born of darkness, but of suffering. The abyss she had glimpsed was no ordinary void. It was a realm where souls were imprisoned, cursed to wander for eternity. She couldn't forget the look in his eyes, the terror, the helplessness. He had called for her, his voice weak and distant, like a fading echo carried on the wind. She had seen the figures in the shadows too, twisted spectral beings whose forms were as indistinct as smoke, but whose intentions were far from benign. They circled around Miguel, their presence suffocating, their gaze fixed on her. They were the souls of the damned, condemned to roam in the depths of the well's dark prison. And now, Elena felt herself slipping. The moment she had descended into the well and seen that horrible vision, she had crossed a threshold. The whispers, once just faint murmurs in the back of her mind, now surged through her thoughts with violent intensity. They were no longer distant. They were inescapable, a constant presence that rattled her bones and distorted her perception. She heard them at all hours of the day, sometimes as soft as a sigh, other times as sharp as a scream. But always, they were there, calling her name, demanding her attention, dragging her deeper into their thrall. "Elena, Elena!" The voices echoed in her mind as she sat on her bed, clutching her head in her hands, trying desperately to block out the sound. "You cannot escape. You will join us." It was the well's power, creeping into her thoughts, twisting reality. She had once thought it was simply the pressure of grief and fear, the weight of not knowing what had happened to Miguel. But now, she was no longer sure. The voices had become too loud, too real to ignore. The line between the world she knew and the shadowy realm where Miguel was trapped had blurred. She couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. One night, as Elena lay in her bed, her eyes wide open in the pitch darkness, the voices came again. But this time, they were different. They were not just whispers. They were voices. clear and distinct, like a choir of tormented souls, each one carrying with it a unique plea for release. The air around her thickened, and the temperature in the room dropped so suddenly that she could see her breath mist in the air. "Elena!" The voice was unmistakable. It was Miguel's. She could hear the desperation in his voice, his fear. "Mom, help me. I'm trapped." Her heart ached as she sat up in the bed, her body trembling. She was awake. She was fully awake, but the sound was so vivid, so real, it felt like he was right there, standing beside her. "Miguel," she whispered, her voice hoarse and broken. "Miguel, where are you?" The answer came in the form of another voice, a deeper, more guttural one, as if it came from the very bowels of the earth. "He is ours now, Elena. You cannot save him." The voice sent a shiver of cold dread down her spine. Her eyes darted around the room, expecting to see shadows moving in the corners of her vision, but the room was empty. Yet, the presence of something else, something terrible, lingered. The air felt thicker now, as if the darkness itself was pressing in, waiting to swallow her whole. "Elena, come closer. You must see." She heard it again, the whispering call that always beckoned her to the well. But this time, it was different. It was no longer just a voice from the past. It was a summons, a compulsion. She could feel it in her very soul, as though the well itself was reaching out to her, pulling her toward it. Without thinking, Elena stood up from the bed and staggered toward the door, her feet carrying her as if by their own will. She was afraid, but something inside her, the part of her that had been desperately searching for answers, was urging her forward, compelling her to follow the voices, to step deeper into the darkness. She had to see what awaited her at the edge of the well. She had to understand what was happening to Miguel and to her. As she stepped into the yard, the cold night air hit her like a wall. The well stood before her, its dark form a looming shadow against the starless sky. The whispers were louder now, swirling around her in the wind, tugging at her mind. "Elena, you cannot fight what is coming." Her heart raced, her legs trembling as she approached the edge of the well. The darkness within it seemed to pulse with a life of its own, its depths unfathomable. She felt drawn to it, as if the well were calling her, beckoning her to join it, to enter its cursed depths. As she stood there, her thoughts were shattered by a vision that erupted in her mind. The world around her seemed to melt away, and suddenly, she was no longer standing by the well. She was in a dark, shifting place, where shadows moved like living creatures, swirling around her in a thick, oppressive fog. Figures stood all around her, figures she couldn't quite make out at first, but whose presence she felt, down to the marrow of her bones. Their faces were obscured, but their eyes glowed with a cold, malevolent light. The voices returned, louder than ever. "Elena, Elena, join us." She tried to speak, but her voice caught in her throat, swallowed by the heavy darkness that surrounded her. She stumbled forward, unable to stop herself, her body moving as if controlled by something other than her own will. The shadows reached out to her, their forms shifting and undulating like smoke. They were everywhere, closing in, whispering to her in languages she couldn't understand, their voices blending into one overwhelming cacophony. Then, a figure appeared before her, a figure she knew all too well. It was Miguel, but not the boy she remembered. His face was pale and gaunt, his eyes wide with terror. He looked at her, his lips moving, but no sound escaped. Miguel, Elena whispered, reaching out toward him, her voice breaking. But the figure of her son didn't respond. Instead, it was swallowed by the shadows around them, disappearing into the darkness. The shadows hissed and moved with purpose, surrounding her, closing in. And then, she saw them. The souls of the damned, twisted, spectral figures whose forms flickered like dim candlelight. They were everywhere, their eyes glowing with a cold, empty light. Some of them reached out to her, their hands grasping at the air. Others watched her with silent judgment. "Elena!" A voice hissed from the shadows, but this time it wasn't Miguel's. It was the voice of a woman, distorted and distant, filled with centuries of sorrow. "You are here now. You cannot leave." The weight of the vision pressed down on her, suffocating her. She tried to move, to escape, but the shadows closed in, pulling her into their grasp. She felt the cold fingers of the past wrap around her heart, dragging her deeper into the abyss. And then, just as quickly as the vision had come, it vanished. Elena found herself standing at the edge of the well once more, gasping for breath, her heart pounding in her chest. The voices still echoed in her mind, their presence relentless, all-consuming. She realized with a sickening certainty that she was losing herself to the well's power. The boundary between reality and the abyss was vanishing. There was no escape, not for her, and not for Miguel. Chapter 8. The Necessary Sacrifice. The days following Elena's descent into the well's darkness were a blur of torment. The voices no longer whispered, they screamed. The shadows seemed to follow her, pressing in at every moment, casting their cold hands over her thoughts and distorting the world around her. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw Miguel, his face trapped in a dimension beyond her reach, surrounded by the damned souls that wandered the well's endless abyss. He was lost, and Elena knew that there was only one way to save him, but the cost would be unimaginable. She had returned to the town, searching for answers, searching for anything that might give her a glimmer of hope. The library had yielded some old records, but they had only led her deeper into the mystery. It wasn't just Miguel's fate that she feared anymore. It was the fate of her very soul. The well's influence was growing stronger, pulling her toward it, dragging her into the abyss where nothing could escape, not even time itself. The night was always the worst. The voices from the well didn't just call, they demanded. Elena could no longer sleep, and even in the brief moments of rest she could manage, her dreams were full of nightmares. The same dark figures that had surrounded Miguel now circled her. She could hear them whispering her name, their words like chains, binding her to something ancient and evil. She had to act. She couldn't wait any longer. She couldn't allow herself to become another lost soul in the well's prison. That evening, as the weight of the silence pressed down on her, Elena found something she had not expected. She was searching through an old chest in the attic when her fingers brushed against a brittle parchment. At first, she thought it was just another faded letter, but as she unrolled it, her hands shook. It was a will, one that had been signed long ago. The name at the top was unmistakable: Andrés Perez. The will was dated nearly a century ago, and as Elena read through its contents, her heart began to race. The document contained provisions regarding the ownership of the land, but there was one clause that stood out, one that made her blood run cold. To break the curse of the well, the soul of an innocent must be offered as a sacrifice. Only then shall the darkness be lifted, and the souls trapped within shall be freed. Those who remain will be bound to the well, forever lost to the shadows. Elena's mind reeled. She could barely comprehend the words she had just read, but they were clear enough. The well, the very same well in her yard, was cursed, and to break the curse, to release Miguel from the prison of shadows, an innocent life had to be sacrificed. Her hands trembled as she held the will, the weight of its words sinking in. An innocent soul. The very thought of what it implied was almost unbearable. The idea that she might have to offer up someone else, someone entirely innocent, to save her son, felt like an impossible decision. And yet, it was the only path forward. The well demanded a price. Elena sat in the attic, clutching the document, as the gravity of the situation washed over her. She could feel the pull of the well, distant but growing stronger, its presence creeping like a dark fog around her mind. If she did nothing, if she refused to make the sacrifice, Miguel would remain trapped, consumed by the darkness forever. And what would happen to her? What would the well demand from her once it had taken him? It was a choice she could not avoid. But the decision was agonizing. Who could she sacrifice? She thought of the villagers, her neighbors, her friends. Could she offer someone she loved to the well to save her son? She couldn't bear the thought. No mother would ever want to make such a choice, to condemn an innocent life for her own salvation. And yet, as the voices from the well grew louder, Elena knew the truth. The well would not stop until it had claimed what it was owed. The curse was too old, too powerful, and if she did not act, the darkness would consume everything. Her son, her soul, and everything she held dear. That night, after hours of pacing, Elena ventured outside. The well stood before her, its dark shape looming in the yard, like an insatiable beast, waiting for the offering it demanded. The voices seemed to hum around her, their presence so heavy she could feel it in her chest. She had to make the decision, and there was no more time to waste. With a deep breath, Elena approached the well, her mind a whirlwind of fear and desperation. She looked down into the black void, the depths of which she had seen so many times in her nightmares. The whispers called to her, but this time, they were not only calling her son. They were calling her, urging her to surrender. Elena, you must decide. The price is steep. The well demands its due. Her pulse quickened. The well was speaking to her now, not just through the voices, but through her own thoughts. It was alive, and it was waiting. The decision had to be made. She closed her eyes, fighting back the tears that burned her eyes. She thought of Miguel, trapped in the shadowed realm. His face, pale and distant, haunted her. She had seen him. She had heard his voice, weak and fading, crying for help from the abyss. She couldn't let him stay there. She couldn't let him be consumed by the darkness forever. But who would she offer? Her heart ached as she thought of the villagers, the innocent, the unsuspecting people who had lived their lives unaware of the curse that bound them to the well. Could she take someone from her own community, someone who trusted her, and condemn them to the same fate Miguel was enduring? The idea made her sick to her stomach. She could feel the weight of the well's presence behind her, its dark eyes on her, watching. She thought of the words in Andres Perez's will. The sacrifice had to be innocent. It couldn't be someone who had been tainted by the darkness, someone who had made mistakes. It had to be someone pure, untouched by evil. The thought of the innocent life she would have to condemn twisted in her gut like a knife. She had to act. She had to save Miguel. Suddenly, Elena understood the truth of the curse. The well demanded a price, and it would always take. She had no choice but to offer up an innocent soul, or she would lose everything: her son, her life, her future. Tears filled her eyes as she looked down at the well, knowing that no matter what choice she made, there would be no coming back from it. The darkness would claim what it was owed, and the sacrifice was the only way to break the curse. Chapter 9. The Final Judgment. Elena stood at the edge of the well once again, her heart pounding in her chest. The air around her was thick with an unnatural stillness, the weight of the moment pressing down on her like a physical force. She had come to the well to make a decision, one that would decide the fate of her son, Miguel, and possibly her own soul. The whispers were louder tonight, more urgent. They surrounded her like an unholy chorus, their voices indistinct, but their meaning clear. The well had chosen its prize. The time for decision had passed. Now, it was time for the judgment. Elena felt the weight of the choice she had made in every fiber of her being. She had made the sacrifice, the innocent soul, but she could not shake the feeling that something darker lingered beneath the surface, something far more powerful than she had ever imagined. The well was not just a prison for the souls of the damned. It was a gateway, a portal to a dimension of shadows, and it had drawn her in with its promise of freedom. She had hoped that by offering an innocent life, she could break the curse and bring Miguel back. But what if she had made a terrible mistake? What if the well didn't care about freedom? What if the well only craved more power, more souls to add to its collection? She stepped forward, her feet heavy with dread, but her resolve was unshaken. She had come this far. She had to face whatever waited inside the well. There was no turning back now. As she peered down into the dark, swirling depths of the well, Elena felt something stir in the darkness. The air grew colder, the shadows deepened, and then, from the depths of the well, a figure emerged. At first, it was a vague silhouette, but as it drew closer, the details began to form. Tall, imposing, with hollow eyes that seemed to pierce through her very soul. Andres Perez. He stood before her, his form emerging from the darkness, as though the well had summoned him to meet her. He was no longer the man who had once been falsely accused of murder, but a shadow of what he had been, an apparition, bound to the well for eternity. "You came, Elena," he said, his voice cold, his tone both accusing and mournful. "You think you can end this curse, but you do not understand what you've done." Elena took a step back, her heart racing. She had expected to see a figure of vengeance, but not this. Andres Perez's appearance was almost peaceful, yet something in his gaze told her that his presence was anything but comforting. "Why is this happening?" Elena asked, her voice cracking. "Why do you haunt us? Why did you bring this curse upon my son?" Andres's eyes seemed to soften for a moment, but then the shadows around him seemed to pulse with life. "The well does not simply imprison. It also empowers," he said, his voice growing darker. "Those who make sacrifices for the well's power are not free. They are part of its darkness. You, Elena, are not exempt." A chill ran down Elena's spine. She had suspected as much, but hearing it from his lips made it all the more terrifying. The well didn't just take, it gave. It offered power, control, dominion over those who dared to engage with its curse. But at what cost? "You said the curse would be broken," Elena whispered, struggling to keep her voice steady. "You said Miguel could be saved." Your son? Andres's lips curled into something like a smile, but it was a cruel, twisted thing. He is already part of the well now. The darkness has taken him, just as it has taken countless others. It is a part of you, Elena. You cannot break free. Elena's breath caught in her throat. No, I won't let you take him. He is innocent. You took him, and now you want to keep him forever. Andres's gaze turned colder. It is not I who keeps him. It is the well. I did not choose this fate, nor did I seek this power. The well offered me a choice in my final moments. Accept its gift, or die without vengeance. I chose power, and now you too must choose. Elena's eyes filled with tears. What do you want from me? She demanded, her voice breaking. What choice do I have left? The well demands a price, Elena. The sacrifice was not enough. You must now choose your true test. Andres's figure seemed to grow darker, the shadows around him consuming him. You cannot escape this fate. You have already been bound to it. The words hit her like a punch to the gut. She had already made the sacrifice, but now the truth came crashing down upon her. There was no freedom in the well. There was no escape from its grasp. Her son, Miguel, was lost in its depths. The well had claimed him, just as it had claimed Andres, and countless others before him. You must face the final judgment, Andres said, his voice now echoing in the wind. Choose your path, Elena. Join the well and take its power, or be consumed by it. You cannot exist outside of its reach. You will never leave the darkness. The ground beneath Elena's feet trembled, and she felt herself being pulled toward the well. The shadows reached out to her, trying to drag her in. The whispers surrounded her, louder than ever, now echoing her thoughts. Elena, join us. Come closer. She was torn. She had been fighting for so long, for her son, for her life. But now she understood. There was no way out of this. The well did not give. What it offered was not freedom, but damnation. And if she accepted it, she would become one with it, bound to its darkness for eternity. But if she didn't accept, if she turned away, the well's power would take everything from her. It would take Miguel, her family, her soul. There would be no escape. A terrible realization gripped her heart. She was not just saving her son, she was saving herself. She could not allow the darkness to claim her completely, but in doing so, she had to face a terrible truth. To break the curse, to stop the well from claiming more innocent lives, she would have to make the ultimate sacrifice. The well had given power to Andres Perez. It had twisted him, turned him into a vengeful specter. If she took that power, she would be no different. She would become part of the well's eternal hunger, its endless thirst for souls. And yet, she had no choice. The judgment had come. Elena raised her head high, steeling herself for the choice she would have to make. Let me face my judgment, she said, her voice resolute. Chapter 10. The Return of Silence. The well was silent. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, Elena could hear the wind again, the soft rustle of leaves in the trees, the chirp of distant crickets. All the sounds of the night that had once been drowned out by the relentless whispers from the well were now clear and distinct. The oppressive weight that had clung to her for so long, the invisible hand that had twisted her thoughts and pulled her into the darkness, had finally lifted. But the silence was not comforting. It was empty, cold, and it echoed with the lingering presence of something far more dangerous than the whispers ever were. Elena stood at the edge of the well, staring down into its depths. The moonlight reflected off the still water, but it no longer seemed like a portal to another world. There was no swirling darkness, no glowing eyes peering from the abyss. The well was just a well, silent, dark, and lifeless. But Elena knew better than to believe it was gone. The curse had not disappeared. It had only been silenced, and silence was the most dangerous thing of all. The confrontation with Andres Perez had been brutal. The truth he had revealed had shattered everything she thought she understood. The well didn't just call to the living. It thrived on power, on sacrifice, on suffering. It fed on those who were bound to it, twisting them into its servants, into its agents of darkness. She had seen it with her own eyes, felt the suffocating grip of its power. Andres had warned her, told her that there was no escape. But Elena had made her choice. She had faced the well's final judgment and had taken the power that it offered. But it had cost her more than she could have imagined. Miguel had been freed. She had seen him, trapped in the abyss, surrounded by the twisted shadows that had claimed him, his cries reaching her through the darkness. He had been lost, but she had fought, had forced her way through the nightmarish world the well had created, and in the end, she had reached him. She had pulled him from the abyss. She had brought him back. He was safe now. She had saved her son. But what about herself? What about the price she had paid? Elena looked down at her hands, still trembling from the raw energy that had surged through her during the confrontation. The power of the well had flowed through her like fire, burning her from the inside out. She could feel it even now, a cold burn that lingered beneath her skin, a dark echo that pulsed in her veins. She was still tethered to it, to the curse. No matter how hard she tried, she could not shake it off. The well had given her what she wanted, but at what cost? It had offered her freedom, but it had also bound her to it in ways she could never escape. The power she had taken had been corrupted, just as Andres's soul had been corrupted. She had saved Miguel, but in doing so, she had joined the well. She had become part of its hunger, its insatiable need for souls. She could feel it inside her, its dark presence, always lurking, always waiting. As the silence settled over the village, Elena felt a deep, painful understanding settle into her bones. Some curses, some forces, could not be undone. The well was not just a place. It was not just a prison for the souls of the damned. It was a force of nature, an ancient predatory entity that had existed long before the first stone was laid around it. And though she had broken the curse in one sense, she had done so at the cost of becoming a part of it. She had taken its power, and now she would never be free. Miguel had returned to her, alive, safe, but Elena knew that he would never truly be the same. The well had claimed him, had marked him. Its presence still lingered in his eyes, in the way he looked at her sometimes, as if he could see something in her that no one else could. He had been to the other side. He had been trapped in the darkness. And now, though he was back in the world of the living, he was still tethered to it. Elena felt the weight of that truth, and it crushed her. She had saved him, yes, but she had condemned him to a fate that neither of them could escape. "Mom?" Miguel's voice cut through her thoughts, soft and hesitant. He was standing behind her, his figure outlined by the dim light of the moon. She hadn't even heard him approach. His eyes were wide, his face pale. But there was a new depth to his gaze, something older, something darker that hadn't been there before. Elena turned to face him, a tight smile crossing her lips, but it was hollow. "You're safe," she whispered, her voice breaking. She reached out to him, her hands trembling as she pulled him into an embrace. For a moment, she allowed herself to feel the relief of holding him again, of knowing that he was no longer lost in that dark place. But the weight of what they had both endured hung over them. The silence that had descended on the well was not the end of their suffering. It was the beginning of something new, a quiet, oppressive kind of torment that Elena couldn't explain, but that she could feel in her bones. As they stood there, holding each other beneath the empty sky, Elena knew the truth. The well's influence had not been erased. It had simply shifted. It was now a part of them, a part of their lives that they would never be able to escape. The silence was not freedom. It was the quiet before the storm. The well still waited, still hungered, and though they were free from its immediate grasp, it would never release them completely. "Mom," Miguel whispered again, his voice barely audible. "Are we free?" Elena's throat tightened as she looked down at her son. She wanted to tell him yes, to say that they were free and that the nightmare was over, but the truth was too painful to admit. "No," she whispered back. "We're never truly free. Some things, some curses, never go away." The night stretched out before them, silent and endless. The moonlight bathed the earth in a cold glow, and for the first time in a long while, Elena felt a profound sense of loss. The well had been silenced, but its presence remained, forever a part of her, forever a part of Miguel. The curse had not been lifted, it had merely transformed. And as they stood there, in the stillness, Elena realized that the silence was the most terrifying thing of all. Chapter 1. The Invitation. 7 strangers, each living separate lives filled with their own trials, dreams, and secrets, sat in silence as they each opened the unexpected letter that had arrived that morning. It was elegantly sealed with a deep red wax, bearing an intricate insignia, a symbol of an eagle in flight, wings outstretched, engraved into the wax. The letter inside was written on fine parchment, its text formal, yet strangely inviting. The handwriting was impeccable, as if written by someone who had spent years perfecting the art of penmanship. The letter, signed by one Victor Langdon, an eccentric millionaire whose name was both revered and whispered about in high society, extended a peculiar invitation, an exclusive weekend retreat to a property he owned, a property unlike any other. It was described as a house completely constructed of glass, isolated in a remote location with no neighbors for miles. The letter assured that the weekend would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a chance to experience true luxury and mystery. The only condition was that the invited guests were not to know each other beforehand. The 7 individuals, each carefully selected by Langdon, though they could not understand why, were to meet at the designated location and stay for the weekend. At first, none of them questioned the oddity of it all. After all, the allure of a free weekend in an exclusive, isolated location, far from the humdrum of everyday life, was too tempting to resist. The letter promised sumptuous meals, endless entertainment, and an experience unlike any they had ever known. They were all intrigued by the prospect, each one for their own reasons. Amelia, a successful but burned-out corporate lawyer, had spent years working tirelessly, sacrificing personal happiness for professional success. She'd received the letter with a mix of surprise and disbelief, but the thought of a weekend away from her demanding career was irresistible. A break was long overdue. John, a writer whose career had seen better days, was struggling with both a lack of inspiration and his crumbling personal life. He saw the invitation as a distraction, a chance to escape the noise in his head, and perhaps find the spark he desperately needed to finish his next novel. Clara, a socialite whose world was always filled with cocktail parties and gossip, saw the invitation as a rare opportunity to break away from the monotony of her social calendar. The idea of mingling with strangers in an unusual setting intrigued her, and she was curious to see what it would bring. Dylan, an engineer who was more comfortable behind a screen than in social situations, felt a strange pull toward the offer. His life, regimented and predictable, needed a shakeup. He had no real friends, and the thought of meeting new people, even in such a strange circumstance, was exciting. Victor, a former psychiatrist, was always searching for something unknown, perhaps an answer to a question he had never fully articulated to himself. He could never resist the allure of a mystery, and this invitation, coming out of nowhere, seemed like the perfect puzzle to solve. Isabel, a teacher and mother of two, had been looking for a way to escape her demanding family life. Her exhaustion from managing work, home, and personal life had driven her to consider the possibility of spending time alone, away from the constant pull of responsibilities. The invitation seemed like a small window of freedom, one she could not pass up. And finally, there was Thomas, a man with no past, no identity, and no memory of who he was. He had spent the last few years in and out of therapy, struggling with a mental fog that had taken away everything from him. The invitation was a mystery in itself, and he couldn't ignore the strange feeling that it was somehow connected to his past, though he couldn't say how. Each of them received their invitation with a combination of excitement, skepticism, and curiosity. But what none of them knew was that Victor Langdon, the host, had orchestrated this gathering with meticulous care. They were all strangers to each other, but he knew them all too well. The trip began on a crisp autumn morning. A private jet, provided by Langdon, arrived at an isolated airport outside of town. As each of the guests boarded the plane, they exchanged brief glances, sizing one another up. There was an unspoken tension in the air. None of them had spoken to anyone else about the invitation, and now they found themselves seated in close quarters, wondering why they were all brought together. The flight was uneventful, but there was something about the air inside the plane that felt heavy, as if the very atmosphere was charged with an electric unease. Amelia sat by the window, staring out at the endless expanse of clouds below, while John flipped through an old book, trying to focus on something other than his racing thoughts. Clara fidgeted with her phone, scrolling through her social media feed, clearly trying to pass the time. Dylan kept to himself, his eyes locked on his laptop screen, though he wasn't really working. He was just avoiding the growing discomfort. Victor, the psychiatrist, sat quietly, observing the others with an almost predatory gaze. He knew something they didn't. He knew exactly why they were all here. But he kept his silence, as did Isabel, who was leaning back in her seat, her eyes closed in a rare moment of peace. Thomas, however, couldn't shake the nagging feeling in the pit of his stomach. There was something about this whole scenario that felt wrong, unnatural. It wasn't just the unusual nature of the invitation or the surreal environment. It was something more visceral, something he couldn't explain. His mind raced with questions he couldn't answer. Why had he been invited? What was the purpose of this weekend? And why was it, out of all the people in the world, he had been chosen? As the plane descended, The landscape below them grew darker and more remote. The vast expanse of wilderness stretched on in every direction, as if they were being drawn into an uncharted, forgotten world. And then, through the thin clouds, the glass house finally came into view. A modern marvel of architecture, the house was perched atop a hill, gleaming in the fading light like a jewel of glass and steel. The structure was like nothing any of them had ever seen, sleek, minimalist, and somehow imposing despite its transparency. There were no walls, only clear glass panels that seemed to shimmer in the dimming light. No curtains, no privacy, just an open expanse. A house that was fully exposed to the world, but to them, it felt as if it was swallowing them whole. The plane touched down, and the 7 passengers disembarked. They were met by a driver who led them to a sleek black car that would take them the final few miles to the glass house. As they rode in silence, each of them felt the same strange sensation, the unsettling feeling that something was wrong. There was an eerie quiet around them, a stillness that seemed unnatural. The world outside the car was empty, vast, and silent. Finally, they arrived. The house was more imposing up close, as they were ushered inside by the host, Victor Langdon. His presence was charismatic, yet there was something unsettling about him. He seemed to know more than he let on, his every word calculated, his every smile a little too perfect. "Welcome to my home," he said, his voice low but warm, yet carrying an edge that none of them could quite place. "I hope you enjoy your stay." But as they crossed the threshold of the house, each of them felt a shiver run down their spine. The strange sense of foreboding that had begun during the flight had intensified. The glass house, while luxurious, was unsettling. It was as if the very walls, if you could call them that, were watching them. The guests had no idea what awaited them. They had accepted the invitation for reasons unknown, and now they were trapped in a house with no secrets, no walls, and no way of knowing what was to come next. They would soon discover that nothing about the weekend they had been promised was what it seemed. Chapter 2. The Encounter at the House. The black car pulled up to the base of a steep hill, and the guests stepped out onto the cold gravel driveway. They stood for a moment, staring up at the house that loomed ahead of them, its towering silhouette like something out of a dream. And yet, it felt more like a nightmare. The glass house. Its sheer scale and brilliance were breathtaking, and yet there was something deeply unnerving about it. It was as if it shouldn't exist, its transparent structure defying the laws of nature. The glass walls shimmered in the fading light of the late afternoon, gleaming and pristine, reflecting the guests' confused, hesitant expressions. Victor Langdon, the host, stepped forward to greet them. He was dressed immaculately, as if he had just stepped out of a high-end magazine spread. His smile was warm, yet there was an unsettling coldness behind his eyes. His gaze swept over them, taking in each one with a quiet intensity, almost as if he were examining them under a microscope. "Welcome to the glass house," he said, his voice smooth and measured. "I'm so glad you could all make it. I trust your journey was pleasant." The guests mumbled their various affirmations, but the unease in their voices was palpable. No one could ignore the strange air of foreboding that clung to the house, like a thick fog, despite the pristine weather. Each of them had felt it since the moment they arrived, the sensation that they were being watched, a feeling that only intensified as they approached the house. Victor led the group toward the grand entrance, gesturing toward the massive glass doors. "Allow me to show you inside," he said, ushering them in with a flourish. As they stepped through the doors, the first thing that struck them was the overwhelming transparency of the space. There were no walls, only an endless array of glass panels stretching from floor to ceiling, the interior of the house exposed from every angle. The floor was polished marble, gleaming under the soft lighting that seemed to come from nowhere. The entire structure was open, minimalist, and eerily silent. The house appeared to have no boundaries, as if it was one giant observation room. The guests could see everything, every piece of furniture, every corner of the house, every other person in the room. There were no walls to hide behind, no curtains to draw. Everything was exposed. Amelia, the lawyer, felt her stomach tighten. She instinctively glanced around, her eyes scanning the wide-open space, searching for something, anything, to offer a sense of security. But the absence of privacy made her feel as though she was trapped in a fishbowl. The windows and glass walls seemed to be watching her every move. Her thoughts spiraled as she moved deeper into the house, trailing behind the others. John, the writer, had the opposite reaction. He was fascinated, captivated by the design of the house, but even he couldn't shake the feeling that there was something sinister lurking beneath the beauty. It felt too perfect, too calculated. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but he had the nagging sensation that the house was designed to keep them in, not just to showcase its beauty. The thought unsettled him. Clara, the socialite, walked with an air of practiced indifference, but her eyes darted nervously from one pane of glass to another. She laughed lightly, trying to ease the tension in the group, but the sound of her laughter bounced off the glass walls, making the sound feel hollow. She felt exposed in a way that no amount of luxury could make her forget. Victor continued the tour with an unnerving calmness. As you can see, everything here is designed to give you a sense of openness, he said, his hands sweeping around the vast space. There are no barriers, no obstructions. Every corner of the house is visible at all times, and that's the beauty of it. Dylan, the engineer, couldn't stop his mind from racing. The house, in all its transparency, was a marvel of design, but it was also an engineering puzzle. He couldn't stop thinking about the weight distribution of the glass, the materials used to make it all possible. But as his thoughts circled the house's technical aspects, a more pressing issue gnawed at him. Why was everything so exposed? Why was there no privacy, no place to retreat? It's a little unsettling, he murmured, more to himself than to anyone else. Victor's smile didn't falter. I understand, he said, his voice still smooth and unperturbed. At first, the lack of privacy can feel strange, but the more time you spend here, the more you'll come to appreciate the transparency. There's no hiding here, no pretending. We're all laid bare. I find it liberating. There was something unnerving about the way he said that. The word liberating sounded forced, too rehearsed. His gaze lingered on each of them, as if weighing their reactions. Thomas, the man with no memory, shifted uncomfortably. He had always been someone who preferred solitude, privacy, and anonymity. The thought of being laid bare before strangers was foreign to him, and it made his skin crawl. He couldn't remember why he'd accepted the invitation, but now he began to wonder whether it had been a mistake. There was a growing tension in the pit of his stomach, a sense that they were being led into something they could not yet understand. Isabel, the teacher and mother, felt the pressure of the glass walls closing in around her. She was used to being in control of her family, her classroom, her life. But here, there was no control. It was as if the house itself was pulling her in, forcing her into this unsettling, transparent world where nothing was hidden. not even her own vulnerabilities. As Victor led them from room to room, showcasing the modern art pieces displayed in the glass cases, the custom-made furniture, and the vast open spaces, the feeling of discomfort deepened. Every step they took felt like a step deeper into a trap. The house was stunning, but it felt wrong. There was a pressure building in their chests, a silent but undeniable sense of being watched, of being trapped, no matter how beautiful the surroundings. Every window was an eye. Every piece of glass was a barrier between them and freedom. When they finally reached the dining room, the massive glass table set with crystal glasses and pristine plates seemed almost ceremonial. The chairs, upholstered in the finest leather, gleamed under the soft lighting, inviting them to sit. Yet, none of the guests immediately moved to take a seat.